And a very warm welcome to Silverstone and the 750 Motor Club race meeting here on the international circuit, with a great day's racing in prospect, and at the moment cloudy skies but bright skies here, expecting another dry and warm day of weather. We're just coming to the end of our qualifying session, about to head into our 10 race programme, which you'll hear in the company of myself, Ian Soman, and Marcus Pye as well, with Kieran McGinley providing interviews from the pit lane and Parc Ferme and Podium areas during the course of the day. We're on the international circuit this weekend. That's at the southern end of the Silverstone campus, 1.85 mile circuit with 9 turns, some long straights including the Hanger Straight of course, and devilish hairpin, right hand hairpin at Village as well, and the very quick Stowe corner too. There is the weather forecast for the day. It's looking set fair. The sun expected to come out is just about breaking through now as well. So, and light breeze, which I just enjoyed in the grandstand below our commentary position a moment ago. So that's the weather for today. In terms of the racing that we've got for you on track, as I've mentioned, it's a 10 race programme. It's a continuation of a race meeting that started yesterday, and 3 of the categories that we have today started their proceedings yesterday. So we have 2 more races for the Club MX5 Cup to add to the race that we had yesterday. We also have 2 more races for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which had its first race yesterday, and the second and final race of the weekend for the Mighty Minis will come up later on this morning, plus 3 more categories that we're seeing solely today. The Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, significantly on this 75th anniversary of the 750 Motor Club, or the 75th anniversary, I should say, of 750 Formula being created, and we had 750 Formula races for the contemporary cars yesterday, and the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. Those are the cars that have just completed their qualifying session. You can see those if you're watching on the live stream, those cars heading into the pit lane now at the end of their session. I think we had 37 cars out on a very busy Silverstone International circuit for that qualifying session. We may even have one more, I understand, for racing this afternoon. So getting on for 40 cars for the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship, which will have its 4th round, a 2-hour race, later on this afternoon, getting underway at 20 to 2. But as I say, lots of great racing to add to the excitement that we had yesterday, where we had 10 races. We also had MR2s and 750 Formula and F1000 and road sports on the bill yesterday as well. They provided great entertainment for Marcus and myself and everyone else who was here at Silverstone, and I do hope that you're going to stick with us all day for the 10 races that we have you. But we'll be back with you in just a short moment after a quick break. So the first race of the day is for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Massimo Tyres 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, to give it its full title. And as I say, this is going to be the second of 3 races this weekend for these cars, and it is the biggest field of MX5s that has been assembled anywhere so far this season in UK club racing. So it's great to have them with us this weekend. Yesterday's race, well, perhaps unsurprisingly, that was won by Ben Short. His 11th win from 12 races this year. He comfortably leads the championship. Second yesterday was last year's champion Jordan Johnson, with Oak Richardson eventually taking third place from Thomas Holland, Matthew Hallam and Michael Pearce. And the result of yesterday's race has set the grid for this second race of the weekend. And I say we should have 32 cars in all. There you can see them heading down the Hangar Straight on this green flag lap. You can see the grid marshals lining up, or ready to line the cars up on the grid. It's going to be, as I say, number 71, Ben Short, that will come round to line up on pole position, which is on the outside of the circuit here at Silverstone on the international track. So that'll be his left, the right-hand side of the screen as you can see it. And then next to him is going to be the number 1 car of Jordan Johnson. Second row of the grid is going to be 17, Oak Richardson. And besides him will be the number 230 car of sometime British GT racer Thomas Holland. Row 3, 44 and 70. That's going to be Matthew Hallam and Michael Pearce. The fourth row of the grid will be 22 and 13. 22, Adrian Johnson. 13, Scott Leach. Row 5 will be 21, Matt Pennefather Neil. And 128, Sam Gormer. Row 6 of the grid, 64, Scott Lawrence, and 46, Nico Favreau. Row 7 of the grid, 9, Ian Tomlinson, and 99, Martin Vernon. Row 8, 97, Jack Lawrence, and 23, Martina Ward. Row 9, 72, Matthew Short, and 130, Charles Vye. 29, Mary Barnard, and 65, Amy Worthington on row 10. 31, Neil Burrows, and 191, Philip Barrett on row 11. Then 129, Paul Barnard, and 77, James McCutcheon. 90, Andrew Robinson, and 68, Stephen Robinson. Alex Quatchdy, and Richard Beale in 41 and 11 on row 14. Row 15, 26, Isabel Burrows, and 63, Stuart Dowson. And on the 16th and final row of the grid, it's going to be 28, Peter Brown, and 78, Charlie Brisker. So the grid forming up beneath us, or well, not beneath us, some distance away from us actually, but we get a great view of it here on the Alpha live stream as well. My name, as I say, is Ian Soman. Marcus Pye it is that's alongside me in the commentary box. So, Marcus, yesterday Ben Short just gave us a great demonstration of what a skillful driver he is, didn't he?
Another masterclass. I mean, 11 out of 12 says it all, doesn't it? It really is quite extraordinary. But he must have done, I don't know, 40,000 miles in racing MX5s over the years. He's the most experienced there, and it shows.
It certainly does. So we'll see what he can do. Again, he's on pole position today. Yesterday, no messing about as he streaked off to win. Well, by 9.6 seconds in the end. I think he was about 13 seconds or so ahead going on to the last lap, but I think he just backed off to allow one of the slower competitors just to make sure they got another racing lap in before the end. But there were some good battles further back. I remember yesterday, Marcus, Jordan Johnson it was that took second, but certainly third place backwards was in doubt all the way through.
It was absolutely frantic, and there were 2 or 3 sort of sets of cars, and they were the drivers were sort of in attack mode at every corner, and it worked out really well. It's a super race.
It was, and there's plenty of them as well. So 32 cars we're expecting on the grid today. All bar one finished yesterday's race. Peter Brown was the non-finisher, so hopefully he's going to be out there at the back of the grid today. Format today is that the cars will do a green flag lap out of the assembly area, which they have done. They will line up on the grid, and then they will go straight into racing. So there'll be no further green flag lap after this. The exception to that will be for the Tigiwa Club Enduro race, where they will do a rolling start with 2 rolling laps before the race gets underway. We get the green flag at the back. The 5-second board is shown. Then we're about to go racing for the first time today here on the Silverstone International Circuit. The red lights switch on the gantry. They go out, and who makes the best of the starts? It looks like Ben Short, number 71, on the right-hand side of your picture from pole position, that has again made the best of the starts. It's going to be Jordan Johnson slotting into second, and Oak Richardson in third as they sweep through Abbey for the first time. This big field of cars making their way through Abbey, and then they go through the left-hand curve at Farm and down to Village for the first time. It looks like Oak Richardson is up on the inside of Jordan Johnson there. The blue car with the yellow stars on it of Oak Richardson looked like that might be through into second place. We'll get a picture on that in a moment as they head towards the link, which will take them onto the hanging straight. And yes, Oak Richardson has made it into second place ahead of Johnson, and it looks like Matt Hallam in fourth position in the red car. There's a spinner there right in the middle of the pack, which they all managed to just about avoid. That is the 68 car of Stephen Robinson. He gets going again, but Ben Short is out in front at the moment, Marcus.
Yes, he is. Coming down to Stowe Corner at the end of the long hanger straight, the BS Motorsport car, number 71, Ben Short ahead of Oak Richardson. Jordan Johnson coming back at him. The bright green car is in there as well, which is Michael Pearce, is it not? And it's into the Vale, very, very tight. A couple of ways through this when you're in a big pack of cars, and I think there's been a change there. Is that Hallam up in fourth place? I think it might well be the ex-single seater racer, red car, but it is Matthew Hallam in the 44. But you've got one or two guys breaking out of the long train of cars up towards Abbey. It's Ben Short from Oak Richardson, Jordan Johnson, Matthew Hallam, Michael Pearce and Adrian Johnson. There completed the top six, but Ben Short so assured out of the blocks. 22 there, going nicely. That's Adrian Johnson, second of the Johnson team cars, and out they come again onto the hanger straight, trying to avoid going up too high up that curb on the exit. But I saw one of the cars, a distinctive car, the maroon car there, which is that of Tomlinson, isn't it? Ian Tomlinson. Yeah. Unaccustomed as he used to running in 10th place.
Yeah, he was, where was he in yesterday's race? He was eventually 13th. He's the one that often runs up towards the sharp end. A bit of damage on the back of Matt Hallam's car there, like he's had a little nerf from behind and has just about dislodged the bumper. Hopefully that's not enough to attract the attention of the officials who might consider that would require the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange spot, to let drivers know there's either something wrong with their car or bits hanging off it that needs to be attended to. Anyway, they turn their way now through Club Corner for the second time, what is probably going to be an 11-lap race.
The breakaway has started, Ian.
Yeah, indeed. Over the line, Shorts has gone.
But Shorts is missing from the time sheets.
He is. Yeah, there he's been slotted in now.
77 is off there. That's James McCutcheon, isn't it?
Yeah, he's stranded in the gravel trap. I think that's at Vale and the Club Corner sort of complex, isn't it? So we'll see if that requires any intervention of any kind. So although Ben Short has gone off into a sort of second and a half lead at the end of 2 laps, it is still very tight for second place, with Richardson, Johnson, Hallam and Michael Pearce in very close proximity. Thomas Holland is a bit further back in 7th. He was 4th yesterday, but did progress as the race went on. The marshals there working hard to try and get McCutcheon's car out of the gravel trap, but I think it's going to be to no avail.
I think that was at Vale, wasn't it?
It was.
To no avail at Vale.
And yellow flags, I think, waving. That's been acknowledged by Ben Short and others as well as they come down to the scene of that incident. We obviously didn't see how McCutcheon managed to get into the gravel trap in the first place, whether it was on his own or with a touch from somebody else. So no overtaking at this part of the circuit, and we do now have the safety car as well. So safety car, I think, is going to pick them up on the exit of Abbey. I think the safety car's moved from its station at the end of the pit lane, and that will be to allow for the recovery of James McCutcheon's car. He started the race on the 12th row of the grid, having finished 24th yesterday. So this does, I suppose, provide some encouragement to the rest, because Ben Short's gap will be eliminated.
Yeah, the 1.3 second gap he'd built over the first couple of laps has been expunged, and it'll be interesting to see whether the competitors further down the order have their wits about them and actually rejoin and make this a full crocodile before the end of the lap. I don't think it's going to take too long to extricate McCutcheon's car from that gravel bed at Vale, but it would be nice to think that everyone is back where they should be in the line for the restart when the signal is given.
Yeah, I don't think it would take too much mechanical assistance to get that car moved, will it? And it's then not got far to go to
Some
get
marshalling
it.
heft, that's all that's required.
Yeah, and I saw one car with wipers on there. I don't think it's raining, so that might have just been flicked on accidentally. So it's Ben Short leading, multiple champion as he has been in 5 Club. He won it in 2022, 2021, and prior to that 2017 and 2015 as well. And he's not done all of the sort of intervening seasons when he's not won it either. When he's competed a full season, he has usually come out on top.
Used to be very quick in historics as well, in the Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, done a little bit of historic racing as well, hasn't it? But mostly known for his connection with the MX5s, running the PS Motorsport team as well, which runs a number of cars for various different drivers in the championship as well. Jordan Johnson it is that's in 2nd place. Last year's champion, the HGV mechanic from Gloucester, been racing for 6 seasons now. Before he got into racing, he'd just done some track days. And he was looking to retain the 5 Club title this year. Well, Ben Short has made that hard work for him. He is in 2nd place in the points coming into this weekend, but he's yet to have a win this season. The only driver who's not Ben Short who has had victory is Oak Richardson. That was at Cadwell Park last time out. And that came after after Ben Short had to start from the back of the grid. Because all of his lap times were deleted from qualifying for exceeding track limits.
Got to try, haven't you?
And he certainly does. Oak Richardson, though, out there as well. He's a staunch supporter of the 5 Club Racing Championship as well. I think putting some money up to support the evening social events as well that happen in the paddock. Oak is from Preston Bizzett. He is the director of a garden centre, 29 years.
It's really close to here, very close to Buckingham.
Yeah, exactly. Home circuit for him. 3 years he's been racing in this and an MX5 Championship organised by another club. He's also done some drifting as well, and is looking to get into historic racing too for 2025. Not sure exactly what his plans are. And as we're hearing that the circuit is now clear at Vale, so hopefully we'll go racing again at the end of this lap. The car that he races, there it is, the blue car with yellow stars on it, is a car that he has built and prepared himself. So there you can see the McCutcheon car having been pulled out of the gravel, so that should be out of the way very soon indeed. That's the 63 car that we're seeing there, which is Stuart Dowson, who is the last car still circulating in 31st position, so we did get 32 starters in the end. Just a quick word as well for Martina Ward, who was the first lady driver at home yesterday. The 36-year-old from Staplehurst in Kent, in her 2nd season of racing, came into 5 Club last year with no experience, but she's worked in Formula 1 in the R&D department of FOM for 2 years. Also spent many weekends at the track supporting what she describes as her faster half, David Ward, who competes in UK Time Attack in a Mini Cooper SR 56. But she's had some very good results in her first sort of season and a half of racing in 5 Club. Safety car lights are still on at this point. Normally they would go out well before the safety car was going to pull in, so maybe it's not quite ready to pull in at the end of this lap, because the pit lane exit where it would pull off is only about 150 yards up the road from here.
Yes, that's right. Right at the end of the Vale, you'll see a little cut off to the right into those wing pits that we're using this weekend. But the lights are still flashing for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it's not heading pit lane bound, is it? No, it's going.
Sad, because the timing's now down to 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine now that the circuit is clearer that it will be able to go a slightly quicker lap.
A 2-lap dash for cash at the end of it.
Yeah, so the last lap was a 2-minute 37 behind the safety car. What's this one going to be? 2:46, so it was a slower lap. So we have now nominally completed 5 laps of the race.
Yeah.
But I imagine the safety car will be able to get a little bit of a wriggle on now to maximise the amount of time that the field will get. But realistically, it's going to be no more than 3 minutes, and maybe we might squeeze 3 laps.
It is the only car missing, so the one that's been extricated. So no, I saw yes, that the wipers going on the car that went out of our screen.
So we're on to lap 6 then. Ben Short, number 71, the leader then. From 17 out Richardson, 1 Jordan Johnson, 44 Matt Hallam, who did several seasons competing in the Castle Combe Formula Ford Championship. 70 Michael Pearce, 230 Thomas Holland, and 13 Scott Leach. 128 Samuel Gormer, Adrian Johnson, number 22 is 9th, and then in 10th place is number 9, Ian Tomlinson. It does look like it's a slightly quicker lap this time, doesn't it, from
yes.
the safety car.
So hurry up.
Yeah, hurry up has been given. Safety car lights are now out, so it will pull off into the pit lane very shortly.
4 minutes to go.
So yes, we should get at least 3 laps out of this, shouldn't we? Now, yeah, probably will be 3 laps.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And I imagine that Ben Short will anticipate this very effectively. There goes the Renault Megane into the pit lane. That scoots off to the right. And here they are then turning into Vale and then on to Club. Power on nice and early. Put those on the correct lines. And Ben Short it is from local man Oak Richardson. And defending champion Jordan Johnson in the grey car going with them. And Matt Hallam in 44. That red car in 4th place ahead of the distinctive car of Michael Pearce, the emerald green car number 70.
So down into Abbey for what is the 7th time, the first time of asking after the restart. Ben Short's already got a length or so over Oak, which is further back. Ian Tomlinson looked like he was going to try and make a move on Adrian Johnson there, which would have put him 9th. And the move is being made by Thomas Holland in the 230 car. You can see that is a BS Motorsport run car. It's got the reverse livery to Ben Short, and he has gone through.
And Scott Leach is trying to do the same thing behind him. He's working hard in the blue car with the yellow nose.
So that's 5th position, that is. Cars stream their way through the link onto the Hangar Straight once again, and Short, yeah, is just pulling away, isn't he?
I think Jordan Johnson is quite close enough to the back of Oak Richardson. He was hidden there for a while on the Hangar Straight.
Short. And then the next 3 right together, that's Richardson, Johnson and Hallam. Hallam having a strong weekend here. And sticking with these podium contenders. He was 5th in the end in yesterday's race, lost out towards the end to Thomas Holland, who's the driver that's just wriggled his way to the front of the next pack. Scott Leach has so far failed to get past Michael Pearce. And he's got Samuel Gormer just behind him. And then Johnson and Tomlinson completing the top 10. But Short already at the end of just 1 lap after the restart pulled out a lead of 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. And there is Scott Leach in the blue car, who, when Michael Pearce popped out of the slipstream coming up towards us, he did exactly the same, just trying to maximise every horsepower he has at his right foot.
So 1.5 minutes left to go. Probably will just squeeze 1 more lap at the end of this one. So 1.5 laps to go. Tomlinson running fairly wide there. You can see they all go quite deep over the edge of the sort of straight line, if you like, between the link and the Hangar Straight. But that's been permitted this year. I know we've had track limits issues in the past, but I think the situation with the track limits at that part of the circuit have been clarified for this season, which is a relief.
Short not able to break away quite yet. Up the outside, taking a look, perhaps opting for the cutback, is now Jordan Johnson.
Yeah,
he's got
ahead of Richardson, hasn't he?
Richardson 3rd, and the 2 red cars of Matthew Hallam and Tom Holland.
The whole pack seems to be closer together, doesn't it?
Yeah,
than it was.
And Jordan Johnson, now he's got into that 2nd place, he's really taking this battle to Ben Short. It is the last lap now, just half a minute to go, and there's slipstreaming potential on the Hangar Straight, I'd say, but at the moment he's got past in, he's not waiting for that. And the big lock-up for Oak Richardson on the inside, and he goes off around the outside over the curves. Ben Short's coming back. Now Ben Short's quite wily. He probably didn't want to be leading on the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, and look, he's got a good exit out of the link there, so he'll pull alongside, I would think. He's not sitting in the tow. He's pulling alongside. He's getting on the inside line of Jordan Johnson. I think you'll find by the time he gets to Stowe Corner, he'll turn in ahead. Johnson willing the car, getting a bit of a hand almost from Richardson, it would seem, behind him as they turn into Stowe, but it is short with his literally just his nose ahead.
It's a bumper, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's about it. But on the inside now for Vale is Jordan Johnson. Is he close enough, or can Ben Short close the door?
And
at the outside, there's all sorts of things happening.
Yeah, Hallam was trying to go around the outside. He's going to get the inside of Johnson, who's been nudged, hasn't he? And Hallam's going to come through, and is Hallam going to win it here? He was fourth. It's door handle, well, it's not door handle to door, it's panel to panel, but Hallam is going to come through and get his first win in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup by 0.2 of a second. What a dramatic last lap and a half that was. Ben Short second, Richardson was third. Jordan Johnson did get a bit of a nudge, and that set him back to 6th place in the end. Scott Leach took 4th, Tom Holland 5th, then Johnson, Pearce. Michael Pearce was 7th, Sam Gormer 8th, Adrian Johnson 9th, and Ian Tubman was in 10th. But that last couple of corners, they were all kind of
essaying around until, of course, they got going after the safety car, and then all hell broke loose. But it was tremendous. Some great sort of tactical chess playing among the MX5 races there. All get sorted pretty much within sight of the checkered flag.
Yeah, and Hallam was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. I think his best result had been a 2nd, but he's now got his first win. Let's have a look at how he did that. Here's a replay of what happened, and here they are. First of all, coming up to Stowe Corner, talk us through what's happening here, Marcus.
Yeah, you got on the outside, you've got Jordan Johnson, and he's not intimidated by Ben Short coming to the inside. You can see they break at about the same time. They turn in. At that point, Ben Short has recaptured the lead by about 3 or 4 inches, that's all. And down they come. We've got Johnson on the inside coming down into Vale. But up the outside has gone Hallam. And this is where seems to be some kind of touch. And I think the touch, it may not have been a touch, but at the end of the day, it certainly disadvantaged Jordan Johnson. And diving up the inside at that point of Ben Short came Hallam. And there was nothing that Short could do, even though he kind of kept his foot in and jinked to the right as he came through. But that was a fantastic finish, and congratulations to Matthew Hallam for taking that one, and really the second person this year to have beaten Ben Short in a straight fight.
Let's have a look at the result then. Confirmation that it was Matt Hallam that took the victory then. 9 laps completed for him in number 44. He won by 0.2 of a second from Ben Short, number 71. Oak Richardson, number 17, was 3rd, then 13. Scott Leach in 4th place. Tom Holland, 2:30, took 5th. Then 6th was number 1, Jordan Johnson, who was in the lead going on to the final lap. Michael Pearce, number 70, was 7th. And of 1:28, Samuel Gormer, 22, Adrian Johnson, and 9, Ian Tomlinson. Then it was Matt Pettifather Neal, Martin Vernon, and the Lawrences, Jack followed by Scott. Outside of the top 14, a bit further down the order, we saw in 15th place Ben's father Matthew Short, Nico Favreau. Amy Worthington had a better race than yesterday, where she fell to the back of the grid. She beat Martina Ward on this occasion, but only by about 0.2 of a second. And Mary Barnard then was in 19th place ahead of Neil Burrows, and then Charles Vye, Alex Quatchty, Philip Barrett, Andrew Robinson, Stephen Robinson, Paul Barnard, Charlie Brisker, and the rest of them. A great race that we had. 31 cars finished the race as well, so I'm sure we're going to have a full grid for later on, assuming that James McCutcheon's car can be tidied up after its gravelly moment at the Vale there. So more Mazda MX-5s later on. They're going to be out at around about 5 to 4 this afternoon. There's still 4 races to come up before the lunch break, including hot hatches, which come up next. But we're hoping very shortly that we will be able to head down to the Parc Ferme area and here with our top 3 drivers from that race. And Kieran McGinley is our man on the spot to do that today. So we'll head down to Kieran McGinley in the pit lane to speak to our race winner, Matt Hallam.
Oh, what a finish. What a race that was towards the end then. And in all of that, I can't actually see our race winner down here, Matthew Hallam. So I'll do my best to find who we have got down here. Well, who we do have down here is Ben Short, who's... where's Ben? Where's he gone? Oh, I've lost him now. Oh, Ben's over here. Will you be able to reach over here? Let's find out. Ben, should you be able to come over? Ben, just with the stream here, second place for you. I mean, what a final few laps that was from the safety car restart. What was that from your point of view?
I think someone made a mistake, which obviously has changed the outcome of the result. But we'll have to see how that pans out. But yeah, not very happy about it.
Not very happy, but it's still good form for you this season, still good points and still another race. So what do we take into this afternoon?
Calm everything down a bit, I think. Yeah, just everyone needs to remember we're here to have fun, and everyone wants to go home safe with a straight car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so coming into the next race then, sort of, you know, obviously you'll be hoping to keep up the good form. You had the good bit of pace. What happened after the safety car restart?
Basically, Jordan and Oak were working together down the straight, bump drafting to take a bit of time out of me and just slowly but surely down the back straights. You know, it's a long way down there. It's got to be the best part of half a mile, if not more. So, yeah, they just sort of eked a little bit of time out, but that's Mazda racing. That's the way it's meant to be. You work in pairs to take a little advantage. If you're pushing the wind out the way yourself, it's nowhere near as efficient. Yeah, so they just chewed a little bit of time out of me, and then, yeah, last lap ball came out. I knew it was going to be on.
Going to be up. Well, congratulations on the second place, Ben. We'll let you hydrate and get some water in you. I think I've just heard in my ear that we've got cars on track, so I'll hand it back to our commentary team.
Yes, the cars on circuit now for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which is our second race of the day, and it's the second of 3 races this weekend for these cars, and they're being headed around to the grid by yesterday's race winner, which was Tate Taverner in the number 22 car. He beat Mo Ben Lada and Martin Paget yesterday, who had to fight back, having dropped down the order earlier on in the race. Gordon McMillan in the BMW Compact won in Class B from Matthew Morgan and Matthew Duffel. Class C was won by Joshua Hilton from Paul Warren and Daniel Rowson, and it looks like we've only got one car on the grid so far, which is Tate Taverner, who is going to line up on pole position for this one. The grid set by the results from the race yesterday, so on pole it is number 22 Tate Taverner, and besides him is number 105, which is Mo Ben Lada. On the second row, it's going to be the 120 car of Martin Paget, beside number 20 Gordon McMillan. On the third row, it's going to be 28 Lee Warren and 161 Matthew Morgan. On the fourth row, it's 18 Matthew Duffel and 52 Lewis Ellis. Row 5, it's 63 Edward Lynch and Lee Rickard in 226. Sixth row is 50 and 97 Josh Shelton and Paul Warren. Row 7 is going to be 19 Daniel Rowson and 31 William Hornsey. The 8th row will be 17 Will Bartup and 82 Jerry Frost. The 9th row, 55 David Measday and 148 Wayne Shackelford. Row 10 will be 112 Warren Andrews and 197. We do now get our grid graphics, Craig Turner, towards about 87 Carl Webb and number 2 Ryan Parkin, 1 Scott Parkin and 83 Paul Adams on the 12th row, and Archie Stiant on the 13th and final row of the grid. And you can see that scrolling through now. Apologies for the delay in getting the grid graphic up there, and you can see the cars still forming up. Well, coming into this weekend, it was Shay Kavanagh in the lead of the championship, but he is absent this weekend, although his team is not, and he's got a few cars on the grid, including those 2 yellow and black cars on the first 2 rows of the grid, being driven by Mo Ben Lada and Martin Paget, so he will lose out in the championship race. Liam Pauling also, I think, not here this weekend, Class B leader, so it's for the Class C contenders, who were very closely matched coming into this weekend. Paul Warren and Joshua Hilton on 81 and 79 points respectively, and Hilton got the better of Warren yesterday, and therefore will be eating into their advantage. This is round 9 of 14 in the championship. After this, they go to Alton Park and come back to Silverstone to race on the national circuit in October, the day after the Birkett Relay. And there you can see a couple of both of the Suzuki Swifts, which are for the new Swift Sport Challenge, which the 750 Motor Club are launching, and we'll tell you more about that if we get chance as the race goes on. But we've had the green flag waved at the back, red lights are on the gantry, and the race gets underway then, and it's Taverner in that colourful car that makes a good stop. But as yesterday, Gordon McMillan in that BMW Compact, very quick off the line. Rear-wheel drive car, and he does get into the lead of the race. Ben Lada just about going to get second place away, I think, as well, from Tate Taverner.
Paget got a bit of a wobble on, a cold tire wobble on the outside of and a big lock up there from one of the BMWs.
That's Warren, isn't it? The championship contender.
And then the two Suzukis.
Yeah.
Of the Parkin twins.
Yeah, Ryan and Scott Parkin are driving the cars this weekend. It's the first time they've hit track. The cars were driven to the circuit on Friday, and that very much is going to be the ethos of the Swift Sport Challenge. Drive your car to the circuit, no testing, very affordable, but it's 3 for the lead here as they come into Stowe, and Gordon McMillan down the straights has been eaten up by those more powerful cars from Class A, and it's Taverner, who was third, who's swung back into the lead of the race ahead of Ben Larder now as they head down to Vale.
Yeah, absolutely superb. But Tate Taverner squeezed through, and he was good yesterday. And they jockey for position. They pogo through Vale with the rear wheels hopping on those front wheel drive cars. And McMillan, the BMW, now has Paget trying to dive up his right side in the second of those SK Motorsport Hondas. Lee Warren is fifth in the little Ford car, and then it's Matthew Morgan in that late model Honda, which is sort of broader and heavier than the EP3s that's up ahead. Still they come through, wave after wave of car.
I see that Joshua Hilton again is in front of Paul Warren. Josh Hilton in 8th place in number 50, Paul Warren in 11th place in number 97. So those are the two protagonists for Class C. And here are these Swifts again having a great little battle on their own, sitting very respectable lap times as they were yesterday. And I think this has got the basis for something that's going to be really good over the next few seasons with 750 Motor Club. It was only announced on Thursday publicly that this was happening, and a lot of interest has been reported, calls and emails into the 750 Motor Club office from people who want to get involved with the Swift Sport Challenge. But for the moment, we've got a hot hatch race going on, and Taverner is only just holding on here from Ben Larder, who's curb hopping there at Vale, and Martin Paget, who's not had the setback that he had yesterday, is right with them as well.
Yeah, the Suzuki's moving down through Stowe with the SSC Suzuki Swift Challenge. But of course, there's a history of Suzuki's running in rallying as well, but this could be quite promising.
Leaders through to complete lap 2 then, and it's a 0.6 of a second lead for Tate Taverner over Mo Ben Larder in second, Martin Paget in third. Those are the 3 Class A cars. Then they've got the Class B car of leader Gordon McMillan in his BMW Compact behind them, and then Lee Warren in another Class A car, and then it's more Class B cars, Matthew Morgan and Matthew Duffel. But there's not too much to choose between the 2 leaders at this point on the circuit.
Yeah, so Ben Larder must really tuck in tight behind leader Tate Taverner going down towards Stowe corner, so as not to be dropped off the back of that toe. But say 0.6 over the finish line. It wasn't that as they came onto the Hangar Straight, and there we've got that was Matthew Morgan going through. Matthew Duffel behind. This is the midfield pack. Real variety of cars in there, even a Mini among them. And the Minis just nipped out of sight behind the blue car.
Quite a few Clios as well, which is good to see, and some drivers that are regulars in the Type R Trophy also having a run out this weekend in Class B.
A 10th chiselled back by Mo Ben Larder, who is almost like equidistant now, first to second, second to third, and Martin Paget trying to close in these twisty bits. Ben Larder making ground here towards Taverner, but hopped over the curb, and that's cost him momentum.
That lap, a 1:16.699 from Ben Larder, is 0.8 of a second faster than Tate Taverner went yesterday. It's cooler than it was for yesterday's race.
It is.
And
That's
it's
key.
within 0.12 of a second of Philip Wright's lap record, actually. So lap record is very much under threat, I would suggest, as the Swifts head on to a new lap as well. It does look very promising, that, and certainly if you're interested in racing those in a one-make series, then get in touch with the 750 Motor Club at 750mc.co.uk.
Polo there was leaping all over the place.
Well, the Polo was pogoing, wasn't it, over the curb?
Pogo, don't make that one yet.
So that Polo is heading towards us. That is the car of Warren Andrews, the black and white car, one of the Class C machines. Good number of Class C entrants this weekend actually was switching to a battle further up the order. This is headed by number 63, which is Edward Lynch in the Clio 197. Just behind him is the 26 car as well, which is that of Liam Pauling, who I don't think featured in yesterday's results, but the Class B leader is back in action today and taking the fight to Edward Lynch.
Yeah, he was good. Pauling, at the start of the season, was going very well, and that's set his campaign off nicely.
So yes, it's good that he's back today. He's got the Class C leader Joshua Hilton just behind him in that number 50 BMW Compact. Compacts have been successful for some time in that class. David Drinkwater having won several championships in a row in an example of that car, and they've been pretty evenly matched in terms of performance with the Saxos that used to dominate in stock hatch over the years, but it seems that these well-sorted compacts now are going pretty well. There's 18 Matthew Duffel just ahead of 226 Lee Rickard, as you can see from the livery on the side of his car. He is one of the regulars in the Type R Trophy, but those cars slotting in nicely into Class B this weekend.
Yeah, it's good that you can use cars in different grids as well, because another lock-up. And that is Matthew Duffel, isn't it, from Lee Rickard and Edward Lynch. And there's quite a lot of rake on that first car. The rear went all kind of light and locked up into Vale. Behind them, you've got the BMW trying to bridge the gap. But this is a nice little tussle for 7th place, Duffel against Rickard. Another lock-up from Rickard and the yellow car. Edward Lynch took his opportunity.
Now Liam
outside. He's under attack now from Pauling.
Yeah, and that's for position within class as well. It's for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th position within the class. But Liam Pauling clearly keen to get as far up the order as he can to maximise his championship points haul, having missed yesterday's race. I mean, there's 3 cars in front of him. He could try and pick those off in the remaining 7 minutes or so if he can, but I'm not necessarily sure that he's got the pace to do it.
And the grid for the last race then gets determined by what, Ian?
I knew you were going to ask me that, Marcus. I wasn't prepared for the answer. I'll check that out. But here it is, side by side now between those two, heading down to Vale and into Club Corner.
You see Rickard try to cut back now in the middle element of Club. He's got back alongside, so his nose just ahead as they go through that last apex, and out they go side by side over that, and that makes it 3 wide as Edward Lynch in the white Renault moves around. Pauling is lurking in the background waiting to pounce, but Edward Lynch there has managed to split the Hondas, and now Pauling has managed to go around the outside as well. Lynch sitting up the inside line, tight right-handed bend, and that takes Rickard by surprise, and it's all back to the scrap continues, albeit in different order, but Lynch has worked his way to the head of it.
Yep, good to see the 197 Clios and the Type Rs pretty evenly matched as well. Grid for race 3 is set by the result of this one, so it's as simple as that. Out front, we've not seen them for a while. Take Taverner leading still from Mo Ben Lada and Martin Paget, but they're going to go 2 or 3 wide into Stowe Corner this time, and it's Rickard trying to go around the outside of Lynch this time, but Pauling is getting up on the inside.
Great stuff.
Yeah, I think he's going to have made that work. Yes, he has. So Pauling does gain 1 place, and the 2 Clios now have wriggled ahead of the 2 Civics.
And there's another Clio trying to join in on the back of that group,
which is the number 52 car, which is Lewis Ellis.
The Polo has spun off.
It's gone round, I suppose. Polo. And the Swifts are about to go either side of it, so the Polo was the hole in the middle there, I suppose, as they make their way onto another lap with 5 minutes to go. It is still the white Clio, number 63 of Lynch, ahead of the 26 of Liam Pauling. And Pauling now up to 4th within that class, looking to at least get 3rd out of this. They're not going to catch Matthew Morgan. He's 14 seconds up the road, and then Gordon McMillan a few seconds ahead of that, but third is a realistic option for Pauling here.
Ben Ladder's on the fastest lap of the race, but he's still 1.1 seconds behind Tate Taverner, we haven't seen for a while, but this is a great tussle. See the bonnet just sort of flapping on Pauling's car, and Ricard's come back down the inside of Pauling into Stowe, so the yellow car has dived through, so the Honda is back into 8th place and dominating the centre of the circuit, meaning that Pauling's going to have to try to go round him. It's got a heavier car. There's one of the Swifts. That's number 1 Swift. These cars are on 1 and 2 here, and Ricard with Pauling behind him, now chasing after Lynch in the white Renault, car number 63.
So 3 3/4 minutes left to go. Taverner now has extended his lead to 3 seconds. He was 2 seconds faster very nearly than Ben Larder on that last lap. So he's well out in front of Ben Larder, falling back into the clutches of Paget. So we might have to just switch to that. Oh, and that's a car that's not in this race, so we don't need to worry about that. But it is the 28 car Lee Warren there that we're watching going through. That's the Ford Cat. He is in 5th place, not that far behind Gordon McMillan.
Looks to be kind of batting above its weight, the Ford car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Very short wheelbase in comparison to many of the cars in the field.
Relatively agile, one would think. There's
and
the
light.
8-3 car, Paul Adams, with I think that was Craig Turner just behind him.
There's Pauling, who's back ahead of Ricard.
Down to the left-hand, a bit of a lock-up there from Lynch.
All you can do at that point is dive out of the brakes and try to get your steering back, which Edward Lynch did very nicely. Balanced on the edge of adhesion through there. Up over the timing line. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, and for second place, Ben Larder and Paget, the two teammates effectively, now split by only 0.4 of a second. So we'll see if we can pick them up on the stream in a moment. That's for second place overall. There's the race leader. He's 3.2 seconds clear. He's into the traffic now, as you can see. There are the two SK Automotive cars that were side by side. Let's see if we can get them coming down into the Vale. They're absolutely together. It's Paget on the left-hand side of pitch on the outside line for the turn into Vale, and it's still therefore Ben Larder in the 105 car just about holding on from 120. Martin Paget. They're going to start their penultimate lap now with 2 minutes of the race left to go, and they are now something like 4 seconds adrift of the race leader, Tate Taverner.
They're spending too much time battling each other, and you see the differences in those cars with that slot in the roof on Martin Paget's, the second of the two yellow cars with the slot in the roof, or somewhere to put a taxi sign. He dives down the inside, he's grabbed the place, and that's in the little twiddle. But he's going to lose it. He's going to lose it again if he's not careful, and he has lost it. But thinking there that the body shop man was beginning to get excited, but they didn't touch, and they go on to the hangar straight, heading down there with a minute or so to go. One more lap after this one.
Yep, so there is our race leader, Tate Taverner. He is checked out pretty much. They're lapping there the 197 car of Craig Turner, the red Clio, and it is still Ben Larder in second and Paget in third. Are they going to get as close as they did a lap ago? Not quite, I don't think, as they head into the Vale for the penultimate time. We've got less than a minute to go, so as Taverner is about to cross the line, he'll go on to his last lap.
Ben Larder kind of nobbled himself in the middle. He went a little bit deep and then had to sort of fight the car back to where he wanted it to be, and that has allowed Paget back onto the back bumper.
Yeah, so nose to tail as they go over the line to start their final lap. It's level on points in Class C, by the way, coming into this race, we reckon, between Hilton and Warren. Hilton it is that will take the championship lead as things stand, because he's ahead of Paul Warren, but focusing on this battle for second on track here between Ben Larder and Paget. It was that part of the circuit where Paget was briefly ahead on the last lap, but he couldn't make it through this time.
Yeah, now it's the draft down the chute to Stowe. You only see one car there, but there is a second one tucked in behind. Then it's Martin Paget wondering, is he going to go one side or the other? He dives down the inside into Stowe. and he's got himself ahead. The SK Motorsport Arts Preparation team, and on the exit of the corner, it might be redone. It has been reached.
Yeah, just too wide.
Past. But here's Tate Taverner then. He's home and dry, bar one corner.
Yeah.
So, up on two wheels there was Martin Paget over the inside curb at Vale.
But Taverner takes the checkered flag and he wins then for the second time this weekend in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. There was only 0.4 of a second between Ben Lada and Paget. Oh, and Lynch right at the end of the race pulls off the circuit from 7th position. So that's a misfortune for him. So Gordon McMillan is going to come across the line in 3rd place to win Class B, with the Ford car of Lee Warren only just behind him by about
Lynch
half a
hasn't
second.
made it back, Ian.
Yeah, no, he won't have done. So there's Matthew Morgan in the Civic, the more modern Civic, crossing the line in 6th place. And here are the Swifts, or at least one of the Swifts, coming across the line. That's the one car which is Scott Parkin. He is coming through to take the checkered flag at the end of that race. But further back, Liam Pauling did get to the front of that little scrap then with the demise of Lynch, so he has taken 3rd in the class, so that's good news as far as his championship is concerned. Yeah, after missing yesterday's race, back here today, he'll treat yesterday's race as a drop score, I would think. But there we can see Scott Parking having won the little Suzuki Swift battle against his twin brother, and looks like he's enjoyed it. We'll see him out again later on as well in Club Enduro as well, in something a little bit quicker. But been good to see that. Let's take a look at the results then of the first hot hatch race of the day, the second race of the weekend. It was number 22, Tate Taverner, that took the victory in a 12-lap race from number 105, Mo Ben Lada, by 5.03 seconds. Third was number 120, Martin Paget. In 4th place, number 20, Gordon McMillan, in the first of the BMWs. He was the Class B winner. From 28, Lee Warren. Matthew Morgan took 6th. Liam Pauling took 7th. Those were 2nd and 3rd respectively in Class B as well. So 3 different types of car on the first 3 places for Class B. And Class C was won by Joshua Hilton from Paul Warren. There's the situation further down the order, and confirmation that Scott Parkin was the first of the 2 Suzuki Swift Sport cars home. 3 races still to come before the lunch break here at Silverstone today. Mighty Minis up next, and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series and the Freaky Parts Sport Special Championship as well. Cars, as you can see, heading into the pit lane and down into Parc Ferme. So hopefully once again we'll hear very shortly from Kieran McGinley, and just waiting for him to be ready to receive our class winners. Hopefully we'll get to speak to this time from the 3 respective divisions. But before we hear from him, let's take a quick break. So we'll head down to Kieran McGinley very shortly indeed, just getting the cars into Parc Ferme, but let's have a short break. So unfortunately we're still not able to go to that break, but we're still waiting for Kieran McGinley down in Parc Ferme as well. We'll head down to him very shortly. Looking forward to hearing from drivers from the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Of course, they've still got another race to come later on this afternoon as well.
So we're down here in the pit lane then, and I've managed to find our Class B winner in Gordon McMillan. Gordon, what a start. Talk us through that.
Well, you put a 328 engine in a rear-wheel drive BMW, and bam, it just goes, absolutely goes.
It was a brilliant start, launch off the line, and you managed to hold them off for a few corners there. What was it like trying to keep the Class A's behind?
Yeah, well, yesterday I just let them straight through because they're so much faster. But I thought today I'll see how many corners I can do. So I probably led for 4 corners, which is not bad for a Class B car. So that's good.
Not bad at all. It was just a brilliant thing to see, launch you off the line. I couldn't quite believe my eyes.
No, this car's always been good at starts, and I can be quite good at starts. And I knew if I got it hooked up right, I could get to the first corner first and give them something to think about for a minute or two. But obviously they were going to win. There's no way I was ever going to win the race, but it's good. Won Class B, which is great again.
Yeah, great stuff, Gordon. Congratulations on Class B, and we'll see you very soon, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Let's have a chat to our Class C winner, in Josh Hilton, just very quickly. Josh, congratulations, Class C winner. Talk us through your victory there.
Thank you very much. Just all about the start, really, getting off and making sure I stayed ahead of Paul.
Yeah, and how difficult was that, trying to keep him behind?
It was manageable. I mean, there was a couple of Class Bs that were a little bit slower than what I thought they should be, but it was managing the gap.
Yeah, great stuff. And obviously, great liveried car, by the way. How was it out there?
It's hot. Hot. Very hot.
Very hot indeed. We'll let you cool down after a bit, and congratulations on Class C victory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and let's have a chat to Tate Taverner then. He's got the wreath around him, so he means business. Tate, congratulations on Class A victory, and overall, how was that out there? Because you seem to just pretty much get away from everybody.
Yeah, it was good. I struggled at the start, but once I got a gap between us, I just took it easy. Didn't want to take any risks. Yeah.
You had that red BMW absolutely launch off the line there. Gordon had a biggest smile on his face as he did it.
Yeah, he was quick yesterday too. I wasn't too worried on the straights. I knew we'd pass him, but I was worried about getting held up. She did a little bit, but ultimately I managed to get past, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously wreath around you is a pretty good feeling.
It is, yeah. Second time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely, Tate. Congratulations on the victory. Well done indeed. And with that then, let's hand back to a commentary box for the next race.
Yep, cars on circuit then for the Mighty Mini Championship. That's their second and final race of the weekend. They don't have a 3-race format, just a double header for the Minis this weekend. Yesterday's race was won by Greg Jenkins from David Kirkpatrick and Stephen Rideout. The Mighty Minis dominated by Ollie Samways, with Ahmed Sharabani eventually clinching second from Will Burnham. Let's have a look at the grid for this race then. It's a sort of reverse grid format, so all 4 of the Super Mighty Minis are reversed. So that's Stephen Kirkpatrick on pole number 1, besides him number 7 Steve Rideout, then David Kirkpatrick number 10 and Greg Jenkins number 70 on the second row of the grid. Then there's a gap, we get into the Mighty Minis, so it's number 93 Sam Slater that will start on pole position, besides number 32 James Jenkins. The second row will be number 8 Stuart Coombs and 43 Ben Butler. Third row 42 Will Burnham and 77 Ahmad Sharabani. Then on row 4, it's going to be 58 Ollie Samways, yesterday's winner, and 44 Trevor Petters. Row 5, 38 James Bryan and 24 Tao Butler. Row 6, I beg your pardon, 64 John Jenkins and 88 Claire Jeffries. Then Morgan Bartley 13 and Chris Didcott number 40, and Will Tyrrell, who was a retirement from yesterday's race, will be the final starter in the Mighty Minis. So there are the 2 different classes of minis here. The Supers, a bit more powerful and more developed than the standard Mighty Minis, which were the first on the scene well over 20 years ago now that the Mighty Minis were launched. They run from the same grid, but there is this split grid, and you'll find that the Supers are probably around about 5 seconds a lap faster than the Mighty. So by the end of the race, they're certainly getting into the traffic. We had a really good race though yesterday, Marcus, amongst the 4 Supers.
We did, and they were chopping and changing the whole way. Everything you could expect. Supers also have, apart from that more power you were talking about, Ian, they've got a bit more adjustable suspension, and 1 or 2 other niceties within the car that just translates into that differential between the lap times. But the racing this year, there haven't been too many Super Mighty Minis, but the races have been good. But in the Mighties, there's always been plenty of chopping and changing in the chase, even if it's sort of, you've got guys who have been out front most of the way.
Yeah, I mean,
Thruxton was very good. We had some great racing back there. I saw them out earlier in the season, and I think Will Burnham won there, I think, and went extremely well.
red lights go on then at the start of this 20-minute race for the Mighty Minis, and the race gets underway. All of the cars going off together with the red sun strips. It's the Super Mighty Minis. The yellow sun strips are the Mighty Minis, but you'll be able to tell which is which because they'll be in completely different packs as the race goes on. Ollie Samways won yesterday's Mighty Mini part of the race by about 18 seconds, so we'll see him come through.
Burnham struggling, I think it was, the yellow car.
Yeah, it was 42 Will Burnham, yeah.
Yes, it was, and I think he must have missed a gear.
He's still there at the back of the pack now, though, isn't he? So hopefully he'll be able to gather speed and make progress up the order. Yeah, we need to watch out for Ollie Samways progressing through the field. Then he started 7th on the partially reversed Mighty Mini grid, but there are the Supers, and it's the Kirkpatrick brothers out in front, as they often have been. Nev ahead of David, but it's been David who's been having the better season. He's led the championship coming into this weekend from Greg Jenkins, Steve Rideout and Nev Kirkpatrick in 4th, but it looks like it's going to be David Kirkpatrick who's going to get the lead as they go into Stowe corner. Down the inside into that corner he goes, ahead of Nev, and then Rideout ahead of the purple car of Greg Jenkins, who was successful at Thruxton in the Super Mighty Minis. He's shuffled to the back of this little pack, though, as they go down to the Vale.
David Kirkpatrick on the inside, Nev Kirkpatrick on the outside. Nev had some overheating issues earlier in the year, which hobbled him for a couple of races, but he's a multiple former champion. There's Jenkins coming out the inside of the purple car of Rideout in the Dayglow Octane Racing machine. Rideout, who repairs numerous cars and also prepares the Ogborn's historic Mini that comes out from time to time. Here's the chase group. Stuart Coombs in the lead in the blue car from Sam Slater in the grey one. Behind him, Ollie Samways, already well into his stride, dropping James Jenkins and Ben Butler in that bright green car that you see in the back. Trevor Peters is behind him, then Ahmed Chakrabarti, and there's two abreast there through the Twiddles towards the Hangar Straight, but the 4 Super Mighties have gone, and it's still Coombs who hangs on, but looks like Ollie Samways in the black car coming down the outside in the chase group. But this is the Super Mighties. Nev Kirkpatrick on the outside, turns in, David Kirkpatrick behind him, and there is Steve Rideout trying to jostle through on the exit of Stowe corner as they dive down into the Vale, into that tight corner at the end, and Rideout has got back into 2nd place. Nev Kirkpatrick leads. Very, very tight through there. David Kirkpatrick, who's been ahead briefly in this race, is jostled back to the 4th place in that, and Ollie Samways comes through to take the lead of the Mighties from Slater, from Coombs. Behind Coombs looks like James Jenkins, and behind James Jenkins in the 32 is Ben Butler in the 43 car. Then there's a gap back to Trevor Peters. Now I can see at the back of that group the yellow car popping out of from behind the green one down there. That is the car that had problems earlier on, Will Burnham, who is hoping to atone for that drama. But look at this. This is the 5-car scrap. I mean, and look at that. Got hooked out to the outside, did 32 there, which is James Jenkins. Suddenly he finds himself at the back of the quintet, Ian.
He does indeed. And Sam Slater briefly got himself back ahead of Ollie Samways again, but Samways has retaken the lead. Slater was leading for a good deal of yesterday's race, but mysteriously dropped back down the order towards the end of the race yesterday. Samways, as we said, won by 18 seconds. Yesterday he led the championship coming into yesterday's race, despite having missed the meeting at Cadwell Park 4 weeks ago. Such has been his domination in the previous rounds of the championship, and he kind of picked up where he left off in round 6 of the championship at Thruxton. But it's Slater, I think, that has got back to the front briefly, has he, again, as they come down. They're almost going to be 3 wide here into the Vale. It's going to be Samways, then Slater, then it's the 8 car of Stuart Coombs, who's a very experienced Mighty Mini racer indeed. And then the car in 4th place is the 43 car, the green one of Ben Butler, with James Jenkins at the back of that pack, and the next two are not all that far away. Trevor Peters and Ahmed Sharabani, who was second yesterday. Here comes Sam Slater up the inside into Abbey. He's dived out of the slipstream and turns into Abbey in the lead of the race. These three, with Stuart Coombs just having a little bit of a break all of a sudden over Ben Butler and James Jenkins in 4th and 5th.
Yeah, it's never a dull moment in Mighty Mini racing, and Stuart Coombs bounces out over the curb. He comes back in. Butler's not quite so far off-piste at that point, but the group still led by Slater, who's back ahead of Samways earlier in the lap. So it's 93 Slater, 58 Samways. Stuart Coombs 8 is the blue car. When we get back to them, he's so well in the mix as they draft their way down the Hanger Straight, and then Butler in the green, and then at the back of that group now James Jenkins. But you get the impression, such as the intensity of their scrap, that the next pair may well be able to join them within a couple of laps here.
Yeah, great racing going on here. They're going 3 wide. It's going to be Samways on the inside line. Is he going to get the lead back? He takes quite a bit of the curb there, but it seems to work for him. The 5 back together again. Coombs has done well to still be in 3rd place after that off half a lap ago, ahead of Butler and Jenkins. And Slater this time is going to get a good run off the corner. I thought he was going to go to the left, but he's took right in the toe of Ollie Samways, who's hung close to the pit wall this time than he did on the previous lap. Nevertheless, Slater is going to get alongside him, but he's not going to get ahead of him yet. Side by side through the left-hand curve at Farm, down towards the hairpin at Village. It's going to be Slater on the inside line for that. The 29-year-old estate agent goes through to take the lead in only his 3rd season of car racing, but he runs wide on the exit of the corner, so it's going to be very short-lived indeed. And it's going to be Ollie Samways, who used to race Sports Specials with the 750 Motors Club, who gets it back by the time they arrive at the link.
But he
goes
shot really
very
wide,
deep, really wide, over the grass indeed, on the exit of the link. And when they head down the Hanger Straight, who's it going to be? I think it's Samways just about ahead at the moment. Yeah,
but when you sap momentum like that on the grass here, you're going to lose your straight line speed. And look at that, Coombs has jinked through diagonally between Slater and Samways, and the blue car comes round the outside. That's Stuart Coombs right round the outside, 3 abreast through Stoke Corner. Absolutely unbelievable. This top quintet driving superbly. This is certainly the battle of the day.
I tell you what, I was just watching out of our window the battle for the Super Mighty Minis, and the top 4 there covered by only 3/4 of a second as well, so it's hard to know where to look in this race. It's Nevin Kirkpatrick leading from Greg Jenkins, Stephen Rideout and Dave Kirkpatrick in the Super Mighty Minis, but an equally good race in the Mighty Minis here.
I think this bunch could audition for the Red Arrows, because the precision of their moves so far, and I'm touching wood, is quite awesome to behold. Round the outside then, with the 2 wheels over the curb, comes Ollie Samways. There's our leaders. It's Jenkins, who I think last time we looked was sort of somewhere, probably 3rd among that group, who leads the way. Right out up the inside. Nev Kirkpatrick in the silver car there on the outside of Stoke Corner, and David Kirkpatrick taking a tight line. Of course, you can adjust your line a little bit in these minis, which in sort of bigger rear-wheel drive cars it's much more difficult to do. But little sort of puff of tyre smoke as Jenkins breaks into Vale, turns round through Club Corner and accelerates, and they're reunited.
Yeah, so Greg Jenkins leads. The gap is 36 hundredths of a second at the end of the lap. Best lap of the race still with Nevin Kirkpatrick on 1:25.856. Again, considerably quicker than yesterday's fastest lap for Steve Rideout at 1:26.498. We don't have the lap record information, unfortunately, for the Mighty and Super Mighty Minis. I can't tell you whether these are lap records or not that we're seeing. But I know that the Mighties haven't raced that often on the international layout here at Silverstone. So this is the Mighty Mini battle. It's got Sam Slater ahead of it again, with Samway second and Coombs third. Jenkins now ahead of Ben Butley in fourth, but Sharabani and Burnham, who had that bad start, with them now to make it a 7-car lead battle, and it's Samways around the outside of Slater Abbey to retake the lead of the Mighty Mini part of the race. These are about 36 or 37 seconds behind the leading group at the moment, though.
And as you say, the yellow car now is that of Burnham in 42, Will Burnham, as Butler hops out over the curb. And he was way behind that group a couple of laps ago, and he's worked his way up. Trevor Peters has dropped back a little bit in all that. Burnham now absolutely on the tail of this group, and watch to see whether that yellow car, number 42, can advance further. Will Burnham, who was so good at Thruxton earlier in the year, his first win there.
Yep, he's 41 years of age, is Will Burnham. Started Mighty Mini Racing back in 2013, but had a break between, I think, 2014 and 2022. It's a Steve Rideout Octane Racing prepared car, as you can see from the side margin there on Rideout's car himself. He is the man behind Octane Racing. But Burnham also running from that stable. This is the leading group of Super Mighty Minis we have on screen now. Greg Jenkins it is at the head of the group, and any one of these four is still capable of winning this race outright. There's still just under 9 minutes of the race left to go as well, so a long way to go in this Mighty Mini race. This is the second and final race of the weekend for these cars, as Nev Kirkpatrick now dives around the outside into Stowe Corner to take the lead away from Greg Jenkins. And it's Jenkins second, Rideout third, and Dave Kirkpatrick in fourth. Yes, there's 2 more meetings to go after this. They go to Croft in only 3 weeks' time, and then 4 weeks after that they head to Castle Combe to round out their season. So it's Jenkins now from Kirkpatrick, Nev Kirkpatrick, and then Rideout, and then Dave Kirkpatrick amongst the 4 Super Mighty Minis, which are now nearly 45 seconds clear of the Mighties.
Yes, how much lap are we going to see during the race? We're going to see some, I suspect, but here comes Steve Rideout, popping his nose out of the slipstream from behind Nev Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, I suspect these cars will get everyone bar that sort of leading septet of Mighty Minis. That seemed to be how it worked out yesterday. The leading group of Mighties they didn't quite catch, but they did get the stragglers, as it were, so they might get up to someone like James Bryan or someone like that. Here are the Mighty Minis. There are 7 of them still together. Actually, there's probably 8 of them that are close enough not to be lapped there. Sam Slater it is from Coombs now, isn't it, with Samways having dropped to 3rd here.
Shakabani's up to 4th, then Butler, then Burnham. Behind Burnham it is James Jenkins in the grey car. Little gap back then to James Bryan, who is after them. This is developing really nicely with 7 odd minutes to go. A third of the race still remaining.
Yeah, and yeah, Sharabani, as you mentioned, is the driver that's been making a move. He's up to 4th place now. He took 2nd in yesterday's Mighty Mini race. Hasn't done all of the rounds this season. Was 7th coming into this weekend. I think he'd only done a couple of the 4 meetings that we've had so far. So he has had limited opportunity to build his points haul. And yeah, there's 8 of them. The 38-car James Bryan is close enough to them as well. And now you can see the Supers are starting to get through the back markers, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. And with those stroboscopic headlights that are on the Super Mighty Minis.
Yeah, that helps the Mighties to hopefully let them know that quicker cars are coming through.
Exactly. And there is Steve Rideout, ace mechanic, tucking onto the back bumper of Nev Kirkpatrick. Jenkins, though, trying to make a bit of a break. Here's the scrap then for Mighty Minis, and it's Stuart Coombs who leads the way.
Sharabani's going to get mugged here. I think he made a bit of a mistake through the veil, and it's cost him momentum, and that's all important in Mighty Mini racing, isn't it?
Suddenly 4th, though, in the yellow and black car. Similar in livery to the Britax Cooper Downson works cars back in the 1960s, but not with the stripes over the bonnet. But looking good is Will Burnham. He's left he's timed his challenge rather well after that problem on the opening lap that dropped him well off the pace.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because yesterday, Ollie Samways was just able to, stride out into the distance. Today,
A bit more balanced, I guess.
Yeah.
Suspect the balance out.
Yeah, it's made for a very interesting race, though. It's not been able to get away.
Still a quarter foot remaining in.
Yeah, still a long way to go. So down the hangar
Will
straight.
Burnham stealthily creeping up after that drama on the opening lap. The yellow car, number 42, with the black roof on the outside. But here we've got Samways pushing Coombs. Coombs right up behind Sam Slater, who's now ahead in the Mighties. Watch for one of them to lock up. Yes, it's the leader. Locks the rear wheel. It's lightly loaded at that point. Second and third place are pretty much abreast, and now Will Burnham sees that as the opportunity to dive past Stuart Coombs. So Will Burnham, from being pretty much nowhere on the first lap, is now third of the Mighties, and very much within striking distance.
Yeah, and he was third in yesterday's race as well. He's had to do it a slightly harder way today, as we're watching the Super Mighty Minis, which are headed at the moment by Greg Jenkins, who has something resembling a lead building here. 1.2 seconds he was ahead at the end of the previous lap. That looks like it might have come down on this lap. Yes, it has, to 0.7 of a second. So Nev Kirkpatrick reeling him in again. Greg Jenkins with a couple of wins under his belt earlier on this year at Thruxton, and also had a couple of second place finishes at Cadwell Park. 1 second and 1 fourth place finish at Cadwell Park last time out, as Dave Kirkpatrick won both of the races there.
David Kirkpatrick's been just gradually falling back, but maybe just take a bit of a breather. They're all very wily characters. They know these cars inside out. They know the other drivers that are around them, and they know they can trust them to put on a great show. And look at this, another Red Arrows formation sort of arriving here.
All you need is some colourful smoke, and
yes,
the image is complete, isn't it? So it's
Burnham's now second.
He is. Slater, then Burnham, then Samways, and then Coombs, and then I think it's Sharabani in fifth, ahead of James Jenkins, Ben Butler, and James Bryan in this leading octet, as it now is, and they are covered by 2.3 seconds. These 8 cars. So really, it's very close between them. Fantastic racing from the Mighty Minis.
Graham Coombs trying to make some advance up the left-hand side of Ollie Samways, the blue car, but he's now second. Burnham's been shaken back into third momentarily. Coombs will come back at him. He absolutely cannot switch off for a nanosecond in these cars in a battle of this quality and calibre. Coombs comes flying through the inside, puts Burnham back to fourth, and Burnham's now exposed to, I think it's James Jenkins, who's behind him in the pale-coloured car as they get back to the hangar straight. So Burnham, who was second in class, now finds himself fourth. He's going to try to come around the outside of Graham Coombs at Stowe, which is exactly what up front Ollie Samways is trying to do to unseat Sam Slater. But as they go down into the Vale then, with a couple of laps remaining, they jump on the anchors. There's a bit of a gap appearing between second and third, but at the moment it's Slater, and down the inside comes Samways. Meanwhile, I think that was Graham Coombs behind. He was out over the curbs. Coombs still under attack from Will Burnham. Burnham in the yellow car. He will, I think, get that place if he keeps his boot in coming up through Abbey. There he is, and it's Samways from Slater, from Burnham, from Coombs, from James Jenkins. Behind James Jenkins is Shakobani, and behind him is maybe Ben Butler's pulled off. Ben Butler's pulled off.
Yeah, he has.
Smokily too.
He has. And these have just gone on to their penultimate lap of the race. The leaders have just started their last lap of the race as well. They have gone through. They have headed down to finish. They're gaining on the group ahead of them. Butler's car is looking a little bit smoky. The marshals are just going to try and get that behind the barrier. We should be seeing the race leaders coming through any moment now. Here they are. Greg Jenkins, it is, on the last lap of the race. He's got a 1.6 second lead. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:25.748. So he is looking good for the win.
Burnham on the outside in the Mighties. He could get this yet. And he comes round. He's got Samways. He's now tucking back. He was fourth a lap ago, I think, at this point. Having been second in the group, he's back to second. Has he timed his run to perfection?
They're going to have one more lap at the end of this one, though, aren't they? The Mighties, and it's
behind. They've got precious close between the next pair.
It's 3 wide for second place in the Super Mighty Minis, though. It's going to be Greg Jenkins that wins it. He's got a comfortable lead as they come out of Club Corner for the final time. It looks like it's going to be Nev Kirkpatrick that takes second place, an improvement on his fourth place of yesterday. So Greg Jenkins wins, Nev Kirkpatrick second, Steve Rideout third, and David Kirkpatrick, the championship leader, takes fourth. But we can probably now switch to the battle that's still going on amongst the Mighty Minis. It's heading down to the village head for the final time. There's still 8 of them in it. It's Sam Slater with the advantage, but Will Burnham second, and yesterday's winner, Ollie Samways, is third.
And Chakrabarti now, I think, is fourth, isn't he? And then
he is.
Coombs is next up. Then it is James Jenkins.
And Burnham's going to get the lead, is he, as they head towards the link. He's on the inside line there in the yellow car. He was at the right at the back of the field on lap 1, and he's in with a sniff of a chance of victory here, Marcus.
Yeah, they're now trying to punch holes in the air, and Burnham's been shaken back into third of those now, and it's here comes Burnham. He's now coming down the inside into Stowe. He cannot even think about lifting. They're 4 wide there momentarily, and Burnham gets through on the inside. Slater tries to go with him. They're 3 abreast behind him, a phalanx of minis as they go around Stowe. This is absolutely unbelievable, but still just ahead. It's Will Burnham, who was right at the back, and he's going to lose the lead, though, going into the corner, and he's going to lose second as well.
Yeah, so it's Slater and Sharabani that have gone through. Burnham was leading. He's down to third place. Samways is going to take third from him as well, I think, is he, as they come through the final corner. But it's going to be Sam Slater that comes through. He finished 8th yesterday. He takes the win today in the Mighty Minis. Second place goes the way of Ahmad Sharabani, as it did yesterday. And Will Burnham, what a roller coaster race that was from him, from 0 to hero, and then third in the end. And Ollie Samways, yesterday's winner, takes fourth. The 8 cars there were separated by 1.5 seconds at the end of that Mighty Mini race.
That was
absolutely fantastic stuff. Really, really enjoyed that. Hope you've enjoyed that, whether you're watching at the circuit or on the live stream. It's been a really tremendous advert for Mighty Mini Racing. Let's have a look at the results then. Greg Jenkins it was that took the win in car number 70 from number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick, in second place. He was 1.4 seconds behind in the end. Third place went the way of number 7, Steve Rideout, ahead of number 10, David Kirkpatrick. And then almost a lap, but not quite a lap behind, the Mighty Minis. First was number 93, Sam Slater. Second was number 77, Ahmad Sharabani. There was about 3/10 between them. Third was number 42, Will Burnham, but then Samways, Jenkins, Coombs and James Bryan all within 1.5 seconds of Sam Slater. Then the rest of the Mighties were a lap down. Trevor Peters, Tao Butler and Chris Didcott. And then, just heading on to the next page, Claire Jeffries, the Team GB horse rider. She finished next ahead of Morgan Bartley, with Will Tyrrell also a lap down, and Ben Butler and John Jenkins retirements from that race, with Ben Butler's car being towed away beneath us as I speak. So, need to catch our breath after that fantastic race for the Mighty Minis. We will unfortunately not see them back out again later on, but they'll be heading to Croft and Castle Combe before their season is out. And we are going to turn our attention in a few moments to the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series, which is a big weekend for 750 Formula. They were here yesterday, historic 750 Formula here today. It's the 75th anniversary season of the inauguration of 750 Formula back in 1949, and what better way to celebrate that with a really bumper grid of historic 750 Formula cars that we have here this weekend. And then we've got one more race after that to come before the lunch break, which is going to be for the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship as well. And then this afternoon, we'll get this afternoon's racing underway with the 2-hour race for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, of course. So lots to look forward to here at Silverstone throughout the rest of the day. Very shortly, we'll be hoping to go down to hear from both our Super Mighty and Mighty Mini Championship winners down there in Parc Fermé. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from both of those with Kieran in a few moments. But for now, we can go down to Kieran now, I think, in pit lane. So let's hear from him now.
Oh, the Minis always give us some good racing, don't they? And I'm here with our Super Mighty Minis winner in Greg Jenkins. Greg, that was a really hectic start there, but at some point in that race, you managed to break away. What's the secret? Because it's not easy to do in these Minis.
I don't know what the secret is. I think I just pushed on the edge of falling off the track just to see how far I could push it. Yeah, I got a break. I did the same yesterday and sort of pulled 3 seconds on everyone, but normally you don't. It doesn't happen around here, and it doesn't happen in the Mini. And it was, yeah, I could see him catching me towards the end, and the Mighty Minis held me up a little bit, but I just had to clear them when I got to them and just hope that they held them up a bit more, and they did.
Yeah, it was about sort of halfway, maybe just beyond. We saw out of the final quarter there, once one of those Super Mighty Minis made contact with one of the Mighty Minis. I mean, how difficult was it negotiating their way through?
It can be quite difficult. We do gain on them so fast. We got so much better braking and tyres, and I think, I think one of the guys said he's going to have to go and apologise to one of the Mighty drivers for collecting him. But yeah, it's not our intention, and it's a shame we catch him before the end of the race, really, because otherwise, sometimes it can spoil a race. It can spoil 2 people's races, but yeah, luckily most of them get out of the way, and it's real good.
It's real good, and I mean, you managed to break away. I'm guessing you were very glad to see the trio behind you battling away, because you knew they'd lose time.
Yeah, I knew they'd hold each other up, and nobody wants to give a position up in this racing. So yeah, when I saw them battling, I thought, well, until they got right onto my tail, and I have to defend more, especially down Hanger Straight where they can draft each other and get up to me. Yeah, it was fantastic just to see that little gap. I was happy.
Congratulations on the victory. Well done, Greg. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you. I will. Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Greg. And we'll see if I can find Sam Slater, who's in car 93. Let's see if I can find Mr. Sam Slater in this sea of vehicles here. He might actually be in there in Parc Fermé, because he might have had that class victory. Let's see. No, this is providing great content, isn't it? Where's the drive? It's like trying to find Wally, isn't it, at the moment? I'll have a quick peek into here, see if I can find the number 93, which is not there. Interesting. It's like Where's Wally, this, isn't it? But I'm not doing very well. Ah, hang on. I'm getting word here. Sam Slater. No stress. It's no stress. Here he is. I found it. Oh, see, oh, there we go. Got there at the end. Sam, congratulations. I mean, you were punching the air with delight as you came across the line. 8 cars in that battle. How was that for you?
I mean, to win a race where it's that close, start to finish, and so many changes of the lead, it's just so bittersweet to cross the line in first. But I lost the lead on the second to last lap to probably not the main championship contender, and I was just looking for the other one, thinking as long as I stay second, it's okay. And then he opened the door, so I thought, well, all right, I'll take this win, which I felt like I deserved. And yeah, incredible. Probably the best race I've enjoyed in the Mighty Minis.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just sums it up, really. 8 of you battling away, swapping positions left, right, and centre. And then you had the Super Mighty Minis coming through as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably my fault. I was sticking my elbows out quite a bit and making sure there was no gaps. But I got to admit, we're closing to the end of the season here, so every point counts. And I think that was a best case scenario for me. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah, a race victory, certainly a best case scenario, hey? But
even for points for the other guy, he dropped a few. As much as I love him, he dropped a place at the end there, so I think that helped even more. So yeah, happy days.
Happy days. Well, Sam, congratulations for you. I'll go and let you cool down. Get some water in you.
Yeah, please. I need to wash my hair, I think, because I look like a homeless man now.
Still look better than me, that's for sure.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you very much. And so back to the commentary box for the next race.
Well, in fact, it's the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series that is coming up next here at Silverstone for the 4th race of the day, the 14th race of the weekend. It's going to be a 15-minute race for these cars. They qualified this morning, so they weren't in action yesterday, as all of the other cars that we've seen so far today have been. But it was a dramatic and incident-packed qualifying session. The cars are coming up to form on the grid now. You can see the safety car following the last car through. Mark, I think there was some drama though in the qualifying session, you were telling me.
Yes, there was. Unfortunately, the session was stopped midway through. It was restarted, but there was an incident up at I think it was at Village Corner, and we saw that the competitor on pole, the legendary John Village himself, was not running after that, and Gregan Thruston apparently spun and clonked into John Village, and John Village's V2 has lost the front corner. As a result of that, his day is over, his weekend is done.
Yeah, and we're seeing exactly where he should have been, because he should have been on pole position on the right-hand side of the picture for those of you watching on the live stream, but he is not there, so...
And his pole position was relatively dominant, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did a 1:28.599. Bill Cowley, who is now de facto pole position, a 1:31.518. So front row is going to be on his own, number 78, Bill Cowley, so no John Village, number 29 next to him. Second row is going to be 31, Greg Catton in the Dyson, and 72 is Trevor Slatter in the Centaur. Third row of the grid is going to be Lyndon Thruston in the HCS and Jörg Schneider, who's hired the race kits Merlin for this weekend. Then on the fourth row of the grid, it's going to be number 7, Graham Wilson, and 67, Paul Mason. Row 5, I beg your pardon, 65, Jörg Schneider, yes, he had a grid penalty, and 37, John Donnelly. Row 6 is Nikola Komarov and David Lewis in number 99. Row 7 of the grid, 81, Samuel Bayliss, and 13, Ben Bolt. Then it's 41, Christopher Jones, and 5, Mark Harvey on row 8. Row 9 is 26, Mike Whitby, and 88, Richard Carter. Row 10, 44, John McDonald, and 1, Gregan Thruston, if he is indeed out there after that incident with John Village. Row 11, 87, Luigi Bayliss, and 11, James Miles. Row 12, 22, Charlie Plain Jones, and 66, Nate Haywood Cook. Row 13, 77, William Kirk, and 85, John Moss. Row 14, 20, Nicholas Powell, and 80, Peter Marsh. And on the back row of the grid, 17, Matt Tompkins, and number 9, Thomas Emden. So a large grid then. We started with 31 qualifiers. We've sadly lost 1 or 2 cars, including John Village and his Village V2, the recreation of the car that he raced in the 1970s with the Coventry Climax engine. Looks like the cars are all formed upon the grid then ahead of the 15-minute race. There is the green flag at the back. It looks like there are 1 or 2 gaps down the grid. We'll perhaps be able to pick up on who those were as the race goes on, but the red light goes on, the red light goes out, and we are off and running for 15 minutes of racing. And it's Bill Cowley that has made the best of the starts from pole position, driving this Warren 750 Formula car. It's the Dyson in second place of Greg Catton, and then it looks like it's Trevor Slatter in third in the Centaur Mark 11 that he has raced for a number of years. There was one driver in a bit of a problem there. That must have been John Donnelly's race kits Merlin, number 37. He had his hand in the air as he came through Abbey for the first time. There you can see him on the left-hand side of the picture heading down towards the Village hairpin for the first time. So he will hopefully keep out of everyone's way. A few Austin 7s making their way around and past him, as indeed right at the back of the field there we have the number 17, Matt Tompkins, A7 Tompkins special for the man from Grantham that made its debut last time out at Cadwell Park.
Meanwhile, down the Hanger Straight, we've got the extraordinary sight of the 1973 championship winning car that Robin Smith drove, designed by Jerry Evershed. It's in the hands of Bill Cowley, who we normally see in the, we saw yesterday in fact, in the, we've got a Trevor Slatter's spun, we've got bits and pieces of bodywork flying here down at Stowe.
I think that's Graham Wilson in the time, isn't it?
Yes, the time was involved in that.
And
also
Tim Roebuck in the Austin 7 special that's got going again. But yes, Bill Cowley still out there in the lead, and there's now a big gap from second to third with 3 cars off at Stowe Corner. That is a shame.
Trevor Slatter's 72 in the distance. The time is here, which is Graham Wilson, and the other car, I'm looking to see which one of those it is, but here they come then.
That's Samuel Bayliss, who's up to third position then, number 81. He started 13th on the grid, so he's taken advantage of the misfortune of drivers and cars ahead of him. And so just making sure that everyone is okay. Marshall's arriving on the scene. And race continuing with Bill Cowley still leading. A safety car is going to be brought out,
isn't it?
I think. Yeah, we've got the yellow flags waving. So safety car is out. There's the 17 car of Tompkins punching the air like he's just taken the checkered flag to win the race. So we'll be under safety car conditions. The cars will queue up behind the safety car. Hopefully everyone has seen the yellow flags. And we'll be then get everything under caution conditions while those cars down there at Stoke Corner move to a place of safety, Marks. And unusual to have that kind of incident in the historic 750 Formula.
That's right. I mean, they're approaching Stoke Corner quite quickly in these lightweight cars. Just a touch would precipitate sort of an exodus like that.
I think the other car involved then was probably the London Thruston number 23 car, wasn't it? The HCS. Okay, so that didn't come around.
Gregan Thruston this morning was involved in the incident with John Village. So John, the front corner of his car planed
red
off.
flag now.
And the red flag now, yeah, because there's marshals and medics in attendance at Stoke.
So yes, red flags are out. Race being stopped then while the incident down there at Stoke Corner is being dealt with. The cars will just proceed slowly back to the timing line. Let's have a short break though, and we'll be back in a moment with the historic 750 Formula Series. So we are here at Silverstone, where we have a pause in the action because of an incident that happened on the first lap of the first of 2 races today for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. It involved, we think, Trevor Slassett, Lyndon Fuston and Graham Wilson. We think the 3 drivers involved in coming together down at Stowe Corner, and certainly 3 drivers needed to be attended to, and the cars needed to be recovered. So in the meantime, the cars are being brought forward onto the grid, where I think they'll go back into their original order, because we had less than 2 laps when the red flags flew. Initially we had a safety car, and then we had a full stoppage. So I imagine it'll be an original grid for the restart, but over a reduced distance. Marcus?
Good news is there, of course, the marshals already have the sheets with that written down for them. So the hard-working marshals are there, juggling a reduced number of cars into position.
Yes, that's right. And the problem is they've managed to get themselves very much out of order in the course of the first lap or so of the race. The safety car now is, I think, just putting it ahead to its station in the pit lane, ready and waiting should it need to be called upon once again. Still a bit of work to be done down at Stowe, we understand, so it could be a little while before the race is able to get back underway. But as we were saying earlier, Mark, celebrating 75 years of 750 Formula this season, and this weekend in particular. We had the contemporary 750 Formula Championship out yesterday, and the historic counterparts today, and also within the class structure there's room for Austin 7, supercharged and otherwise, and other cars of a sort of similar performance from the same era as well. So a bit of a mixed grid, but including some bona fide 750 Formula cars, including, as you were saying, the 1973 Championship winning car, which you can see at the front of the field there.
It's an amazing car, that, and the history of the 750 Formula is quite remarkable, starting with Austin 7 chassis, on which the cars were based. You could do pretty much anything around them, and the ingenuity of the designers who came through, the sort of people like Colin Chapman, Arthur Mallock, Eric Broadley, Mike Pilbeam, Tony Southgate. A lot of the greats came through this as a training ground, because it was the training ground that was there, and it allowed them that sort of free thinking around the mechanicals that were readily available. And in the likes of Arthur Mallock, whose sort of 2 famous lines on building his race cars, the U2s as they were called, the later ones, that if it weighed anything, it was too much, and if it cost anything, it was too much. So if you could find all the bits lying around in the shed, kind of already there, and encapsulate them into something tangible, then you're on to a winner. But that car that's on the pole, the Warren Reliant, was just so innovative, had some great features about it, and it kind of had that sort of wedgy kind of look of a Formula One Lotus, if you like, or even a Formula Ford Lotus, with that very strange driving position, very small wheels. So designed by Jerry Evershed for Robin Smith, who won that 73 championship in it, and I remember both of them, both driver and designer, passed away very, very young, and I read somewhere that before they were 40.
Yeah.
But in the interim, Robin Smith put a supercharged engine in the Warren. You can see it on the grid there. How low it is! It's an absolutely amazing little car. And I remember it being on the 70th Motor Club at the stand at one of the race shows.
Race Retro,
wasn't it? When Ron Welsh started with the kit the start of the weekend, and then put it into car shape by the end. From the 750 Formula with the Austin 7 engines, of course, it progressed to the Reliant engines, which were kind of based on the Austin, and then the bigger Reliant engines went in, and then it went from there to the Fiat.
Yeah.
It went from Reliance to Fiat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that's been going now a long, long time. So a big chunk of 750 Formula history is now with 1108cc. The Austin Monoposto going off, unfortunately. You've got a car there, the Dyson, to the right of them, and they were often used in things like Formula 1300. The car I remember very fondly from Formula 1300, which was the kind of the graduation class, if you like, within the 750 Motor Club, was Mike Taylor's Titanicus Tellurius, which was a very fine motor car. But yeah, brilliant selection of cars, even though the numbers are dwindling rapidly before our very eyes.
Indeed. That Dyson Type 64 of Greg Catton, he did some clubman rallying in the 70s and 80s, also raced MX5s and Caterhams before this. This example has a Ford Anglia 1200cc engine producing a grand total of 65 brake horsepower.
A whopping 65 horsepower.
Absolutely, and Greg owns the car. He's assisted by Paul Ellis, his mechanic and long-standing friend. This is one of 5 cars produced by the Eccleston brothers, keen 750 Motor Club racers of the 50s and 60s. He raced one of them during 1967 when he held that record Alton. He went on to win the club championship in 68 and the Chapman Cup as well. It was later raced in the 1970s by Angelo Farina.
I remember seeing it.
Yeah, and this particular car was obtained from an eBay advert. We were just wondering where do all these cars keep coming from. eBay seems to be the answer during 2022.
Would that be the same eBay that gave its name to the bridge on the Hanger Strait?
It must be the very same. It's been completely rebuilt, an engine procured with adapters to fit a VW Type 3 gearbox. First outing was at Croft last year. Showed good promise, but suffered from fuel evaporation and gear change problems. The problems worked on before Mallory, but then they had clutch drag problems that put them out of the rest of last year.
The clutch drag, and then got involved in an incident because somebody hit him off the start, I think.
Yeah.
Very nasty, and the car got knocked around, but it's bounced back and it's better than it was.
Yeah, and returned at Brands Hatch earlier in this year. So that's an interesting car with a bit of history of Greg Catton. What can we spot, Marcus?
No, just it's just coming through the grid
yes.
now. Yeah.
So that's coming through. So that I imagine will be maybe taking a driver to the medical centre. And that would be usual after any incident where there was contact these days, that drivers will be taken to the medical centre and assessed just to make sure, in particular, that there are no signs of concussion. But let's take another break, and hopefully when we come back we'll be a little bit closer to having some more racing once again. So we have cars formed up on the grid, anticipating a restart of the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series race. We've had an interruption. We've had a red flag here because of an incident that happened down at Stowe Corner on the first lap of the race that involved, we think, 3 cars in particular. So that was a great shame that various cars and drivers have been ruled out. We hope that everyone involved is okay and there's not too much damage to these fantastic historic 750 Formula Series cars. Hopefully we'll be able to get a race back underway very shortly. Not had any word, there's nothing on our timing screen. So, yeah, there is actually 8 minutes is what's on our timing screens. So we're going to get an 8-minute restart. Hopefully for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series soon. That's going to be just as soon as the circuit is clear down at Stowe Corner, which I imagine there's still some work going on down there just to clear those cars, make sure all the drivers are okay, and get racing back underway. So we've got these cars sitting on the grid. The Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series, not a point scoring championship, it is just a series of races, and there's a mixture of both scratch races like we have here today, and we've had a couple of handicap races throughout the season. The winner of 5 of the 6 scratch races so far this year, as we're now getting yellow flags waving on the start line. I'm not quite sure why. What's going on there? Anyway, yes, the winner of 5 of the 6 races is John Village, who, as Marcus described earlier, was eliminated from the day's proceedings in a qualifying incident. Jörg Schneider won the other race, and that was at Alton Park. He took victory there. The handicap race victories have gone during the course of the year to James Miles and to Christopher Jones as well. Right, we've now got a minute to go board being shown, and we're going to go straight into a race. Yes, we are. Red light goes on, red light goes out, the race gets underway. It's a slower start from Bill Cowley. I thought that Greg Catt in the Dyson might get past him. He might still do so as they come down towards Abbey for the first time, but no, I think it is going to be Cowley that holds on to the lead of the race from this somewhat reduced field. We had 31 in qualifying. We might be down to just over 20 cars now after the various dramas in qualifying and the first part of this race. But it's Bill Cowley leading, then it's Greg Catton in second, and then it's third place. It's the first of the Austin Sevens, the supercharged number 18 car of Timothy Roebuck. But they're streaming their way through Village for the first time. And there's one car at the back, which is the 23 car of Lyndon Thruston. So he has been able to take the restart of the race by the looks of it. So 7 minutes or so left to go, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. And you can see them coming out, and they sort of don't so much accelerate as gather momentum.
Yes.
But it's great to see a really superb window on motorsport of different eras. It's a whole mixture of eras, from the very early days of the 750 Formula to the 1970s, effectively. And this car, the 73 championship winning Warren Reliant out front, being chased by Greg Catton, who should have a bit more grunt with the Dyson. And Cowley certainly working on maintaining as much momentum as possible in the Warren. A Marrow there in the middle of the pack, which is great. It looks just like the vegetable. Randy Jones and his Marrow doing incredibly well in the championship. But they've got Monoposto, Austin's. There's a real contrast there between the different Austin 7s within the field. I can see Charlie Plain Jones in the middle of that pack, who worked very hard behind the scenes to keep the historic 750 Formula going. 81, there is Samuel Bayliss, I saw. Ben Bolt, the former speed eventer, is up the sharp end as well in his Centaur number 13. Ben Bolt, the rugby-based driver. And there comes the Warren, being reeled in down the hangar straight by Greg Catton in the Dyson.
Yep, with the Anglia engine with a larger capacity, 1.2 litre engine compared to the 850cc Reliant that Bill Cowley has at his disposal. Bill was out yesterday in the 750 Formula races, had a couple of podiums. Yesterday, the circuit not well suited to the Cowley Mark IV.
No.
Compared to the PRS of David Bartholomew that won the 750 Formula part of both races. They shared a grid with Classic Clubmans for the first time yesterday as well, and Tom Muirhead got one win. But that Dyson carrying a bit more speed on to the Hamilton Straight. He gets alongside Bill Cowley now, who looks across to his right-hand side and realised that Greg Catton is coming through. Can do nothing about it, and so Catton now does move through into the lead of the race.
Here comes Cowley, he's coming back, and he's a wily young racer. Is young Bill Cowley. His grandfather was the. And Catton's gone right off the track, out over the curves, and lurches back across onto the track. And at that point, his rival has to back off. But Bill Cowley's got himself back ahead of Greg Catton. With that usual game down the chute, I'm sure, towards Stoke Corner. The car in the foreground is that beautiful little special. It's absolutely glorious. The Adder 67.
Yeah, that's Paul Mason, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. So sleek, that bodywork.
It is. I'm not quite sure how it's managed to get itself into that position on track either, because it's almost a lap down, as it were. Here are the two leaders then, Bill Cowley and Greg Catton. Catton, it was ahead. Cowley trying to squeeze through on the inside into Club Corner, but he couldn't make that work, so Tuck's back in behind him. So it's Catton who's going to lead at the end of lap 3 with 3 minutes 20 seconds to go. So they might actually squeeze 3 more laps out of this. Just looking at how long it takes them to complete a lap. Tim and Roebuck going very well there in the supercharged Austin 7. That's the old John Miles car, and he's leading his class and leading the Austin 7 Class A for the sort of normally operated Austin 7s is Charlie Plain Jones ahead of Nick Hayward-Cook. They're 12th and 13th overall.
From the back of the grid, Ian, Lyndon Thruston up into 7th place in car 23. And that's certainly
here he is.
More ground.
Here he is now. He's just about to pass number 81, Samuel Bayliss, and he is going to go through. Samuel Bayliss in the Centaur Mark 14 goes off the circuit as Lyndon Thruston gets back past him. So he's now up to 5th position.
And
Lyndon
you can see
Thruston.
when momentum's compromised, that they're sitting ducks for the next car in the group. The Centaurs, of which there were quite a lot, designed by Richard Scott. He also designed the VZ Formula 3 car, and you can see that the cornering efforts of Bill Cowley getting much closer to Greg Catton in the more powerful Dyson. Greg Catton probably can't see the Warren, it's so low in his mirrors, and Bill Cowley comes up the inside, gets alongside onto the last apex of Club Corner.
Yeah, there's time for 2 more laps in this race. Cowley's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:30.167, which is really good going.
He needs to sit in the slipstream because obviously the Dyson is punching a much bigger hole in the air than the Warren.
Having it go down towards Village, or the spinner. Oh, Ben Bolt, who was in 4th place, so he's now been passed by Lyndon Thruston as well, so he goes up into 4th position and is rejoined just ahead of John McDonald and the Marrow, hasn't he? So they're 9th and 10th now, I think, those two. There's Samuel Bayliss going through in the Mark 14, then David Lewis and Mike Whitby, number 26, in the Centaur Mark 16. And there's the recovering Ben Bolt with John McDonald and the lapped number 17, Austin 7 of Matt Tompkins, the motoring journalist behind him.
That car we saw before, that orange, the car of Paul Mason, there it is in the background, the Whippet.
Yep, and it's sort of not far off the pace of these two, so I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe he started from the pit lane or something at the restart and was therefore nearly a lap down or something like that. But he actually qualified reasonably well. He was 9th in qualifying with a 1:35 compared to the 1:31 for Bill Cowley.
And the Whippets arrived in a load of smoke, and Catton's got all over the shop. He's got a tank slapper on in the middle of Vale to Club, and that's cost him
It has. So we're going to go on to lap 6, I think. It's going to be their last lap of the race, and all of a sudden Bill Cowley has a lead of a second and a half. But Greg Catton gathered all of that up at least.
And is determined to get back on terms.
But he's not got very long left to do it. Only less than a lap to go now to try and get back on terms with Bill Cowley. It's not impossible, though. Gap back to 14 seconds to Roebuck in third. Lyndon Thruston is probably not quite going to get onto the podium here. He's lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than Roebuck, but he's about 7 seconds behind him. So he's not quite going to get into the podium positions. But Catton is gaining on Bill Cowley here.
He is, yeah. He's going to have to use all 68 horsepower to get with the Warren now. You have to go around the outside, Greg, because I'm not going to stray from the inside. And he gets his nose back ahead.
He's done it.
And Cowley's got back into the slipstream immediately. There's some 7s up ahead that they might catch him. Austin Monoposto pulling back onto the circuit before Stowe. And I don't know that Cowley is close enough. He'll try that line again down the outside. And the cut back, he breaks very, very late. He gets his nose ahead. There's a 7 just out of shot, and Catton goes out over the edge of the circuit. He now comes back down the inside, and Bill Cowley is going to hang on to the checker flag, or is he? He takes the checker flag,
does.
0.294 ahead. Absolutely staggering.
Great race, a dramatic last couple of corners or so there. Greg Catton got the fastest lap on the last lap of the race, despite that huge off at Club Corner. But it was Bill Cowley that clung on to win the race. So Bill Cowley, number 78, the winner. Greg Catton, number 31, takes second place. Timothy Roebuck, the best of the Austin 7s, in number 18 in third place. Lyndon Thruston eventually back to 4th position, but he was lapping in very similar lap times to Cowley, certainly during that race. David Lewis, number 99 in the Jeffrey. He took 5th place. Number 81, Samuel Bayliss, took 6th. Mike Whitby, number 26, 7th. Richard Carter, 88. Another of the Austin 7s took 8th place, ahead of Ben Bolt. And then John McDonald in the Marrow. And the best of the Austin 7s in Class A yet to come across the line, but I think that's going to be Charlie Plain-Jones that takes Class A on this occasion. I think he's going to be the next car through. We're not quite going to see that, though. There's Ben Bolt after his various dramas during the course of that race. So, Mark, it's a great shame we had there's Charlie Plain-Jones now to take Class A relatively comfortably, I think, from Nick Hayward of Cook. A shame, Mark, we lost those cars in that red flag incident in the first part of the race, but nevertheless an entertaining second part of it.
Very entertaining. They're back on again later in the day, aren't they? So
that's right.
A second chance to see them, and it might allow one or two of the drivers to effect repairs to their machines to get out and join the pack. But a very, very encouraging field. Shame about the incident in practice, and shame about the first lap drama, but a deserved winner in Bill Cowley. And what a car to do it in, the 1973 Warren Reliance, in which Robin Smith won that championship. What's that? 51 years ago.
Yeah, so Bill Cowley, number 78, took the win at the end of 6 laps, ahead of number 31, Greg Catton, 0.3 of a second between them. Third was number 18, Timothy Roebuck. They all won their respective classes as well. Fourth was number 23, Lyndon Thruston. Fifth, 99, David Lewis. Sixth, 81, Samuel Bayliss. Then it was 26, Mike Whitby. 88, Richard Carter. Ben Bolt in 13. And 44, John McDonald. Charlie Plain-Jones was best of the Class A Austin 7s, ahead of Nick Hayward Cook, so 22 from 66. And a bit further back, we should see who it was that was third place in that class. It was the number 20 car of Nicholas Powell, but sadly we did lose one or two cars along the way, even in that restart, including Jörg Schneider in the race kits Merlin he'd hired for this weekend.
Fantastic enthusiast is
Let's
Jörg
head
Schneider.
down to, are we ready to head down to Kevin McGinley? I'm not sure whether we are or not. Let's head down there now if we can.
Well, here we are then in the pit lane of that slightly truncated, historic 750 Formula race. Let's have a quick walk around the car and have a chat to Greg Catton. Greg, well, you certainly got a huge round of applause there. How was it out there? I mean, you had a great battle there with, Bill Cowley, sorry. It's been a day. Sorry, you were battling Greg Catton, though, in those last stages. How was that for you?
It was really hard work. That was a good race. Really enjoyed it. At one point, I forgot that this is not my car because the race for me, and like Kevin just said, just go for it, just go for it. So no, fantastic. Yeah, brilliant race. I mean, he had the legs on me down the straight by quite a margin. So yeah, it's just all about in the braking zones, but like these have little grips, so we was there going up, diving up the inside, and we was sliding, and we didn't touch. It was probably like a Rizzler paper between us at one moment, but no, cracking race, and let's face it, that's why we come racing, for races like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I bet you're hoping for more of the same, or you're hoping for a slightly less eventful second race?
Well, more of the same were nice. Just a massive thank you to Ron and Kevin Welch for letting me drive the car again. And yeah, absolutely, I think they'll be over the moon for having its first win for many years. So yeah, brilliant.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Bill, congratulations. Well done on the victory in Class C as well.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Bill, by the way, not Greg. I'll speak to Greg now. Where is he? Greg at Catton. Greg, well, you got the fastest lap, I think, there at the end, right on the end. 1:29, I think it was. I mean, you had a great battle there with Bill.
Yeah, a bit of a challenge here. He's driving well, and I'm pleased to stay behind him, really. But there's just no grip out there on these tyres. You're sliding around all over the place. But it's very enjoyable. The last bend was a bit of a challenge. The tail ender coming in amongst us, but yeah, that was enjoyable. Yeah.
Enjoyable, yeah. I mean, it was enjoyable to watch out there. And you've got the sun beaming down, so you've got everything working in your favour. Just that little bit of lack of track grip, I guess.
Yeah, the weather's with us, and the car's running well. We've had a few teething problems, but thanks to Paul, we've got those fixed now. Yep.
So what's the lessons you can learn to take into race 2? What's the lesson you can use to beat Bill?
Try a bit harder, I think, is the only thing I can say, really. I have to go and study the camera. Yeah.
Study the camera. We'll let you get studying, get the pencils out, and we'll see you with the next race, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Greg Catton. Then let's have a chat to Timothy Roebuck then in that number 18. Finished third overall, winner of Class B as well. Let's have a chat to Timothy Roebuck. Timothy, congratulations. A third place there for you and a class victory. How was that out there for you?
Well, after the restart, it was actually fairly quiet, but that first lap incident was a bit hairy. I struggled to avoid multiple cars and ended up having a half spin into the gravel. But fortunately, I got going again and meant that there was a fairly clear grid in front of me and a big space behind me. So, yeah, it ended up being quite quiet.
Yeah, what's it like out there, sort of a race of your own? Is it a chance to enjoy your fantastic machinery you've got underneath you?
It is, yeah. I really like this circuit. Actually, it flows really nicely, so it's a fun circuit to drive and just try and drive it smoothly and get some good lines and hopefully some good lap times.
Maybe some more battles in the second race this afternoon?
Maybe, hopefully. It depends, I guess, how many people can get out for the second race. Whether it's going to be much like the restart or a bit closer up the front, I don't know. But
great stuff. And a class victory for you. How's that for you?
That's good. Very pleased. Very pleased. I've missed a couple of rounds this year, so yeah, it's nice to chalk up another win.
Great stuff, Timmy. Thank you for the chat and well done on the class victory.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's have a chat to our Class A winner in Charlie Plain-Jones. I'll come this side of you, Charlie. Charlie, congratulations, Class A victory out there. How was that for you?
Well, it's a fast, long track for Little Austin Sevens, but we race with a sense of history. This is the 750 Club held one of the very first races here at Silverstone when it was an RAF base with oil drums and straw bales. So, yeah, we're the origin of the club and probably part of the origin of Silverstone as a circuit. So, yeah, it's a sense of occasion. And but it is a long, fast track for Little Austin Sevens, that's for sure. But no, it was great fun and it's good conditions. We might well have one or two personal bests today. And yeah, we enjoyed it. That's the main thing.
The general comment from the rest of the drivers in the top three there are that the track grip's not quite there. Was that from your point of view, Charlie? Do you agree?
Oh, the qualifying, I think it took a number of us by surprise. And yeah, we were drifting out there. We thought, with the warm weather and not much rain for a while, we thought we'd get a bit more than we did. And it caught a few people out, sadly. But, well, we managed to survive and finish. So, yeah. Very pleased. But yeah, it has been a bit bit more slippery than you might expect. I don't know who's been racing before us, but it's a bit polished in places.
My lips are sealed, Charlie.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. Well, I'm not talking about today. I'm talking there you go. But
Great stuff. So what do you take into the second race then?
well, I take from the fact that I've got to get a good start, because Mr. Haywood Cook in his single-seater, he's an unsupercharged car as well. We have two lots of Austin supercharged, which you've seen, Class B, and unsupercharged, and he's going quicker and quicker. So I've got to keep my eye on him definitely. Yeah, we're all good mates, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. There's some really historic cars here today, and you've met a couple of them already. So. Yeah,
absolutely. And we'll be talking to, I'm sure, on my little grid walk or pit walk at lunchtime. See how long I get.
Well, yeah. Well, you're very welcome to. Yeah, we love that. It's a great place to start, historic or any kind of motor racing. And one of the lads in our lot now is pit crew for Hamilton and Russell with Mercedes. So who knows where it might start. So yeah, young or old. I took it up when I retired, so I'm a newcomer to this lot.
Oh, Charlie, thank you so much for the chat. We'll let you get on and have some lunch in you.
Oh, yeah, that would be very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlie. We have one more race, so let's hand back up to our commentary team for the final race before lunch.
Yes, we've got two races today for the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship, and shortly we'll have the cars brought out onto the grid for the first of their two races. Just a little bit of clearing up that was required after that historic 750 Formula Series race, but I think that is largely done. Now can see grid marshals peeking their way through the pit wall and ready to head out onto the circuit to line up the cars for this race as and when they are released. But it's the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship rounds 9 and 10 that we have here today on the Silverstone International circuit, with just one more meeting to go at Mallory Park after this to make up rounds 11 and 12 of the championship. Coming into this weekend, it's Andrew Hayward that leads the championship from Class B. He has 73 points. Second from Class C is Stuart Much. He has 68 points. And then third on 66 points from Class A, so all three classes represented in the top three, Andy Hiley. He has 66 points, and it's Andy Hiley that is going to line up on pole position for this race. As I mentioned, three different classes. Classes A and B are based on power to weight ratio. Class C is exclusively for the MEV Exocet vehicles, Mills Extreme vehicles, with the sort of Mazda MX5 running gear. And they have their own separate class. Points scored within each individual class based on your finishing position there, and it is dependent on the number of starters in each class, how many points that you can pick up as well. So at best, I think we're only going to get 4 Class A cars, and I think also 4 Class C cars. So I would think that Class B, which is the most well supported, whoever wins that will be able to pick up a maximum 15 points, but that's not going to be the case for Classes A and C. Let's have a look at the grid then for this first race of the day for the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship. On pole position, it is going to be the man that leads Class A in the championship, number 53, Andy Hiley, and besides him is number 11, which is Paul Collingwood. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be number 50, number 64, Anton Landon, and number 50, Gary Goodyear. Row 3 of the grid is 24, Marcus Crook, and he has alongside him number 7, Stuart Much. Row 4 is number 1, Neil Turner, and number 30, Stuart Thompson. Row 5 is number 44, Marcus Roskill, and besides him is number 27, Andrew Hayward, the Class B leader, but only 6th within the Class B cars in qualifying. Row 6 is 78, Warren Vesey, and 58, Mickey Scott, so that's an all Class C row 6. Row 7 is 69, Gerard O'Donoghue, and 38, Jamie Bracher. Row 8 is 79, Sylvia Much, and 18, Colin Benham. Then it's row 9, 49, Simon Dodd, and 26, Alan Robinson, with number 99, Martin Gambling at the back, if he is there, but he only managed to complete 4 laps in qualifying, and none of them at a representative lap time. So that's the way the grid lines up ahead of the first of 2 15-minute races for these cars. And there you can see It is actually, yeah, no, that's interesting. We've got Paul Collingwood there in the number 11 car that's on the, what for me, unless there's been an amended grid, which I haven't seen, on the wrong side of the track. He's on pole position and Andy Hiley next to him, and it also looks like we've got the following row also flipped around. So yes, maybe a little bit of confusion here about the ordering of the grid. Yep, that's same on the third row as well. So we've got the grid completely inverted. Martin Gambling there, Marcus, there is there at the back, I can see.
Yes, the ex-low-cost racer, Martin Gambling, with his Eclipse, the Clive Hudson design cars. No Clive this weekend, but he had a cracking race at Thruxton with Andy Hiley, those Ford Duratec powered cars. The Kronos on pole, the Eclipse at the back with the Duratec, but the Eclipse of Paul Collingwood is a Honda powered car with more advanced aero tweaking on it. There's Anson Landon's Sienna, the African Moth on row 2, and Gary Goodyear with a Caterham, always a feisty combo.
So last few cars coming into place, then Gambling at the back in the Eclipse SM1. Just ahead of it is that Alan Robertson Ginetta G12 replica.
You've got road car suspension on it, road uprights and all kinds of stuff there.
So yeah, Gambling, yeah, at a jaunty angle. It'll be interesting to get off the line there. He's heading straight for the pit wall as things stand. Green flag is waved at the back. 15-minute race ahead of us. We're about to see the red light go on, and it goes out now, and it's...
That's why Martin Gambling was aimed over there, because he's gone past about 5 cars already. The red Eclipse at the inside, but it's the Kronos that leads, isn't it, from Collingwood's Eclipse. One of the MEV Exocets has made a rapid start. That's Stuart Much with the turbocharged Exocet. Was briefly third, now shaken down to fourth by Anton Landon and Sienna. And Collingwood must be about 9th, I should think. Or,
Gambling, yeah.
Gambling, sorry, 9th or 10th from the back.
Yeah, that's right. He'd had a great start, was making up well places on the mental finish. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10th, yeah, through there. So yes, you're about right. Turning their way out of the link onto the hang straight then for the first one. These are pretty rapid, these cars. 53 Andy Hiley in the Kronos it is that leads. Number 11 Paul Collingwood in second. In practice it was a 1 minute 9.622 for Andy Hiley, a shade under 96 miles an hour for a lap time.
It's impressive in a home-built car, isn't it?
Certainly is, and that was underneath his own lap record from 2020, which was a 1:11.35. So I suspect we'll see the lap record go today. There's another place made up by Gambling.
I think he's 6th now from the back of the grid, having aimed the car about 30 degrees to the right. And it seems to have worked. Someone's in trouble.
Someone is in trouble. It's the 44 car. That's Marcus Roskill, who seems to have lost power there by the looks of it. He's trying to get it restarted. I think he has managed to do so, and he'll get himself back into the race, but he's now right at the back of the field. So it's Hiley leading by 9/10 of a second at the end of the first lap, and there is Martin Gambling going up to 4th place now.
Okay, he's just demoted Stuart Much with the MEV Exocet R.
Yeah, so Stuart Much leading Class C. Neil Turner it is in the Caterham, number 1, that is leading. There he is, the white Caterham, the black roll cage that is leading in Class B. So he made a good start there, because it was Gary Goodyear on pole in the red Caterham S3, number 50, and he obviously has dropped back a little bit off the start line. As Roskill, he goes through as he tries to recover from that brief drama at Club a lap ago.
Day here again at Silverstone. Absolutely beautiful, nice, warm, sunny. Chilly this morning when we turned up,
yeah,
but it's morphed into perfect racing conditions.
Certainly has. So that's Neil Turner now ahead of Stuart Much. Then Stuart Much is going to try and come back at him, and there you can see the car just behind him, that red Caterham with the black nose. That is Gary Goodyear. So Much has got back ahead of Turner, and we're going to get the two Caterhams at the front of Class B together. Goodyear seems to carry a lot more speed through Abbey that time and might be about to attack into Village. We kind of lost him off to the left-hand side of our pictures there, but we'll see if Gary Goodyear did indeed make it through in just a moment or so, I think, as they head off towards the hang straight. No, he didn't. So it's Stuart Much there 4th. 5th is Neil Turner, and 6th is Gary Goodyear, returning to Sports Specials. He was a long-time competitor in kit cars a number of years ago.
Yep, and that battle here between Stuart Much with the MEV, who runs the company that puts those cars together, and so behind Freaky Parts there's hire deals available, a new car on the stock, I understand, for 2025. It's an ungainly looking machine, but really rapid, and some of them run with wings on the back, some don't, for what benefit that confers, but very interesting wheel to wheel through here. 27.
That's Andrew Hayward.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's important because he's leading the championship going into this weekend, but he might lose out to his predecessor, or one of his predecessors, Stuart Thompson, once again, as they are fighting for what is 3rd place within the class and 8th place overall. There's some more of the MEVs. I think we're in kind of Mickey Scott and Gerard O'Donoghue territory here, aren't we? Yes, it's 78 Warren Vesey today. He was out in a MEV at the last meeting, I think, but he's out in the Silver Phoenix today. There's John Elsey, our photographer, in action down there at the link, capturing the action through the right-hander. Producing some excellent work. Do check it out on the 750 Motor Club website and social media feeds after the meeting. But there we can see the battle for 5th position, Stuart Much with Neil Turner and Gary Goodyear, the 2 Class B leaders right behind him. Andy Hindley, meanwhile, has set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:09.411. He's been quicker than he went in qualifying now, so I actually think he's probably over 96 miles an hour that lap, and he beats his lap record by nearly 2 seconds from 4 years ago. That's really going some... and we've seen these lap times improving all season.
Yeah, they plundered the records at Thruxton.
Yes, they did.
Well inside 1:20 for the 2.3 mile circuit. Quite remarkable.
Yeah, really, really rapid, these cars. They're producing lap times that are probably quicker than Formula Ford or something like that. There we can see the Class B lead battle going through again. A bit further back is Stuart Thompson, who's third. He's about 7 seconds behind the battle for 1st and 2nd that we see here, just behind Stuart Much in the MEV, number 7. But it's number 53, Andy Hindley, that still leads from number 11, Paul Collingwood. Number 64, Anton Landon, is 3rd, just about to come across the line. And he's got Martin Gambling right behind him, so it might be a good opportunity to look at the battle for 3rd place, which is just going into Abbey Corner now, because we've got Anton Landon with Martin Gambling right with him, I can see, out of our commentary box window, as we were watching the battle a bit further back. There it is, coming down to Village now, the hairpin, and Martin Gambling up on the inside of Anton Landon for 3rd place, and he goes through in the number 99 car. And he also has some non-standard aero on the back of that Eclipse. He gets ahead of the Sienna of Landon up into 3rd place from the back of the grid, but he's got 10 seconds or so to make up on the leading 2.
In answer to the question you almost posed, Ian, Clive Hudson's new lap record at Thruxton was almost 4 seconds quicker than the predecessor. Ended up being 1:19.578, 106.58 miles an hour average for the Hampshire Airfield circuit.
They are really, really impressive lap times that these sports special cars, the front running ones, are
coming back at Gambling. They're side by side through Vale and into Club Corner. Into the second apex, that iridescent kind of red-coloured car of Gambling. Not as quick by the looks of things in a straight line as the Sienna. Sienna's a bit more grunt, but Gambling's got certainly some good handling.
It certainly does. Down towards Village again, and this is where he got through last time, but not able to repeat that. Landon wise to his attack from the previous lap, of course. But he might wriggle through in this little twisty section that takes him back onto the hang straight. He has done, I think. Yep, there he goes.
Fires it out onto the hanger.
So along the hanger straight they go with 7 minutes of the race left to go. We're working lap Number 7, again Landon probably with a bit more straight line speed, pulls out of the slipstream, goes to the outside line, he's being made to driven around the outside of Stowe.
Just breaks later.
He did brake later, and that's where maybe where that Eclipse has an advantage on the brakes possibly, and is able to maintain the
Has
position.
A smaller frontal area as well, which probably helps down the hanger.
In terms of the best lap times, Gambling's in a 1:10.957 and Landon's best is a 1:12.110. So Gambling theoretically is more than a second faster than Landon's car. As they turn on to their 8th lap of the race now, still Andy Hiley with the best lap of the race. He leads by 3.8 seconds, which is why we're not looking at the leaders too much, because they are well out in front of the rest, not particularly close to one another.
Yeah, it's not unusual for Andy Hiley to be well ahead. So racing the Kronos and its predecessor, Tadek, for many a long year, and he knows them inside out. He drives them incredibly quickly and makes very few mistakes.
Indeed, and Gambling, who raced in Low Costs and the Compact Cup before he picked up this Eclipse a few years ago now. He's been racing it probably 5 or, oh no, even more than that, I think 7 or 8 years probably he's been racing it. I seem to recall him.
Has its colour changed in that time?
Well, I think it's always been red. It may not have been the same red, but it's been a basically red car.
I think there are about 6 Eclipses in total.
Yeah.
One took a big whack here a few years ago. You see that, the putty coloured one that Clive Hudson campaigns. It's a works development car in inverted commas.
You just sense now that Gambling is just easing away a little bit from Landon, but he's
in the infield. He has he's much more fluid. His lines through there, and he maintains more momentum at that part, which he needs to do. He doesn't have to go onto the straight line.
Collingwood's slow. He's got his hand in the air. The man that was in 2nd place is about to lose that because Gambling is going to come up to pass him. So Paul Collingwood's car has broken, it would seem.
And there's an eclipse of the eclipses now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to see if there's anything obvious broken on it, but it's just looks like it's conked out pretty much. It's just going to cruise or coast towards the pit lane entrance.
Second DNF of the season for Collingwood. He also had a failure at Thruxton as well in the second of the races there. There is a scrap going on a bit further back. Ooh, that hasn't worked at all. The number 69 of Gerard O'Donoghue, who's in 14th position.
They do understeer, don't they, when there's when the front wheels are locked?
Yeah, certainly do. So Marcus Roskill, though, was also involved there, and he's recovering, of course, after that incident where he had to seemingly turn the car off and on again through Club on the opening lap of the race. But he now is under threat from, that's Mickey Scott, who had got ahead of and has now got back ahead of him on the way into Stoke. And just behind them, you've got 38 Jamie Bracher in the ex-Tony Southgate car. Tony Southgate, the president of the 750 Motor Club. Bridget Smart has also raced that car since then, as Marcus Roskill is, up on the inside of Mickey Scott to take that place back. So a nice little dice going on there between the cars in 2 different classes, Roskill in Class B and Mickey Scott, one of the Class C cars.
That's another one of those dices where the cars are good in different parts of the circuit, so it ends up as being a really tight battle.
The 18 car being lapped there is that of Colin Benham, the CB Phoenix. Colin, another former champion in sports specials of a few years ago. Not in that particular car. So Landon it is that is going through a shot there in 3rd place. So it's highly leading by 19 seconds from Gambling. There's about a second then between Gambling and Landon. And there is Andrew Hayward, who is still 4th behind Stuart Thompson in 3rd within Class B. And Warren Vesey Is he gaining on them? It looked like he might be, because he's at a personal best lap that time through to close by about 0.3 of a second. There is the battle for the Class B lead as well, just in behind Stuart Much, the Class C leader. But Neil Turner is trying to get back ahead of the Mev in his Caterham, because if he can get a car between himself and Gary Goodyear, his nearest rival in that class, that would be very much to his advantage. So Turner is just clipping the curb there on the way towards the link. Oh, and for second place, it's side by side all of a sudden. I wonder if Gambling's got a bit of a problem, because he seems relatively slow at this part of the circuit a lap ago.
Yeah, momentum just seems to ebb away.
Yeah, and Landon has got back through to, what, second position now after the demise of Paul Collingwood.
Maybe it's something intermittent, maybe something that caused the car to do so little in qualifying. But he's back on it.
Yeah.
This is the part of the circuit where he's quick.
It is. So it's and there's the battle involving Marcus Roskill and Jamie Prater, number 38. They're being caught, about to be lapped by these cars. Andy Hiley, meanwhile, is, I think, about to go on to his final lap of the race. The race leader, he's somewhere in front of these. I'm trying to spot where he is on the track.
Moving away from Gambling, so Gambling, I think, does have a problem.
Yeah, Hiley's just gone across the line to complete lap 12 now and go on to his last lap with 37 seconds to go.
I saw a lick of flame from the back of the Gambling car, but it might just have been overrun.
Yeah.
Down into Stowe. Landon's got that position. He's working his way through the lap runners. There's Roskill behind him now.
Yeah, they're past the last lap board, so they go on to the final lap as well. But yeah, not right, clearly, with Gambling's number 99 car. So neither of the clips is on full song.
Going to get caught by Stuart Much, not at this rate. Stuart Much in
No.
fourth place in car number 7's class, leading Mev Exocet R.
And Gambling still able to get past those slower class B cars. Landon picking his way through the traffic as well, past Alan Robinson's number 26 car, past, I think that's Mickey Scott's. May have those cars on 2 different laps as well. And we're just looking for Andy Hiley. He's just turning his way through Stowe Corner now, ahead of this group, so he'll be heading towards the checkered flag shortly. But Landon now looking pretty secure in second place. Here is Andy Hiley, first time we've seen him in several laps. He's turning his way through Club Corner for the final time. Number 53, Andy Hiley in the Kronos, comes through to take the checkered flag and win round number 9 of the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship. That is his 7th victory of the season. The only time he's been, well, he's not been beaten, because the only time he's not won the race is when he didn't go to Snetterton and Paul Collingwood won both of the races there. So highly victorious again, 7 from 7. Certainly looking good for the Class A Championship, even if he's going to be, might be starting for the overall honours by a lack of cars in his class. So Landon has taken 2nd, Gambling has taken 3rd. I think the only 3 cars that are on the leading lap that still need to finish then are the 2 Class B leaders and the Class C leader. That should be coming through shortly. They are yet to come through. They're just down at Stowe Corner now, I reckon. Neil Turner and Stuart Much and Gary Goodyear. They will be among the next cars to come through at the end of this race. There is a back marking car in there. Yeah, it's Stuart Much who's going to get 4th place, snatches it on the line. But Neil Turner, he's very happy to have won Class B from Gary Goodyear by about 2 or 3 tenths of a second. Very close between those 2 Caterhams, a good battle between those 2 in that one. And I think that's everyone else that has finished the race. So it was Andrew Hayward who did finish behind Stuart Thompson, so 4th place for him today. So not the haul he might have liked of Class B points. Let's have a look at the result of this, the final race before the lunch break. Andy Hiley it was that took the win in the Kronos HR1S in car 53 after a 13-lap race. Second's number 64 Anton Landon in the Sienna, 19.5 seconds adrift. Third, number 99 Martin Gambling, hanging on in the eclipse. Fourth, number 7, Stuart Much, who won Class C for the Mevs. Fifth, number 1, Neil Turner, who won Class B. From second place in that class, number 50, Gary Goodyear, and third place in that class, number 30, Stuart Thompson, who was a lap down on Hiley. Then 8th overall was 27, Andrew Hayward, 9th overall, 78, Warren Vesey, and 10th overall, number 24, Marcus Crook, ahead of Mickey Scott, Marcus Roskill, Jamie Bracher, and Gerard O'Donoghue, with Colin Benham, Sylvia Much, and Alan Robinson the only other finishers, with Paul Collingwood retiring to the pits a few laps before the end. But that brings to an end this morning's racing here at Silverstone. We do have 5 more races to come after the lunch. We're back underway at around about 1:40 with the 2-hour race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, followed by the 5 Club MX5 Cup, Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, and the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship for its second race to round out the weekend of racing here at Silverstone.
About 45 minutes then, yeah.
Something like that, yeah, about 45 minutes for the marshals and for everyone else to grab some lunch. So very shortly we will be heading down to Parc Ferme to hear from Kieran McGinley. He's also going to keep everyone on the live stream entertained through the lunch break as well, having a bit of a pit walk. Let's head down to him now though.
And that brings an end to our sports specials there, and we have our overall and Class A winner in Andy Hiley. Andy, you're on your own out there, but my goodness, what a machine you've got.
Yeah, I was surprised. The first couple of laps, I didn't think I was pulling away from him much. And then gap opened up a bit, and then it started to really open up. I don't know if Paul decided to save his tyres for the next race or what, I'm not sure. But yeah, it all went very well in the end, didn't it?
Was that a part of your strategy towards the end, just save the tyres for the next one?
Yeah, I was slowing up to save knock a little bit of temperature out of it as well as save the tyres, yeah.
I mean, around the international track, how is your machine around here?
Oh, it's a good car around here. It works really well in high-speed stuff.
So your Cronus works pretty well then, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it does. It works very well, yeah.
So what are you taking to this afternoon then?
What am I taking to the afternoon? Much of the same. Try the same again.
Worked the first time, should work the second time, right?
That's the way I see it, yes.
Great stuff. Andy, thank you for the chat, and go and enjoy your lunch. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. And let's have a chat now to our Class B winner in Neil Turner, although the number 1 isn't here. Stuart Much is here, though, so we'll have a chat to Stuart instead. Stuart, Class C winner, congratulations. How's that for you?
Hot. Yeah, it's a warm morning, and it's hot out there. But yeah, it was really good. I had a really good race with Neil and Gary behind me. They were keeping me keen, keeping me really honest, and every little mistake they picked up on. Neil got around me a couple of times, and I just had to keep backing him back up to Gary to distract him so I could get away. But yeah, the car worked really well. The BS Motorsport engine worked fantastically with the gearbox conversion as well. So yeah, really happy.
So good battling, class victory. So more of the same this afternoon then?
I hope so. Yeah, I need to get some points on the board after an unfortunate incident at Cadwell. Meant I've dropped a few points, but there's the championship overall lead up for grabs. I think not far off.
Yeah, absolutely, and a strong showing from you today will help you out there, won't it?
I hope so. Yes. Yeah, we just need more cars on the grid so we can score more points.
So if you're watching this and you want to get out there,
yes, buy a Mev and come race with us.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, buy a Mev, come race with us.
Yeah. Absolutely, and help Stuart score some more points.
Yep, fantastic.
There you go, that's the advert done, Stuart. Congratulations, go and enjoy your lunch.
Thanks a lot, cheers.
Thank you very much, and well, let's have a look here. Neil Turner, I can't see him, so I'm sure I'll try and catch up with him in a lunch break. Meantime, though, we're going to go into a lunch break, but when we come back, we're going to go for a little bit of a pit walk and see who we can find, who we can collar, and who actually wants to speak to me. We'll be back after the ad break. Well, welcome back here, and well, we've got a bit of a lunch break. That means we get to have a walk around and see who we can bother in the pit lane. Oh, exciting. Well, I'm currently here in the historic 750 MC garage, and well, we've got here a fantastic range of machinery and drivers to have a chat to. So if you don't know already, it's 75 years since the 750 motor championship all started out, and we get to explore that today with the range of machinery on display. Just to your left there, that is Bill Cowley, of course, won in the class there. We've already spoken to him in his Warren 750F. In fact, he's just getting suited back up. You're not going back out there again, surely, Bill? But yeah, you can just see the meticulous work it takes to keep these cars up to spec as well. I was chatting to Charlie Plain-Jones earlier on, just off camera, about his Bill Cowley special, and how it's based on the 1930s chassis, and it's got a little bit of, modern day necessities on it, but they've tried to keep it as, true to period as possible. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, we've got, for example, I believe this is Greg Thurston's Rawson Special 750cc, and the man from Bromyard gets to drive this car to his heart's content. It's really quite something, isn't it? I mean, you can just see. You get up close, you can see the nuts and bolts that keep this thing together. I mean, it is just absolutely teleports you back in time to when it was, racing was just literally bolting everything together and making sure you drove it fast. Not much technology, of course, back then, but still, it's great to see the sort of bare bones. I mean, you have a look inside here. Have a look in there, Luke, in the number 26, Mike Whitby's Centaur Mark 16. And you can see, well, all the stickers around it as well. A pair of gloves here as well, if anybody's looking for them. They're there. They were there when I left. Honest, Honour, Your Honour. Let's have a look and see if we can have a chat to some mechanics as well, working away at the cars. This is for 41, so this is Christopher Jones. Looks like they're having a look at the rear axle there. Just having a look through, seeing what's happening. But yeah, the car's being jacked up. And we'll see what happens there. We've also got to my left here is the number 65. So that's Jörg Schneider's Race Kits Merlin. 850cc, I believe, underneath the engine there. Thing is, we chose the lunch break to come in. This is when all the drivers are on their lunch and having a snack and whatnot. I'm being pointed at. That's normally a good sign.
How are you doing? All right.
I'm good. How's yourself?
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
Sorry, I've caught you in the middle of lunch here.
That's all right. That's everything's on the run here. But I was just wondering. Just over there, we got 3 Austin 7s for sale, hoping that somebody will come along and want to invest and come and join this fantastic group. I mean, look at them all. Absolutely amazing, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, where's your machinery, sir?
Mine is the red single-seater down there.
The red single-seater, is that 66 by any chance?
66.
Ah, so that would make you Nick Hayward-Cook in an Austin 7.
It would make me that.
So, I mean, talk us through your Austin 7. I mean, we're not near it right now, but we'll try and walk around later.
Yeah, well, the history of it was that in 1970-odd, it was a nippy. And in those days, you're too young, but in those days, there were lots of people taking bodies off Austin 7s and all sorts of vintage cars and creating specials, right? And that was no exception. But interestingly, that car was built by Don Rawson. And of course, Don Rawson is a legend with the 750 Club. And so Don Rawson and another guy called Dave Evans campaigned it. Another chap called Dave Tedham had it for a while, so unless your name was Dave, you weren't going to actually have anything to do with that car. But I think they got fed up with it in the end and decided that Nick should have it. So Nick's got it, and I've had it for 35 years, through various iterations and rebuilds and so on and so forth. So it's been fantastic. So I race it with the 750 Club, mainly, VSCC as well. It's just a bundle of fun. And the great thing is with Austin 7s, once you've bought the car, the budget's low. So it is an ideal car for young people, if they can got the capital to buy the car. So there we have it.
There we have it, a great history lesson there. We could sit listening to you all day, I think.
Well, yeah, I think you've got other more interesting people to talk to, surely.
They've got to stick with me, unfortunately.
Excellent.
Well, Nick, I'll let you finish off your crisps, your unbranded crisps, and I'm sure we'll see you out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done, guys. Fantastic work.
Thank you very much, Nick. Go and enjoy your lunch. You've earned it. Let's see here. We have... I recognise Charlie Plain-Jones. I spoke to Charlie Plain-Jones for 750 Motor Club back at the Austin Centenary in Snetterton in 2022. He's already a class winner today. Charlie, good to see you again. I promised you I'd come back, and here I am.
Well, welcome to our hospitality area. This is as much part of a race weekend as anything, is the hospitality that we run for members of our formula. And as you can see, everybody enjoys it. It's all done by raffle tickets, and yeah, it bonds everybody, and we're all busy helping each other out. If we can get somebody back on the track, despite whatever's happened, then we will. So yeah, makes it all a lot more fun, you know.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the sort of vast variety of different machinery, different eras as well. How's that feeling for you?
Oh yeah, I mean the innovation that's gone down over the years since 1949 when it was born has been remarkable. And you know, certainly in the early days, the number of people who went on to be really significant in Formula One racing started out with the 750. You know, we've got a big long who's who of people from Colin Chapman through to Graham Hill and people of that ilk, Bruce McLaren. They all started out with 750 racing. So perhaps not so much now, but as I said, one of our young men is now pit crew for Mercedes. So, you know, there is still a thread there if you want to follow it. But then there's a lot of us who are at the other end of the age scale who are, you know, enjoying our racing, and it's the informality that appeals to people.
You're certainly enjoying your racing because you got a class win today as well.
I did, yes, yeah. I was lucky that we've had a bit of attrition today, and one or two notable ones have had disappointing days, and we're very sorry about that because, you know, that's not really why we want anybody to end their day. We've all had it at some point, but generally these cars are fairly reliable. And but no, today's, you know, we have lost one or two, but no, I was very pleased with that. The car went well. Practice wasn't, qualifying wasn't so good. My battery suddenly decided to go fut, and I was on 4 cylinders, 3 cylinders, 2 cylinders, then I wasn't on any cylinder. But no, we've recovered it, fast recharge, and we're back on form.
Back on form as well. Well, we look forward to seeing you out on track this afternoon, Charlie.
Yeah, please. Oh, yeah, looking forward to it. Conditions are good, and we shall have another good race. Hope it entertains everybody.
Sure it will, Charlie. Go and enjoy the rest of your lunch. We'll stop bothering you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's see where we can go next. Are there any drivers next to cars? That's normally a good sign that we can have a chat to them if that is the case. This might be Ben... Yes, this is Ben Bolt's machine. We have... oh, is this your car, sir?
It's my car.
Is this yours?
No.
No.
That's the man you want to talk to.
That's the man I want to talk to. Well, I'll talk to you first. No? I'm being ushered away now. I'm being ushered away now. Let's see if I can barge in here and have a chat to Ben Bolt. Let's see. Ben, I believe, sorry, I butted in here. Ben, we just wanted to speak to you on the stream here about your machine. Is that all right? I've interrupted lunch again. This is not good. Ben.
You want to have a look at my birthday cake as well?
We'd love to look at your birthday cake. Come on then. We're already going off track and I'm loving it.
Sorry?
Get the camera on that. 80th birthday. Is that today, Ben, your birthday?
No, it was Tuesday.
Oh, happy birthday anyway. That looks brilliant. So that's you there. Do you know whenabouts that was?
I haven't got a clue. John would tell you because he provided the photograph that Margaret made the cake from. So, yeah.
Oh, brilliant stuff. So it's a good birthday present then?
Yeah, it's good. You know, unfortunately, seems a bit slippy out there, but I was just talking to Chris, and he's got the same issues. I mean, at Cadwell Park, it was handling like an absolute dream, no problem. But here, it's sliding off to the left on right-hand corners, and I just can't stop it. So I've run it on the rumble strips 3 times, but then on the last, penultimate lap, I was lying in third, and it was going to be an easy third because they were a long way back. And unfortunately, one of the Austin 7s, I wasn't sure what had happened, but Sam was behind me and he saw it. And The Austin 7, as I was starting to overtake it, he changed from one side of the track to the other, and I had to take avoiding action a bit quick, and it spun the car, which was a shame. But it's racing. What do you expect? You know,
And so, sort of going into this afternoon, then hopefully your fortunes change then.
yeah, it just depends on where we are on the grid to start with. I mean, I always get good starts, but that's because I did a lot of hill climbing. I'm used to having to take a car off the line as quick as possible, and I can do that. But it's the rest of it is driving, because it was when I drove the Austin 3 years ago. It was 59 years since I'd circuit raced. So I'd been off the track for 59 years, and it took me till last year at Donington to get the spherical objects to be able to cope with going into a corner with a load of cars around me.
Very well phrased, Ben.
Yeah, and I actually managed to do that, and now it doesn't bother me. If there's cars around me, I just stick to my line, and that's it, you know.
It's great to hear, Ben. I mean, talk us through your Centaur. What's the history behind it?
It's been owned by quite a few people. The last person that actually raced it was Nigel, I can't think of his surname, I think it begins with a H. It's Nigel Howard, I think. And Nigel was second at Silverstone when he used the last time the car was run. Unfortunately, when I bought it, it had changed hands but not been raced. But there was a lot wrong with it. It was a death trap. For example, it had got one wheel bearing that was really loose, another wheel bearing was tight at the back. The brakes had never worked on the new drums that were on it because the cylinders were rusted solid. And so as you go forward on the car, it was like that from back end to front end. It was a right mess. But, you know, it's just how it is. Some people's idea of maintenance is different to others. And I'm lucky because Ambrose is a good friend of mine, and Ambrose has helped me to get the car. You know, because obviously I am out most days between 9:30 and 10:30, get back at 7 because my wife's in a care home. So I spend every day in a care home. So Ambrose has been coming over in the evening for a couple of hours or in the morning for a couple of hours, and we've worked on the car and we've managed to do it. So
it's amazing to have you on the grid, Ben. That's for sure. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and enjoy the rest of your birthday celebrations.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Ambrose.
Thank you very much, Ben. Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Let's have a look, see how much time have we got left. It's 1:10 right now, so it's probably about, I would probably guess about 20 minutes before we throw back. That's only a guess, but that means you're stuck with me for another 20 minutes. So if that's good news to you, then that's good news to me. Let's see drivers around cars. Now, we have the number 99 here, so we've got David Lewis. Is this going to be David Lewis, one of these drivers? Excuse me. Are you David Lewis by any chance? Pardon? Are you David Lewis by any chance?
Yes.
You are. Fantastic. We're on the stream. Would you like to have a chat with us?
Really? Yes.
You don't sound convinced.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, fantastic. No, David, so this is a Jeffrey Mark 1B. Talk us through it. What's the history behind it?
The history behind it is... just hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, we'll get some shots on the car there, Luke. It's a fantastic...
Very well recently, and I can't get my head around certain things, so...
Oh, no problem, no problem. Take all the time you need. We're live, so...
Oh, yeah? Oh,
yeah. Probably should have led with that, but never mind, it's okay. Ignore that. Everyone ignore that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I bought this 3-4 years ago from Mike Whitby, and I've been improving it slightly as the seasons have gone on.
And you've got beautiful weather to drive it in as well. I mean, what's it like to drive one of these?
Fascinating. It's like a go-kart. Goes around corners like nobody's business.
And I mean as well, I mean, yeah, talk us more. I mean, we've got the sort of open engine here. It's completely open to the elements there.
Yes, it is, yeah. But it keeps you warm in the winter.
That's a good idea. Didn't think of that. Didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Let's get a close-up of that engine as well, so you can all see at home. Oh, watch yourself, David. Yeah, so open to the elements, keeps you warm in the winter then?
Yes, it does, yeah. But we don't compete in the winter.
That's very true, actually, yeah. So we've got the heat in there. I mean, does that actually affect you in the cockpit? Do you sort of get warm legs at all?
Not really, no. You're too busy concentrating on the track to worry about anything else.
That's a good point, actually, yeah, too focused on racing around you. I mean, how's the racing been today so far for you?
Very good. Been quite exciting. Yeah, just
Yeah, and how's this afternoon looking for you? What, did you any lessons learned from race 1 to take into race 2?
Yes. Try and be first.
Good lesson. Good lesson.
Yeah, all right.
David, I'll leave you to the rest of your lunch, but thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Right, let's see if we've got other drivers next to cars. That's again normally a good sign that is their car, but as I've already found out on this walk through, that's not necessarily normally the case. We have drivers around. We do have someone up ahead. I'm sorry, I'm walking way too fast for you, Luke, but I'm just so excited. So excited to get some drivers talking to us. Let's have a chat here. This might be Peter Marsh. Well, it's certainly Peter Marsh's car that's being worked on here. You can see the front of the engine just around here. And this would be Peter Marsh's Austin Pigsty Super Snort. Great name anyway, if nothing else. You can see there, I believe it's 747 cc, so just shy of 750. But it's a wonderful machine. I mean, it just, I would say it's a really look back. It's almost like having a time machine, seeing all the beautiful machinery around here. Have we got any more drivers next to cars? I don't think we do, but I think, to be fair, they're all on lunch probably, so that probably makes sense. Actually, there's a driver walking behind you there, Luke. This might be Peter Marsh. Are you Peter Marsh, sir? I am, yes, Peter. Good to meet you. We're just live on the live stream here. Wanted to hopefully have a chat with some drivers.
Good.
Would you like to be talked to?
Yes, no problem.
Oh, fantastic, Peter. I mean, talk us through your Austin Pigsty. First of all, the name. We've got to know about the name. How did that come about?
Well, it was built by Pigsty in the Pigsty Engineering down in Lingfield in the 80s. It was raced by a guy called Paul Lawrence and then a chap called Bernie Atkinson who crashed it in 2016. I bought it in January, and Pigsty have straightened the chassis and done a lot of work on it, rebuilt the engine, so it's the second time out. First time was at Kerbera last weekend, and it was dreadful. Everything kept dropping off and breaking and whatever. Fixed all that, and out today, and there's a good car in there. Batteries run down, unfortunately, because I was sat in the pits with the rad fan on that took all the juice. So I'm just charging it. Got to put everything back together again. I'll be out later on at 4:30.
Great stuff, and it's great to see the tools out as well, just to give it the mend as well if you need it.
Absolutely, yes. It's quite complicated in a way, but it runs well. There's a good car in there trying to get out. It's just a driver that, needs some coaching.
Yeah, well, there it is. But if someone wanted to sort of join the historics 750s, what would you sort of say to them? What advice would you give?
Well, start off with one of the old Austin 7s and just run that. There's a guy here, Matt from Practical Classics, whose first race was, I think, last meeting. And he's got, I'm not sure where his car is. Don't know where it is, but it's a fairly basic one. He started and he's very much into it now. Although he did forget to put his race shoes on and had to run back and put his race shoes back on. But no, get an old one. You've got to set your ARDS test, your racing drivers, which is enormously difficult. But if I got through it, anybody can get through it. So you've got to pass that, and then you're in. You get a yellow cross on your back, on the back of your car, and off you go. It's great fun.
That's a good advert for it, Peter.
Great fun. And the camaraderie in here, the guys are all nice. They all give you a helping hand. Nice, friendly club. It's good. What's not to like?
What's not to like, Peter?
Silverstone, lovely.
Absolutely, Peter. Thank you so much for talking with us. It's a pleasure to chat you.
And to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Enjoy the rest of your lunch, won't you? Watch your toolbox. Right, let's see. I don't think we've got any more drivers next to cars. So what we have going on right now, as you probably see behind me, is the Club Enduro starting to make their way to, I believe, the assembly area. There you go. Stockford and James make their way through on the on there. There's the 55 making its way through as well. So they're all now making their way up towards the I think it is the assembly area. So we just saw Paul Simerson and Richard Stanton in the 55 there passing through. And I will just take a walk down because 750 Motor Club announced recently that they were going to have a new series here, the 750 Motor Club Swift Sport Challenge, which is a new series, age 16 and upwards suitable for, and it's age entry-level formula that introduces the next generation of cost and build control from the 750 Motor Club. Now, Scott Parkin, I believe, is running one of the Suzuki Swifts this weekend to give it a sort of test run. So I just wanted to see if Scott was about to have a chat with him and see what Darkside have done to develop the car and how it's all going. I mean, you can just see the number 2 in there. I don't know if you can see that, Luke, that red, yellow, grey, all sorts of colours on there. We'll see on there, but I know Darkside work hard in making sure that everything works to a T. But you'll see in here, this is the Suzuki Swift that's going to be the basis of the entire championship. So we'll get a good look at this then for the Swift Sport. I'm right in the way of some engineers, so I'll jump out of the way there. Make sure I don't get too much in the way. I don't think Scott's around at the moment. I can't see him. But this is what the drivers will be racing then. And, well, just having a look here, just going through here, it's going to be unlimited, inclusive, untimed practice, qualifying to allow testing, novice familiarisation. There's options as well for arrive and drive if this is a car that you want to have a look at. Just looking at the technicals, it's based on the durable 2006 to 2010 and 11 Mark 1 1.6 VVT Suzuki Swift Sport, and there's sort of a concise control parts list, including a multi-point bolt-in roll cage, a seat rail kit from Safety Devices designed specifically for the Swift Sport Challenge. The suspension is upgraded with a yellow sealed speed racing kit from Tegawa.com, and the cars will run a heavy-duty 15-inch speedline wheels with a road-legal, quantity-controlled tyre. All modifications strictly limited to allow for a quick turnaround of the cars. Identical specs for even minor parts to ensure the ease of support and spares at events, and so driver choice will be limited to little more than the steering wheel, seat and brake pads, whilst remaining components will be available as part of a comprehensive DIY build kit. The idea is it keeps the costs low, attracting newer drivers and hopefully getting more Suzuki Swifts onto the grid. And it's always great to see sort of a newer car on the grid, a newer chassis, a newer model. You don't see many Suzuki Swifts racing. So 750 Motor Club, fair enough to give you the result and give you the chance on that one. So that's the new championship that's going to be on there. If you do see some Suzuki Swifts racing out there, this is going to be one of them. Scott Parkin will be driving one of them out there today. So let's have a look and see. There were a couple of drivers I actually missed during the race results. I had them noted down here. There was one I missed right at the very start with Matthew Hallam in an MX5. So we'll do my best to try and find him, because I do want to chat to him about his win, because he nicked it right on the line, and we'll see that. I've also got to watch out for cars making sure I don't get hit. That's probably the best idea. That's Robert Fennick and Andrew Shepherd there, just now leaving, making their way now onwards to the assembly area. This was not the greatest time for me to walk across this garage, was it, when everybody's trying to leave to now get to the assembly area. And I'll see now. I might be going in the wrong direction to try and find them, but hey, we'll see if there's some Club Enduro drivers ready to have a chat with us. There's the number 82, which has conveniently got one of the drivers crossed out. So we'll see if we can have a chat before they get on the road. It's Ben Williams who is around there. I think that might be Ben suiting up right now. I'll see if I can have a chat to Ben before he gets out there. Ben, quick word, quick chat. Ben Williams?
No, Ben is
Ben?
over there.
Ben's over there. All right, what's your name, sir?
I'm Bruno. I'm with Ben.
Oh, you're with Ben, so you're racing in the car this weekend?
Yeah, the second driver, yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Oh, good to know. So, Bruno, what's the sort of feeling going into the race then? I know we haven't got long, but what's your feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good because I was actually here to help Ben, and then today I found out that I was actually racing. So I didn't have much time to think about it.
Is that good news or bad news?
That's very good news. Yeah, that's what
good
I love
answer.
To do. That's what I love to do, so we just go and do it.
Absolutely. So what's the plan for today then?
Sorry?
What's the plan for today then? Where's the sort of hoping you'll finish?
Right, we qualified quite good in my perspective. So he will come in and he'll just try to keep his position, driving consistently, as we spoke before, between me and him. And then I'll try to move forward as soon as I get in the car.
So will it be yourself or Ben starting?
Ben.
Ben starting, so you'll take over. So is that a little bit of pressure to make sure the car gets to the checkered flag?
Not really. I don't really feel that pressure. I feel excitement. And if that's what I can say, yeah. I just enjoy so much, and Silverstone is sort of my home circuit. I live around here, so it'll be great.
Great stuff, Bruno. Enjoy the race today. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Let's see then. Now, we've got a driver in the car there. That's Saunders, who's jumped in the car. Thing is, though, we're right in the crossfire now. So this is when drivers will be starting to leave and making their way down there. So we were very lucky to chat to Bruno there, because most of the drivers will be up and away now, ready to get their start on. There's those Suzuki Swifts. They followed us. Look, they really did follow us, didn't they? Whew. Back off on those Swifts, eh? Definitely don't want to be followed by them too much, that's for sure. Right, let's have a look and see if I can find more drivers to have a chat to. That pit lane goes all the way to the very end. So let's have a little stroll up here. Of course, the Club Enduro 2-hour race that's going to be upcoming with a mandatory pit stop, fuel as and if needed. Scott Parkin not on pole position, quite interestingly. He'll be starting from second place in that diesel machine. Just behind you there's the number 34 just making its way through. And that's Gregory Saunders and that Seat Cupra TCR, who will be making his way towards the grid now. We have some cars here, but I reckon we're not going to find one of the people that I did want to chat to, which was Neil Turner. Well, this is his car. No, that's Stuart Mutch's car. So no, I can't tell a 7 from a 1. That's what we found out today. Well, any of these? No, these aren't the number 1. So that's a huge shame. I did want to chat to Neil Turner and find out about his class victory, see how it all went, but it doesn't seem to be around at this moment in time. So we'll press on and see who else we can have a chat to. We might have to go slightly further down the pit lane to see if we can chat to some more drivers. Thing is, they're all on their lunch now. They don't want to speak to me. Some of them even having some unbranded crisps as well. Why not? Why not? We might be heading back up to the historic 750s again, but that's no problem at all. There might be some more drivers that have come back. Obviously, trying to speak to some drivers that are heading to the grid is never an easy one. We've got work being done there to 1 or 2 cars in here as I just take a step in. One of them is Richard Carter, I think it is, and the number 88 being worked on. Let's see if we can find some more drivers to have a chat to. They might be over this side, to be fair. There's Peter lounging on the deck chair out there. That's good to see. Nice and relaxed at this point. I have a look at this 53 though, by the way. See if I can find a little bit more on it. It might not be an historic formula. Oh no, we did speak about this car though. I do remember this car coming up. So yeah, it's a beautiful machine, isn't it? Wonderful. Just needs that front end on, but obviously that will come later on. But I mean, just have a look at this whole section here. I mean, this is 75 years this 750 Formula has been running for now. All the way back in 1949 is when it started. So this is going to include machinery from the 1930s. We saw there's Charlie Plain Jones's machine is a 1930s, I believe, chassis that's then built on a couple of modern commodities on there, like individual suspensions on the front axle, just modern day necessities to make sure that the car does perform as well as possible. But they do everything they can to try and run the period pieces or as close to period as possible to make sure that these cars are as close to when they were racing as possible, which is great to see. And a lot of talk about some Austin 7s, about, you know, buying those as an entry level and getting in that way as a way to just making sure that we see them there in their glory. Have a back at the start of the pit lane for the MX5s. I'm hearing in my ear. That sounds like a good idea. And I've got to remember which way they are as I head out here. We'll go to the start of the pit lane. I think I heard where the MX5s, where they're living. So let's have a walk and a wander down there to do that. I mean, it's a wonderful day at Silverstone. Nice and sunny, dry. We did hear from some of the historic 750 formulas, actually, that there was a lack of grip out there. But I think that's to do with the tyres they're running. They're very, very skinny. They're at the end of the pit lane. I got corrected there. There we go. I interrupted myself there. So they're the more skinnier tyres. So that would probably be why they're not running as much grip, because on these modern cars now, they're much wider tyres, allow you to have more of a contact patch, so you get more grip and so on and so forth. I was chatting to Charlie Plain Jones. He's running, I think it was I can't remember the brand name now, but it wasn't the Dunlops. He wasn't running those in the car, but you know, all of the drivers there were sort of saying about how much of a lack of grip there is going into that. So that's something they'll have to watch out for in the second race. But it's a lovely, beautiful day here. We've got some gentlemen here enjoying the shade, I think. I think that's the best way we can put it. Enjoying that shade, lovely. And then we can see some more of the 750 formulas in there. And Mighty Minis. Aha, so we've got Mighty Minis. Who wants some Mighty Minis to have a chat to? Let's see who's on in here. As I try and just to flick through my notes to get to the Mighty Minis. Of course, they've got the one, they had their race earlier on, and we saw with the Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis, both of them pretty having a very, very close result there. Sam Slater was the winner there, and we saw how absolutely sweating he was from it. We've got Mighty Minis, Super Mighty Minis, and we've got the MX5s out here as well. A few drivers hanging around on this lunch break, which is good to see. We'll see if we can have a chat to some of them there. I think over in the distance there might be, as I flick through my notes, it might be Ben Short, actually. Yes, I think it might be, because we saw Ben wasn't happy with the end of that race. So I wonder if we can have a chat to him. We see the number 1 there, so that's flick through to the MX5, so that's Jordan Johnson. And we might be able to see if we can get up close and personal with that Jordan Johnson car. You might see some of the MX5s have been a little bit into the wars there. You can see the front right of Adrian Johnson's MX5. You see there the little bit of dents there. I can see that from here. We get nice up close and personal with that. But you'll see that there's some battle scars. To be fair, they might not necessarily be from today either, but there's definitely some tyre marks here. I mean, this is how close the MX5 racing gets. Have a look at the Oak Richardson machine as well, sort of the blue with the yellow stars on it as well. You've got more of the tyre marks at the front there. And yeah, a bit of rear paint that's come off at the back here as well. Again, it's close quarters racing and then some. And then you've got Jordan Johnson, where there is, I don't know if you can tell from this angle, that there is some dents and bruises on the door, the left-hand side door. But we might have a see if we can chat to drivers again. We might see if we can chat to Ben Short. See if I can slip in here and have another chat with Ben. We spoke earlier on. Ben, are you happy for another chat on our lunch break live stream? Yeah, perfect. Obviously, on your lunch break now, I mean, this is more just to sort of drive in these MX5s. I mean, how are they? Because normally when we see MX5s, they're very close quarters. I mean, we can see some battle scars already. I mean, what's it like to drive them?
So the cars are really even in their performance. We're all on the same tyre. We've all got the same engine within a few horsepower of one another. So, yeah, the cars are so equal that it's just really down to the driver and the setup, and that's what makes the racing so close, and also helps keep the cost down, because you can't buy any extra performance because the rules are written the way they are.
Yeah, and a lot of MX5 racing comes down to sort of working together. So obviously you have to make those, I mean, what would you call them, alliances towards the end or towards the start of a race? When do you sort of break that alliance and try and break away? I'm
not even sure if alliance is the right word. I mean, obviously, some people within a team might do it like that, but normally, if you've got a choice of cars in front of you that you can work with, you pick the car that's already got the best advantage, i.e. the inside of the corner or something like that. But yeah, normally you would, what would you call it, brake station or something, once you've built a comfortable gap, so as not to get caught by the cars behind, basically.
Yeah, and that's probably a reason why you're sort of leading that championship at the moment. You've got this down to a T at the moment.
Well, not quite in the last one. And we're due a reverse grid now. I think 9 came out of the ball bag. So I think I'll be starting 8th. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, we've had a good run so far this season. And we've had a couple of other drivers in the team who have also done really well, like Dave Williams and Thomas Holland and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's been a really good start to the year.
You got a nice day for it as well. Sun absolutely beaming down here.
Yeah, well, I'm not as young as I was, and I'm a little bit faster than I was. So the heat doesn't do me any good, I'll be honest.
Thank goodness they're only 15-minute races,
exactly, yeah, I think 20 minutes would be too much.
So obviously you're starting around about 8th or 9th place. What's it going to be like trying to battle your way through the field?
Oh, you can't even odds it until the race starts. Obviously, you just want to get a clean start, and it's quite a long run until you have to hit the brakes for turn 3. So try and get a good start. try and put yourself in a position where you're on the inside for the braking zone of turn 3, and then yeah, after that you've just got to see what develops for you throughout the race. But a couple of quick guys in front, so might try and build an alliance with them if you like, and see if we can help one another, and yeah, get to the front as quickly as possible, and then get heads down.
There you go, Alliance's word of the day, apparently. There we go, it's catching on, Ben. Yeah. Thank you so much for chatting to us. I'll leave you to the rest of your lunch. Enjoy.
Thanks very much.
See you later.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Ben Short. Then let's see, we haven't got many more drivers in here, I'm afraid. So we'll just gawk at some MX5s then. But I mean, as Ben was explaining as well, making sure that you know, those close quarter battles, just making sure that, in essence, it's a case of working together to some degree, but it's breaking that alliance. There's that word again. In that case, there you can see the number 44. You see the red tape here. I love this. Motorsport wouldn't be anywhere nowadays without a little bit of gaffer tape then to keep everything together. Oh, wonderful. That's Matthew Hallam. So this is the car that won the first heat today. I can't find a driver with it though, unfortunately. The helmet and gloves are in there, so he won't have gone too far. But yeah, we can have a look at making sure we have a look at the engine here as well. The 16-valve engine, the 16-valve Mazda engine there, the guts of it all on show. And it's this championship then, the 5 Club MX5 Cup, is from the original architect of MX5 racing in Europe. It's a tightly controlled one-make championship, as Ben was explaining to us. It's very strictly controlled about what parts you can use. And the regulation-compliant cars can be bought from around £6,000. So a relatively cheaper way in, and making sure that we can do that. But yeah, that's a race-winning car so far this weekend. And there's Neil Burrows, I think that is, and the number 31 as well. Obviously, really good to see the orange hearts here as well for Neil Burrows, and of course back here as well we've got the Orange Army, the hashtag here. Great to see for Burrows there. And of course, a big shout out to our Orange Army out there on track who make sure this weekend and any race day runs as smoothly as possible. So we really couldn't go without their volunteering help. So it's great to see the orange hearts that are on some of these cars as well. What we'll do then is we'll go to a quick ad break. When we come back, there'll be more pit lane chat to talk about. We'll see you in a bit.
So we're all set then for the first race of the afternoon, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's a 2-hour race around the international circuit here at Silverstone at the 750 Motor Club race meeting. 5 races left to come this afternoon. You're in the company of Kieran McGinley in the pit lane and Marcus Pye and myself, Ian Soman, in the commentary box, with the cars having been released out onto the track for the first of 2 green flag laps, which they will have ahead of a rolling start for this race. And it's a very big field of almost 40 cars that we have this weekend. Many of these cars were out yesterday as well for the Road Sport Series race, but this a 2-hour race rather than a 45-minute race. Let's have a look at how they're going to line up, and as we go through, I'll tell you who is starting the car. So on the front row, it's going to be numbers 90 and 190. It's going to be started by Alan Henderson, and 1 is the car solo driven by Scott Parkin. On the second row, it's going to be 22. That's the Seat Cupra of Paul Browse, who'll be starting that car alongside Luke Browse. Ryan Parkin starts the number 6 car next to it on the grid. The third row, number 444, is going to be started by Claire Norman, and 18, Simon Major, is next to Claire. Row 4 of the grid, 82, being started by Ben Williams. 34 on his own is Greg Saunders. Row 5, the 117 car, which was due to be on pole position for the Road Sports race yesterday, but was a non-starter. Ian Jones is starting that car, and besides him will be number 69, Matt Hampson. On the 6th row of the grid, it's going to be the number 25 car. That is going to be started by Colin Gillespie, and Matthew Stockford will be in number 78 alongside him. On the 7th row of the grid, it's going to be number 92, that's Andrew Rath, and 721 Chris Murphy. Row 8 is Chris Webster in number 8, and 55, which is Paul Simerson. Row 9, 87, Toby Partridge, and 83, William Pottergill. On the 10th row of the grid, it's going to be number 183, started by Edward Cook, and 19, Wayne Lawson. Row 11, that's going to be Rob Andrade in the 777 car, and Sandro Ballesteros in number 119. Row 12, 51 on his own is Jonathan Packer, and 88 is Joe Williams. Row 13, 195, Ash Moore starting the championship leading car, and the car on Class C pole position. 77 beside it, that is being started by Daniel Perry. Then 168 is David Embury, and 16 John Peerless besides him on row 14. Row 15 is number 9 Etienne Simmons, who's now on his own in that car. No Kiefer Del Piero with him. It's Paul Silbiani starting number 66 on the outside of row 15. Row 16 you've got number 62 Lee Dendy Sadler, and number 3 Larry Cosbin. Row 17, 481 Edward Christie, and 333 Thomas Stedman. Row 18, James Mansell in 169, and Cameron Reid now on his own in car 316. Daniel Jude, number 197 on the inside of the 19th row, besides number 10, Rob Fennick. So that's how the grid lines up. It's a 2-hour race. There's a pit stop window after 30 minutes, and before 15 minutes from the end of the race. It has to be a 3-minute stationary stop, but certain drivers have penalty as a result of success in previous races. Those include Scott Parkin with 30 seconds, Simon Major 10 seconds, Toby Partridge 10 seconds, Will Pottergill has a 30-second penalty to serve, Sandro Ballesteros a 20-second penalty, Ashmore a 30-second penalty, and Thomas Stedman 10 seconds as well. So those are the penalties that have to be served at the pit stop. And cars making their way around Stowe Corner up towards the timing line, where they will be hopefully released out into a 2-hour race here at Silverstone, the international circuit, then paying host to round 4 of the championship. After 3 rounds of the championship, it's Ashmore and Samuel Dennis. A perfect record in Class C means that they're leading the championship on 48 points. Then it is in second place on 32 points, Scott Parkin. Third on 31 points, it's the Will Pottergill Chris Nyland car. And those 3 cars that we've mentioned, all from 3 different classes. Race about to get underway, though. The red lights are on the gantry. They go out now, and the race gets underway, and it's that MX5 that is on the inside line, that qualified on pole position, that's been started there by Alan Henderson, that leads the way into Abbey for the first time. A great sight, 38 cars that we have starting this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race that's going to be going on for the next 2 hours, and it is still Alan Henderson leading from Scott Parkin as they make their way down towards the village hairpin for the first time. Henderson in practice a 1:11.325. We go on board here with Scott Parkin's car as he comes out of village and down the hangar straight. You can see that Mazda MX-5 in a straight line is able to get away, Marcus.
Yeah, it's like a rocket, isn't it? And you could see that from Parkin's viewpoint that there was no living with it in a straight line. A massive Venturi under the tail. Car that the team developed from a standard road car. And it's quite a remarkable piece of kit.
And he's lost out of position. I think that's Simon Major, isn't it? That's got up into second position, who won the road sports race solo yesterday. He's sharing the driving today with Justin Middleton, but he's got ahead of Scott Parkin, who's gone down to third position. And as we come towards the end of this first lap of the race, and I'm not convinced that the timing screen has got that quite right at the moment, because our eyes are telling us that it's not, that it's Henderson in the lead. Yes, that's right. So possibly an issue with his transponder. That could become annoying as the race goes on. Henderson it is that's leading. Then Major in second, Simon Parkin in third, and Ian Jones up to fourth position as well, from ninth on the grid. So that's a good start to the race in that BMW Compact. As into the pits goes the 10 car that started from the back anyway of Rob Fenwick.
Yeah, what a shame to be out so early, or in trouble so early in a 2-hour race, and technicians will be diving on that to see what they can do. Here's a view from Ryan Parkin.
Yeah, and he is in fifth position, and that's the BMW ahead of him, the BMW Compact of Ian Jones and Martin Gasby, the much modified BMW Compact.
It certainly is, isn't it?
And you can see how tight it is between those three cars ahead of us. Ryan Parkin in the dark side developments car.
You can see his pro up there, a couple of places up, engaged in battle with Simon Major. Simon Major in second place. Then the first of the Parkins, then that BMW of Jones, then the second of the Parkins. Gillespie, I see up there. Paul Browse hanging in there. I don't know if it's Paul or his son Luke who popped that green Cupra on a strong group position.
Yeah, it's Paul on board at the moment, but possibly Luke would have set the time.
Out across the curb, quite sideways, was the VW Scirocco there.
That's the 183 car. That's Edward Cook, the green Scirocco that is shared with Stephen Cook. Good to see that as the 69 car goes through. That's started by Matthew Hampson. And that car has dropped outside of the top 10. It's in 16th position. Andy Schultz, who's the quicker driver of the two, will be taking over later on, and we'll probably try and get that car a little bit further back up the order again.
A lot of GT experience, hasn't he, Andy Schultz?
Yes. So we've got 3 different classes racing in Club Enduro, and they are based on a power to weight ratio split. And it's 300 brake horsepower per tonne for Class A, and that's where the number 10 car came from. But as you can see, that seems to have broken at the moment, unfortunately. Class B is for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C, the limit is 180 brake horsepower per tonne. So there's 3 different classes. Class C, probably the least well supported today. But I think we've got 13 cars in Class B, 15 in Class A, and 9 in Class C seems to be the make-off thing. So fairly good numbers there. We can see the number 83 car going through. That's one of the Class B cars. That's Will Pottergill and Chris Nyland. Pottergill at the wheel of that car at the moment, and they are indeed the class leaders in the points coming into this weekend, having won the 2 previous rounds at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit. I think that was in May, and Snetterton in June, which was the previous meeting for these cars about 2 months ago now, so it's been quite a gap in the calendar for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship.
It's been quite a success story, hasn't it, over the last 2 or 3 seasons. The big grids, varied cars, quality entry. Fantastic pieces of kit out there.
Yes, it was, I'm just looking back to see exactly when it was that Club Enduro was inaugurated. The trial race was in 2015 at Snetterton, which was sort of an elongated road sports race at the time, but then it was
a 10th season then?
Yeah, exactly, a full season from 2016, the 3 races that year, I think 5 races the following year, and then it's built into a full championship over the subsequent seasons, and it really was a bit of a first. Others have since imitated since it was created, but it's still as popular as ever. As I say, almost 40 cars on the grid this weekend in the Tigiwa Club Enduro Championship, and there's a lot for everyone to play for. There's also the Club MX5 Cup for older cars as well, and that's being led by Chris Nylands and William Puttergill in their Motion Motorsport car so far this season. That's for cars of more than 10 years of age, effectively. So on board with Scott Parkin, who's in 3rd position. So he's lost a little bit of contact now with Simon Major, it would seem. He's a bit further up the road, just going through the left-hander, then down towards the right-hand hairpin at Village, turning their way through that, and through the left-hand kink, and then onto that right-handed link section that brings them on to the Grand Prix circuit, onto the Hangar Straight, where they run out wide over the exit of what is, I suppose, Chapel Curve, isn't it, on the Grand Prix circuit, and on to the long Hangar Straight.
He's losing ground down the straight, that's for sure.
And up ahead, you can see already that Alan Henderson is getting into traffic. We're only on lap 6 of the race, and there is quite a differential between front and back. There is one car coming quite slowly up the pit straight, I can see from our commentary box window. Marcus is just getting the binoculars on that to see if he can identify
the BMW
car. It is indeed a
82. Is it 62?
60
Is it turn 62?
2, which is that's the Lead Andy Sadler and Andy Gay car. Lead Andy Sadler started that car. You can see it on screen now. It's just going to pull up by the safety car, more or less, at the end of the pit lane, although now he's decided to get going again, so possibly he's realised that he can get back round at least the pit lane entrance and get some remedial work done. Let's head down to the pit lane for the first time, and Kieran McGinley is there. Let's see who he's got.
Early issue here for the number 10 machine. I'm down here now with Andrew Shepherd. Andrew, what's the latest? Because this happened very early on the first lap.
Yeah, so we had a pressure regulator valve go in road sports yesterday. So look, obviously being a Sunday, we couldn't get any spare parts. So the team managed to get one off an engine that they had, and they've driven it from Peterborough here today. So we fitted it this morning. So we missed qualifying. So we've gone out, not really testing the car since the valve was fitted. So we've obviously got some form of issue with that, so we're just trying to work out what that is, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get it rectified and back out.
Absolutely, we'll keep a close eye on you. I mean, a spanner in the works to happen so early as well.
Yeah, not great, especially off the back of a faultless Friday test and a fairly faultless road sports up until the last 2 or 3 laps. So, yeah, hopefully we can get some racing today.
Yeah, absolutely. But when was Rob saying about the problem? Was it very early on in the lap?
Yeah, as soon as he went out, really. Obviously, we did the 2 green flag laps, but yeah, we noticed the fault as soon as he got on full throttle. So,
well, best of luck with you. Hopefully, you can get it back out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew Shepherd. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Kieran. As we're watching the number 77 car going through, that's Daniel Perry in the Ginetta G40 GT5. He has just gone through. He's in 26th position, 3rd in Class C at the moment. That's being led by Ash Moore in the championship leading car. They're looking to extend their faultless run of 3 wins from 3 so far. 2nd in that class, but already quite a long way behind the class leader, Paul Spiani and Johnny Hayes, and then Perry and Banks, they're right with Hayes and Subiani. They are in 3rd place. So about 14-second lead in Class C for Ash Moore, but then 2nd and 3rd are right together within Class C. So we're only about 10 minutes into this race. That's the 25 car we can see there. That's Colin Gillespie sharing the car with the sometime F1000 racer Alok Iyengar. the man from Pune in India. And already, we were saying earlier on that we hadn't seen any track limit penalties this weekend, and then within 10 minutes of the Club Enduro race starting, there's one for Matthew Hampson. So he has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits in car number 69. Now he's running in 15th position at the moment.
Those penalties accumulate as we go along?
Yes, so
repeat offender gets...
It'll be another 10 seconds next time, and then I think it's either 30 seconds or a drive-through, actually, if you exceed again. And obviously there's still 11/12 of this race left to go. Now, Hampson won't be in the car for all of it, because at some point he will hand over to Andy Schultz when I think it resets the penalty situation.
That Mazda that leads is absolutely fabulous, isn't it? I remember seeing it at Snetterton was it last year, and talking to the team about it, and it was showing signs of promise at that point, but still going through that phase where things were breaking and they were kind of discovering what needed beefing up on the car. And as it's all a one-off, they've done themselves, it was sort of develop as you go along. And a really great job they've done. It looks the business.
It does, and already it's beaten its own lap. Well, I think it's not its own lap record. It was Alan Henderson who had the lap record, but in a different car. I think the Lotus, possibly, a few years ago. But that was a 112.33, and already we've gone down to a 111.682 during the course of this race, which is 0.3 off what he did in qualifying, which in its own right was a 93-mile-an-hour lap.
With a lesser fuel load.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good effort. Now, of course, he's going to be lucky to get a clear lap for the rest of the race. So that's clearly going to start to have an impact on the ability to set really quick individual lap times. And on that last lap, by the way, Simon Major did take about 2 tenths out of the Henderson race lead. They've just come across the line again, and the gap has got out that time to
but it was in traffic,
3.3 seconds.
Henderson was stuck in traffic, as we saw, and now, of course, that situation is for his chaser to contend with.
Yeah, so it's Henderson, number 90, I should say, that leads. Number 18, Simon Major, in second place. Number 1, Scott Parkin, is third. 117, Ian Jones is fourth. Ryan Parkin, number 6, is in fifth place. And number 34, Greg Saunders, is in sixth. In Class B at the moment, the lead is with Chris Webster, actually, and Matthew Tidmarsh in their Gulf liveried Janetta. From in second place within that class, Will Puttigill and Chris Nyland. And third place in that class, Toby Partridge and Louis Woodward in the BMW. So 3 different types of car in the first 3 places within that class. And Class C, we've told you a moment ago that that's Ashmore that is ahead there. So working our way around the 11th lap of this race, we will head down to the pit lane once again, and Kieran McGinley is there.
I'm down here in the garage of the number 62. I'm here with Andy Gay, and well, lead Andy Sadler brought the car in very early on. What seemed to be the issue?
We've had a few issues with overheating this weekend, and having wrecked a couple of engines earlier in the year, we thought it was best to have a look at it. Seems to have dropped its temperature down a little bit now, so we're going to limit our revs and hope we make it to the end.
It's a long way to go to nurse an issue. Are you confident you can make it?
Oh, of course. Well, we've come all this way, so we'll do our best.
So you've got to adjust your driving style for later on in the race as well, haven't you, when you jump in?
Yeah, definitely. I've got to try and remember we're sort of limiting ourselves to about 6,000 revs. Hope the airflow will keep it cool enough that the engine survives.
Let's hope it does. Fingers crossed for everything for you, Andy. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andy. Back to our commentators.
Thank you, Kieran. So the race continues. There's the 333 car, which is Thomas Stedman in the Mazda MX5, the 36-year-old automotive engineer from Warwick in one of those Class C cars. And there you see the number 169 car, that's just ahead of it on track. And so they're battling for 33rd and 34th positions. And they've got quicker cars from Class A coming through to lap them. So 15 minutes. Another 15 minutes and the pit lane window will be open. One thing to note, by the way, about the pit stops is they cannot be taken during a safety car period. So if you're in when the safety car comes out onto the track, then you can complete your stop. But you cannot make a mandatory stop either during the safety car period, and you cannot follow the safety car in at the end of the safety car period either. You have to do one more lap after that. There's the Browse car. That is running where at the moment? In 11th position.
And the leader's in trouble.
Oh dear, that's a shame. That's the Alan Henderson car. Well, we've seen before that it's a very fast car, but can be fragile. But Alan Henderson leaping that, coasting that Mazda home to the pit lane. That's a great shame. It's only managed about the distance of a sprint race there, 15 minutes, unfortunately. And he's heading into the pit. So that means now that Simon Major takes the lead of the race by 1.2 seconds, 1.3 seconds from Scott Parkin. And Ian Jones in the BMW Compact moves up to third. Ryan Parkin moves up to fourth, and Greg Saunders up into fifth position. There's our Class C leader, though. That's the 195 car, Ash Moore at the wheel at the moment. It's good to see that out because it was involved in an incident yesterday in the road sports race with another car that we're expecting to see out today, Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Scuderia Dave Mazda MX5, made contact with that car, having the MX5 having made contact with a back marker during the road sports race. So good to see the 195 Civic out in the race today. But there's the number one car, that's Scott Parkin, twin of Ryan Parkin, up in second place. Oh, there's one off into the gravel trap there. It's one of the MX5s. Just struggling to see what the number is on that one, though. It's the 169 car, as we get a different angle that we were looking at just a few moments ago, and that is the car of Matthew Simonite and James Mansell. And I think it was Matthew Simonite that had started that car. So that's into the gravel trap, so I wonder if that could precipitate a caution period, possibly.
It's quite a long way off, isn't it?
It is. There's Henderson in the pit lane, car being lifted up while some examination work is done. And they'll see if they can get that car back out into the race. Of course, this cannot count as the mandatory stop. They'll have to make a 3-minute mandatory stop in the pit window. Obviously, pit stops outside of that window can be made, but they don't have to be 3 minutes in duration. But a great shame, that, Marcus, that this remarkable car is looking like it's going to be, if not out of the race, then somewhat delayed.
Whether it's a diff issue or something like that, fiddling around with the rear wheel.
So that means
feeling what's happening within the diff.
So there you can see the battle for 9th and 10th place. That's Ben Williams and Paul Browse, number 82 and 22, both in Cupras.
Paul Browse got the Stowmarket glass car. It's really vivid in its livery, like the BMW which preceded it in their stable.
There is Ashmore once again in that 195 car, prepared by Motion Motorsport, who prepare a lot of cars, a lot of, in particular, Civics. We've seen several of their cars out in things like Time Bar Trophy as well. And there you can see Ashmore just waving a faster car past. In that case, it's the number 34 car of Gregory Saunders, who's in 5th position at the moment in his Cupra. So just not wanting to be delayed by having to sort of dive out of the way of a faster car. So it's still Major leading, but only by 0.4 of a second from Scott Parkin in second place. That's Ryan Parkin, I think we've just seen go through our shot, who's in 4th position. And there is our Class B leader. That is Chris Webster in the Ginetta.
That's classic, that Golf livery with the broad arrow over the top. It looks just like the old Golf Porsche 908
safety
car
car
of Florio.
Indeed. So safety car is out, which is not too much of a surprise with that Matthew Simonite Mazda that needed to be recovered from the gravel trap. It had gone a long way off. A great shame for Matthew Simonite and James Mansell.
The Simonite family, who were the stars of off-road racing.
Yes.
All those years ago.
They were.
Melanie Simonite,
Yeah,
Jack Simonite.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of sisters that both raced, weren't they? Yeah. Whether Matthew is related or not, I'm not sure, but he's from Chesterfield, 36 years of age.
Derbyshire, Yorkshire borders.
Yeah,
Sounds,
exactly.
Kind of about right.
Been racing since 2013 in MX5s and C1s and Type R Trophy. And in this white and blue MX5 Sport built by Matt himself. It's actually the car that runs on fossil-free synthetic fuel, or did until it ended up in the gravel trap. Now, who's this in the pit lane? Oh, it's just having a look which car it is.
Simmons.
Yes, it's Etienne Simmons, isn't it? In the number 9 car, the Honda Civic Type R. So that car has come in from towards the back of the field a few laps ago, actually, by the looks of it. Looking at the timing screen. So that's the safety car. It's not picked up the leader, so I imagine it will have to do a wave through of several cars until it picks up Simon Major, who...
Problem is, they could actually be running around here for a couple of laps, etc., and then find that one or two of them retreated to the pits when the window opens.
Only they can't make their pit stop behind the safety car.
So,
yes.
So you don't know who's read the rules here.
Exactly, right. So there's about 6 cars, I think, that need to be waved through. One driver's got his hand out of the cockpit. I don't know if that's just for the cooling effect. That's William Puttergill, I think, in the number 83 Type R. Let's head back down to the pit lane once again, and let's see who Kieran's got to talk to this time.
Thank you very much. Well, we're down here in the garage of the number 9. We just saw the Civic hurry away under the safety car. I'm here with Kiefer Del Piero. Kiefer, what was the issue that brought you in the pits?
So we believe cylinder 2 was misfiring. We're unsure of what it was. We've done a quick diagnostics with our great team here. We think we've solved it. We've sent Ethan back out, phenomenal driver. I'm sure he'll do great. We're going to treat it a bit more of a test now and hopefully get a good result at the end of it. We've still got a pit stop to go. It's 2 hours. You know, if you watch Le Mans or any other endurance racing, you know anything can happen. That's why we love motorsport. So let's just see what happens.
Absolutely. I think you were telling me, is this your first Club Enduro race?
Our first Club Enduro race, yeah. So we're testing it out for Alton Park next month and Donington. Looking to get good results, but of course you've got to test and understand what's going on. So hopefully we'll do good here and bigger, bright things and a full season next year.
Yeah, and hopefully under the safety car you can sort of understand if the problem's been fixed.
Maybe, it depends. Now we can't pit under safety car to do our regulatory pit stop. However, yeah, we'll understand if there's a problem. We might not have lost too much time, maybe a couple of laps, but Ethan's a quick driver. I'm sure we'll do well.
I'm sure you will. Kiefer, thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of the race if you can.
Yeah, if I can. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kiefer. Thank you very much. And it's back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. So, safety car train is just screwing past our commentary box, actually. There you can see Matthew Simonite's OnlyFans-sponsored car being recovered by the JCB. So, at the end of lap 17, it's number 18, Simon Major, that leads the race from number 1, Scott Parkin, in second. Third is number 117, Ian Jones. Fourth is number 6, Ryan Parkin. Fifth is number 34, Greg Saunders. Sixth is 25, Colin Gillespie. Seventh is the 721 car, which is that of Chris Murphy.
The Henderson Mazda is back out into the fray.
That is good news, and it has lost 2 laps, I think, only 2 laps. Eighth is number 444, that's Claire Norman starting that car. Ninth is number 82, Ben Williams, and 10th is number 22, Paul Browse. In the classes, Class B is headed by Chris Webster in the Ginetta from Will Pottergill, which is one of the first cars behind the safety car at the moment. Then in third in that class, it's Sandro Ballesteros in the Audi TT. And in Class C, it's still Ash Moore that leads from Daniel Perry and John Peerless. So that's the way of things. We're looking at one of the Motion Motorsport cars there, and that is the 83 car that's in the pits that was leading, or was second, I should say, within Class B, and that's being jacked up now. And again, this cannot be a mandatory stop because A, we've not got to the 30-minute mark in the race yet, and B, the safety car is out there. So looks like they're working on something on the front right of that car. That's a shame, because that's the car leading the Class B Championship coming into this weekend, having won 2 out of the 3 races. Has a non-finish at Croft in the opening round of the season when Jonathan Packer won Class B. Class A so far this season, Scott Parkin won at Brands Hatch and won at Snetterton, but at the opening round of the season it was James Collins and Joel Oswick that won at Croft. So 2 of the classes have had a 2-time winner, and Class C has had a 3-time winner in Ashmore and Samuel Dennis, and they are leading Class C here again today. Chris Kimmon is being very busy, and he's got another driver to talk to in the pit lane.
Down here now at the garage of the number 83 Civic. I'm here with Chris Nyland. Chris, can you tell us what the problem was?
Well, Will's just reported a puncture for what he thought was a puncture from the car. Obviously it's come in, I don't think it is that. There's more mechanical sound, a bit of a knocking or something. So obviously the guys are just having a look over the car now. They haven't really reported what it is, to be honest, at the moment.
So it's still investigation. Is it a case of send it out and see what happens now?
I believe so, yeah. I'll see what they do in a moment. Even if they're not happy with it, they're not going to send it out, not with motion anyway. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I suppose as well, under the safety car, you've got, in theory, a little bit more time without losing too many laps.
Yeah, but because it's an unscheduled stop, it's kind of the end of the game, really. I mean, he was doing so well as well. We've gone up from, I think, third, second. We're in second. Lap times are looking good. Car's really stable. I'm going to say he's calling it a day with him getting out, so unfortunately it's the end of our day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame to see, Chris, but well, hopefully you can enjoy the rest of the afternoon as much as you can.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Great stuff. Thank you for chatting, Chris, and back to you in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much. A shame then, it looks like the end of the road for the number 83 Puttergill and Nylan Honda Civic that was going well, second place within Class B. So a few cars seemingly out of contention already in this race.
Yeah, quite a few of the class favourites are hitting trouble.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see what's going, how things are going to pan out. I think it's still looking good though for our overall championship leaders in the Tikiwa Club Enduro Championship as they move into this fourth round. Safety car lights are off, so it looks like we're going to get going this time around.
We've got 1:33, an hour and 33 still to go. In scoots the Renault Megane, and here is our race leader then, Simon Major. But look at that, the Dark Side Developments Audi TT of Scott Parkin is right up his chuff and is not going to let go.
Now there's a bit of a gap there. You can see Ian Jones in the BMW Compact just ducking out from behind one of the other cars, and Ryan Parkin trying to do lightweights. They were behind some slower cars, weren't they? So they were a little bit delayed, couldn't really capitalise on the restart to the extent that they would have liked. But we're back green flag racing again with 28 minutes of the race now gone, and 2.5 minutes before the pit lane window opens for the mandatory stops as well. So it's a change of lead. Yes, a change of lead down there. So it's Scott Parkin that's got ahead of Simon Major. So a very good restart for the Dark Side Developments car, Marcus.
Yeah, indeed. He's obviously anticipated that very, very well. But is Major going to come back at him down the hangar straight? He sweeps to the outside, down towards Stowe Corner. It's not close enough, surely, to have a go from there around the outside. But that's where we saw Rob Wellham make the amazing move to win the F1000 finale yesterday. But it is Scott Parkin who hangs on. It's like he needs a line through Vale. But go on.
Just on the screen there, we can see the Class B leader, Chris Webster, got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that is going to be to their detriment. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone else within 5 seconds of them in their class, though. Probably there will be for the moment after that safety car period, but maybe not for much longer. But sorry, you were saying, Marcus?
Yeah, it's just looking at Major coming back at Scott Parkin. It will be fiercely hot in the cockpits of those cars, and certainly rather than in the mobile sauna racing.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be very warm in there. I mean, it's a pleasant day. Actually, if you're outside, I think it's quite a nice day. But
sure.
But in the if you're in a car or a commentary box for that matter, it can get a bit on the warm side. There you can see the Alan Henderson car that's back in the race. That just went through a shot. So we'll see what that can do, if it can set some decent lap times. It was lost a couple of laps. Yeah. But only 2 laps adrift, and certainly will be able to make some forward progress, one would think. There's the 18 car of Major then, and you can see he's about, what, 4 or 5 car lengths behind Scott Parkin.
you almost think at this stage of the race, just happy to track Scott Parkin, provided that no one from behind, that's Ian Jones in the BMW, makes significant inroads into their advantage. It's not a huge advantage, but you can see visually in the shots that Jones is there or thereabouts. The Henderson Mazda is going strongly again, but of course that's playing catch up following its fairly lengthy pit stop.
Worth mentioning as well that Scott Parkin does have a 30-second penalty, a success penalty to serve at the pit stop as well, which is going to be quite tough to make up, one would think. And Simon Major has a lesser penalty, a 10 seconds. So there's basically a 20-second differential between them at the pit stops to be served. So providing Major can keep Scott Parkin in his sights, he should come out of the pit stops in front. But then it'll be down to how well they race, and it's going to be Justin Middleton that's going to take over from Simon Major for the second part of the race. Pit lane window is now open, by the way. A few people have stopped already, but for non-mandatory stops, so we'll keep an eye on our timing screens as well. 2 to 3 lines of traffic making its way round down the Hangar Straight towards so that's the Ivor Mares BMW. Yeah, it's not got either aboard it though, I don't think. It's the car that we've seen do anything up to 5 or 6 races in a weekend at Brands Hatch before now. Yeah, I think either looking at the entrance had was deleted, and it's just Cameron Reed, therefore, that's at the wheel of that car today. There is the Class B leader with its 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Yes, Cameron Reed, in his first season of racing in that number 316 car, done track days before. He's done some coaching with the Supercar Experience Company. Attended a lot of his older brother's racing events in a C1 and the VW Classics, but has only had this car for a few months. But let's head down to the pit lane once again and hear from Kieran.
So I'm down here now at the garage of the 169, the Mazda MX-5, with James Mansell. James, there's a lot of gravel coming on from under the car. What happened out there?
So I hit one of the curbs through the complex a couple of laps ago. I think it knocked the tow arm loose on the back. So I had a couple of laps where the alignment was basically moving every corner. So it was a bit of struggle to get round. And I just coming into the corner, coming off the back straight. I don't know all the corner names. Coming into the corner off the back straight, it just got really loose. And you know, with the alignment just moving as you're trying to catch it, it was just I just couldn't catch it. So went into gravel at, I don't want to think what speed, but went into gravel, got covered in gravel and got beached. Couldn't get it back out.
That's a shame, but your team were working very hard to get all the gravel out there. Is this something that you can mend and get back out there?
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, they're getting gravel out. They've got the bumper back on already because that were hanging off. So we're going to have to try and do a super quick alignment. I don't think we've got time to get strings out and stuff, so they're just going to try and get this alignment, make sure it's tight again. It'll be compromised, obviously. It's not going to be pointing straight properly, but it'll get us back out, I think.
Yeah, great stuff. And James, I'm sure this won't knock your confidence one bit, will it?
No, it's fine. It's all good.
Great stuff, James. Thank you so much for the chat. Good luck for the rest of the race, and hope to see you back out there. Thank you. Thank you very much, James. And it's back to you in the commentary box.
So on screen there, 1 minute stop-and-go penalty for car 62, which is the Lee Dundee Sadler and Andy Gay car. So that would be for some kind of infringement, either when that car was in the pits or possibly behind the safety car, one might think, something like that.
That came into the pits at the wrong end, which might not have helped.
Yeah, possibly.
Round from first corner at Abbey here.
Yeah, may not have liked that, I guess. So we've got an hour and 25 minutes left to go. It's still Scott Parkin leading by 8 tenths from Simon Major. There's the Paul Browse car that's in 10th position at the moment. And it is a lap apart from the car that was with it on track there, which was Ash Moore in that 195 Class C leading Honda Civic. Cars heading on to the Hangar Straight once again. There is that Browse car. Bright green, it really does stand out, doesn't it? Which is probably why we mentioned it quite a lot. The Stone Market glass liveried car. Off down through Stowe towards the Vale. Oh, and Henderson has just done a fastest lap of the race at that MX5, so it's working okay. A 1:11.549, so he reduces his own lap record. It's still in 30th position, still 2 laps off the lead, but the MX5 seems to be firing on all cylinders.
Hopefully they'll make up a bunch of places, run strongly to the end. I mean, victory's got to be out of the question, hasn't it? But nonetheless, they've laid down a marker with that fastest lap just now. And there's the Stowmarket class Cupra of Paul Browse and his son Luke from Suffolk.
Yeah, quite a few of these TCR cars on the grid. There's lots of TCR cars at Silverstone this weekend. Some on the other end of the circuits as well on the national track today. A great number of them in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. They've proved quite a popular option for Class A TCR based cars. We saw several of them out in road sports yesterday as well.
Yeah, a lot of them about and all over, dotted around Europe, etc. There's some. And
there in the pits is Scott Parkin then from the lead of the race. So this will be for a mandatory stop. It'll be 3 minutes and 30 seconds in his case. He is a solo driver, so he's not going to have to sort of change drivers or anything like that. And with that extra 30 seconds, it means they've got just plenty of time to do everything that they need to. Scott going to get back into the car now. He's 34 years of age, from Barnsley, owner of Dark Side Developments, enjoys racing with his twin brother Ryan. Been racing for 5 years, started out in the Track Day Championship within a Seat B for TDI and progressed through Golfs and towards this Audi TT TDI to 2017 built car, 2-litre diesel with 340 brake horsepower, and it was built originally by Slide Sports, but the car stripped back to a bare shell and rebuilt by Dark Side Developments with this 2-litre TDI engine sequential gearbox that it has.
That'll have immense torque.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic sort of diesel engine torque.
Yeah,
and good fuel economy as well.
All important in endurance racing. Yeah. So there's the Mazda MX-5 that was leading in the early stages and is still very much the quickest car out on circuit with a 1:11.549. I think it's only Major that's the other driver into the 1:11s, just a 1:11.997 that he set a while ago. He's still, he's now leading as the Tom Ostedman car gets a little bit out of shape through the link and onto the Hanger Straight. So yeah, there it is, the Alan Henderson MX-5 shared with Daniel Irving, who'll be out for the second part of the race after the mandatory pit stops. Besides Scott Parkin, no one else seems to have taken the option of a pit stop just yet. Plenty of time to take it. You can do it up until the 15 minutes from the end of the race mark. So there's an hour and a quarter in which to make your stop. And many drivers and teams, I imagine, will go reasonably close to the 1 hour, especially if they're trying to split the drive between two drivers. You might be contributing equally financially to the race weekend. So that's the leading car going through. There is the Jones car, and that's interesting because the Jones BMW Compact was now very close, as you can see. There it is. It's just going past that orange Audi TT. There was 0.8 of a second between them at the start of the lap, and not much more than that now. The Browse car is into the pit lane. That'll be to hand over to Luke. He'll do that momentarily. You can see Scott Parkin still in the pit lane as well, but just about to come through Club Corner, I think, is going to be our race leader. Not quite there yet. But anyway, we'll pick up on that in a moment. We're watching the 55 car go through, which is the car that Paul Simerson started, the BMW M4 GT4, the car that's come out for the first time this season in Tagiwa Club Enduro. And good to have Paul Simerson there. the 47-year-old from Leicester. Started racing in the Ferrari Challenge in 2018, did about 5 or 6 years of that, including at the support race at Le Mans in 2023. But he had a nasty injury after a crash at Spa in the final race of last year, so good to get him back out. Right, further problems for the 62 car, which has got a 45.1 second time penalty now because they got a stop-go penalty wrong. Right, here are yes, that's Ryan Parkin just going through in third, isn't it? That's the 197 car, which is, I think, a lapped car, is it not? Of Daniel Jude. Yes, it is. Just looking to see where the leaders are, because they should be quite close together. And yeah, there they are at the back of the shot. Yeah, we're not quite going to follow them around, unfortunately, which is Simon Major and Ian Jones, who, as they go on to a new lap, are separated by less than 1 second.
Yeah, very close together, and lapping them straight 4 abreast coming up here towards Abbey,
including Scott Parkin, who's now back out into the race then in that number 1 car. So he gets clears a bit of traffic as quickly as he possibly can. So where has he come back in? He's come back in behind actually the MX5, so it's more than 2 laps that you lose, close to 3 laps that you'll lose, especially if you've got a 3-minute 30-second stop within the mandatory stops, and he's now showing on our timing screens in 30th position, but one of the few drivers to have made stops.
Yes, I mean that's that pit stop window will all kind of, the stagger will unwind, and he'll shoot up the order, but to what extent? To see again, the Mazda comes out onto the hangar straight, gets a little bit of oversteer as it comes out over a slight camber there.
It did a slow lap the last time through, though, the Mazda 129, which makes me a little bit worried about it, because it had been doing 111s, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, very long.
Yeah, a long delay. So with a Scott Parkin going through there, we think there might be a car stopped at Chapel at the exit of the link, but we can't, it's not within the range of our cameras, but we do think there's a car missing. It's possibly the number 183 car. That's got a little warning triangle next to our timing screen, which is the Edward Cook car. The 183 car, that's the Scirocco that, I think the green Scirocco, wasn't it, that was going well in the early stage today. So that might be stopped just out of the range of our cameras.
It's interesting because I don't see too much in the way of flags there suggesting that there's a caution.
It could be so far right at that part of the circuit as well, with the BMW having had a spin. Keen if we can to try and pick up the leader, because there's only 0.8 of a second between Simon Major and Ian Jones in the BMW Compact. Just trying to work out where they are on circuit at the moment. And they're just coming through Abbey now. They're heading down towards Village, so we'll see if we can pick them up. Here they are, then the 2 leaders. They're just in behind the number 55 Simerson car. Major up the inside of it, and Ian Jones follows, sometime Compact Cup racer. But yeah, these are the 2 leaders, and that BMW has gone really well to get within half a second now of the race leader, Marcus.
Yeah, and he's concentrating now very much on reading the circuit ahead, looking up past the race leader to the traffic they are approaching as they come to Stowe. There's quite a heavy group of them, and right under the wing of the Cupra there was Ian Jones, and that's very muscular looking BMW Compact. Down into Vale. You don't want to catch really slow cars or cars that are sort of just into position there. You'd rather wait till the next of the straights if you can to pick your way safely through. They're going past the Mayor's team BMW as a first move.
I'll be intrigued to see the relative pace of the 2 second drivers. I think probably certainly Simon Major is probably the quickest of the two drivers in that team, and Ian Jones certainly is in the BMW number 117, but the relative pace of the two drivers in the second part of the race could be very important. Here are the two leaders, and they're right in traffic as well. That's the 777 Golf, I think, that of Rob Andrade and Andrew Fletcher that they're about to pass. They do pass, and Ian Jones dives out of the slipstream here, tries to get alongside Simon Major down into Stowe corner and disappears out of shot. He's gone so wide into the corner, but couldn't get through that. Another BMW ahead of them that they need to try and lap as well.
It's a fascinating dynamic, this dice, isn't it? Because look at the physical size of the Cupra, the Seat Cupra there, and the BMW looks, dare I say it, compact in comparison.
Yes.
And tracking the leader relentlessly there is Ian Jones.
0.2 of a second the gap at the end of that lap, both in the mid 114s as they work their way through traffic that time. They're coming up to lap the Edward Christie BMW now. Quite a few BMWs on this race of various
Parkin Brichter Audi TT is now in the pits, the number 6 car.
Yeah, so that'll be Ryan to hand over to Dylan Brichter for the second, well, not half of the race, because there's still about, what have we got, 62% of it to go, according to the timing bar on the timing screen. So more than half of the race to go for Dylan Brichter. Oh, and a spin for Scott Parkin in the background there. Scott Parkin has spun at the exit of the link, and he is able to get the car turned around. Oh, that's very strange. It looked to be all on his own as well. A few cars going a bit wider there. Some throw down on the circuit.
Slippery surface there.
Well, that's also where we thought there was might have been a car stopped a bit further around the corner.
Yeah, and again, you saw Jones there slide down onto the curbs, and it wasn't like he just ran out of road. It kind of literally understeered and went up the curb, so lots of drama.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of green on the timing screen. There's lots of yellow, which tends to suggest that there are a few drivers improving their lap times. So maybe there is something down on the circuit. I'll board with Ryan Parkin then, or sorry, Dylan Brichter as it will now be, having taken over from Ryan Parkin and gone out into the race. Just passing this Golf down the hang straight, blue flags waving. There, I think I just saw on the right-hand side of shot, the green car. That will have been the Scirocco that had stopped. So it was in a slightly different place than we thought, but it was on the opposite side. But yeah, just out of range of our cameras on the hang strip. But we've picked it up thanks to the onboard camera on Dylan Brichter's car there that has resumed the race ahead of Scott as well. And that's because they did not have a penalty to serve at the pit stop. It was just a 3-minute dead stop for them, rather than 3-minute 30 as Scott had to serve. And there's Claire Norman. She's into the pits to hand over to Alan Blanco. Claire getting out of the car.
We were teammates in the VW Polo Cup a long, long time ago. The G40 series?
Yes, that's right. It's a good little championship that was. Very exciting. So drivers have to be out of the car while work is done on the car, particularly the refuelling. See the big fan there just to help the cooling while the car is stationary. So hopefully prevent any overheating. Looks like they're doing a wheel change there on the left front on that car as well.
Yes, that would be consistent with the loading around this circuit. There we go. Very, very close.
Yeah, and that's Major, and it's Dylan Brichter, isn't it? They are 3 laps apart, those two. But now Brichter getting in between the two race leaders.
Much room left there, was there?
Not a lot. It's almost like Brichter was battling for position here. But alas, he's not, because he's served his stop, and we're still one of the very few that have. Perhaps a quarter, if that, of the cars have stopped so far for a mandatory stop at least, so not too many going early. I think in the next 10 minutes or so we'll see a bit more activity down there in the pit lane. Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Kieran McGinley has found someone else to chat to.
Right, I'm down here now in the number 6 garage, the Audi TT. Ryan Parkin is here, just out of the car. Ryan, how was that stint for you? Because you ended up 3rd overall after that.
Yeah, sweaty, but yeah, it was good. I think that was as quick as the car were going to go. I was trying my best to manage the tyres, because these Yokohama tyres are the quickest ones you can get, but you've really got to be careful not to overheat them and they just go crazy. Yeah, managing them. I wanted a bit more camber this morning, but the guys we know testing didn't want to give it me, even though I'd have took that on the chin if it would have been too bad. But yeah, they didn't give it me, and then straight away I'm like, we could have done with that. Yeah, the track feels pretty slippy. Yeah, I think it feels good otherwise. The guys who were in front, Scott included, I just don't think I've got the measure of them. So yeah, see what Dylan can do.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan's in now. What can he do? What do you reckon?
I think at the worst he'll stay where we were, but I think there's a chance he can get up there with a little bit of bad luck from somebody else maybe. But I think if everybody does what they've already been doing, 3rd's as good as it's going to get, I think.
I think you'll probably need a cool down as well as a cool down there, because Scott, we saw, had a couple of issues, a spin at the link.
Yeah, somebody's just running to the side of Scott. I think they've understeered into him, some back marker or somebody, I'm not sure. But it's one of them things in multi-class racing. But it looks like he's got a ton of toe in on his rear wheel now, so it's really slowing him down. But he'll keep going until end now. As long as tyre don't fall off, he'll be fine.
All right, and good luck for the rest of your race.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm getting in the Swift next as well.
You are as well, yeah. I mean, the Swift's there. I mean, I was just going to ask you. I will try to find one of you at lunch, but
I saw the live stream, but it's a little bit delayed, so you'd gone by the time we come back into the garage. But
looking forward to getting behind the wheel of one of those.
Yeah, it was pretty good fun. Obviously, what we've got is faster, but when there's 30 cars all going the same speed, it makes no difference. You still have a lot of fun. So yeah, really looking forward to it. I think we might build one next year, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, good luck for that race as well, and good luck for this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's 1-for-1 with me and Scott in them, so whoever wins takes the glory in the Swifts.
Game on.
Yes, exactly.
Thanks, Ryan. Cheers for that. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. Good to hear from Ryan Parkin down there. He's out of the car, Dylan Brichter's taken over. And just hearing that, so Sunlight Scott did have some contact with another car, which possibly caused that moment for him and lost him a bit of time. So order is still Simon Major leading in number 18. He's got now a bit more of a gap, 1.6 seconds over Ian Jones in 2nd. Greg Saunders is up to 3rd, Colin Gillespie 4th, Chris Murphy 5th and Ben Williams 6th. Class B, that's still being led by Chris Webster, but he only has a relatively narrow lead over Sandro Ballesteros in that class, and 3rd in that class is the number 88 car, which is Joe Williams in the Golf, and Class C is being led still by Ash Moore from Daniel Perry and John Peerless. That's the order of things across the 3 different classes, as we have 67 minutes of this 2-hour race left to go. And the lead out to 2.3 seconds now, so another 0.6 advanced by Major on that last lap. It's the number 34 car just going through shot briefly. There is Scott Parkin, number 1, heading through club corner now. He's up to 21st position. He is, of the cars that have made their stops, only 3rd. One of them is still in the pits, but that will be because well, actually, I'm including the other Henderson car. That doesn't count because it wasn't a mandatory stop. So 2nd is of the cars that have pitted, I reckon, behind the car that was driven firstly by his brother Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter now as well. There's the 19 car going back out into the race. That's that beautifully turned out orange Audi TT, Wayne Lawson, and I think James Pickford getting into that car for the second part of this race.
He was a very quick single-seater driver, wasn't he?
Well, he drove in the predecessor to F1000, didn't he? Probably when it was called, whether it's Formula Jedi or Formula Honda at that point. Can't quite remember, but yeah, he certainly did drive for those Jedis for a while and did other things in single-seater racing as well. So very useful driver indeed, taking over that orange Audi TT at number 19, which is now in 29th position, having served its stop and 6 laps behind the leader, but realistically probably 3 laps off the pace, because a pit stop costs you about 3 laps.
The Mazda still banging around at a very strong pace, gradually moving back up the order. Anderson and Irving 14th at the moment, just gained another place. Of course, lost ground with that unscheduled pit stop.
Yes, it was. He started racing in 1997, James Pickford, in Formula Honda, as it was known as the time when the Jedis ran the Honda engines, and he won that 2 years in a row. Okay, back down to the pit lane. Kieran McGinley's there once again.
I'm at the garage now of the 777 with Rob Andrade. Rob, you finished your stint there just outside of the Class B podium. What's the push now? Can you get that podium?
We're going to try. We're going to try. It's getting harder and harder. We're suffering a bit of understeer out there. I've got my partner now that's in the car, so new tyres. Hopefully he'll be able to push that a bit more and hit a podium, you know?
Yeah, a couple of drivers have been saying the track's quite slippery. Is that something you agree with?
Yeah, I have to agree. Very slippery, and we were suffering understeer as well, which doesn't help, you know. So, yeah, definitely agree. It's very slippery out there.
How would you sum up your first stint then?
Yeah, pretty good. Having a little battle there with Packer, who's in the same class as myself, and you know, swapping positions and just trying to gain some pace, you know.
So, what do you reckon then? Can Andrew get you on the podium?
I hope so. I hope so. It's all down to him now. He's got a fresh set of rubber on, so hopefully, yeah.
There you go. The gauntlet's down then.
Sorry?
The gauntlet's down then.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
The gauntlet down. The challenge is down then.
Challenge down. Yeah, gauntlet's down. So hopefully he'll get us on there. Yeah. Hopefully.
Brilliant stuff, Rob. Thank you for Rob. Thanks for the chat. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. As we are working lap 43 here, Greg Saunders, he's headed into the pit lane now. So too is Matthew Stockford. He's going to hand over to Alan James. He's up to 8th position, but still it's Simon Major leading from Ian Jones. The gap still around about 2 seconds between them. And there's Ben Williams. Now he has yet to make his stop, but somehow has found himself back on track in the same piece of tarmac as the Stowmarket Glass car, now being driven by Luke Brow, as those cars were close together before the stops as well.
That Matthew Stockford, Alan James Audi is the intriguing one with all the hand-controlled
that's
system,
right,
isn't it? For Matthew Stockford, the former Paralympian skier.
That's right.
And they drive it in the at Castle Coombe occasion in that Dave Allen Memorial Trophy race, and do very well with it.
Yeah.
TCR type car.
It is, yeah. Audi R8 based TCR
Team
car.
Dynamics, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So there's a front right being changed on the Greg Saunders car. I don't know if the front left has been changed as well. Getting everything connected back up. Now the driver's back in the car. Getting ready to release it out into the race. You can see the cars coming in at this 45-degree angle, and they have to push back out into the race.
Different motorcycle manufacturers. Gas, the trial spikes. Husqvarna, the Swedish sewing machine to motorcycle manufacturer, KTM, the Austrian brand.
Yeah, that's right. Another car about to come in by the looks of it. On board with Dylan Brichter now, number 6. Where's Dylan up to in this race? He's in 15th position now. Of course, having served its stop and in a pretty good place. I think that's the BMW Compact that's in 2nd place just up ahead, isn't it? Because they weren't very close together on track. So Brichter is keeping good pace with the 2 leading cars by the looks of it. There's 25 that's into the pit lane now. That's Colin Gillespie, the car being refuelled before it is handed over to the second driver, which is Alok Iyengar, the sometime F1000 driver from India. We'll hopefully hear from Colin in just a moment. I can see that Kieran's lining up the interview. Fuel still going in to make sure there's enough to get to the end of the race. There is almost exactly an hour left to go, so we're basically halfway through this race. You can see the precautions being taken while the fuel is going in. Alok there waiting by the sides of the car before he's allowed to get in. And looking forward to his stint. 45 laps now completed by the race leader. So Gillespie, that car I think was in 4th place before the stops. Having dropped back down on the timing screen, of course, as a result of being in the pit lane. Checking Class B situation, that's still Webster and Tidmarsh. They've yet to make their stop, and in Class C, Moore and Dennis. They're in the pit lane right now, actually. The Class C and the overall championship leaders, number 195, they are in the pits as we speak. So hopefully a smooth stop for them. There's Dylan Brichter going through. There's Luke Browse. So several cars together that will be lapping in a similar kind of pace. Trouble 4 car going through. That's Alan Blanco now at the wheel of that Cupra, having taken over from Claire Norman, ex-British Touring Car Championship driver, that started racing back in 1999 with 750 Motor Club Stock Cat. He was 4th overall in a Peugeot 205 GTI. And then he raced in the Ford Credit Fiesta Championship. And then, of course, British Touring Cars in 2022 in a production Alfa Romeo and the Pacific Type R the next year. But let's head down to Kieran in the pits once again.
Down here now at the Seat, the number 25 garage, I've got Colin Gillespie, who's just jumped out of the car. Colin, how was your first stint?
Amazing. The car's been fantastic. The team's been just on par. Yesterday we got the pole, a 3rd in class. Yesterday, so yeah, the car's really well. It's a little bit hot. I can feel the back tyres going off, so we've wanted them to get changed. So I've got new ones on the front and part worn on the back, just so the second driver's got a chance to keep the momentum going.
So Iko's getting in the car now. How do you think he'll do in the second stint?
He'll be very close to me. We're so close. We're only 10ths within qualifying. I think he's slightly quicker. So fingers crossed if we can bring it home in 3rd, I would be very happy because it's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. What a great way to celebrate.
Yeah, well, we got a trophy yesterday. If we can get a trophy today, wow, what a way to go. So, yeah, 62 today, so chuffed to bits.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, happy birthday as Iko gets back out there. Good luck to you for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Colin. It's back to you in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Kieran. We're hearing from lots of drivers out there. Oh, and the Browse car is in trouble. Number 22, Luke Browse. He's got the left-hand indicator on. He's going to pull off, I think. Is he going to pull off? No, he's just keeping out of the way down there at Stowe Corner, but it looks like he's going to limp that car home to the pit lane. So a great shame that, oh, actually, the car might be back up to speed now, so maybe it was just something that needed resetting. So he's not going to go into the pit lane. So maybe just an intermittent issue. There are other cars heading into the pit lane behind him, but the Stowmarket Glass car is continuing for the moment at least. We'll see if another problem afflicts it later in the race. There's the Mazda number 90 that is continuing on of Alan Henderson, having made that early pit stop. Where's he up to now? He is actually well up the order into 8th position overall as they make their way around. There's the 77 car into the pits. That's Daniel Perry and Jez Banks that are sharing that car. Daniel Perry started it. Jez Banks getting into the car for the second half of the race. You can see the fuel going in through the fuel jug system. Driver has to be out of the car while this is happening, of course. And as soon as the fuel's in, they'll get the driver in and then be ready to get out in the second half of the race. You can see there they have to be on hand with the extinguisher to make sure that if there is any fuel spillage, then they're poised and ready for action. 55 car, the Simerson car, is into the pit lane now as well. Still, though, the two leaders, Major and Jones, are not yet into the pit lane. And then it's Murphy is up to third place now. Chris Murphy up to third position with other cars having made their stops. I would say now about 80% of the drivers, 80% of the teams have made their stops, as we have only 55 minutes of this race left to go. Fuel still going in. It does go in for quite a while, doesn't it, on these cars? Right, there is the 92 car circulating, which is that of Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath. Now, how are they faring in this race? I think, have they been into the pits? Yes, they have. So it's going to be Phil Nibb now at the wheel of that car, and he is in 14th position. As the cars make their way through Village, as we can see them on screen now. Heading down towards the hairpin, there's Dylan Brichter going through. Just looking to see how Scott Parkin is faring at the moment. Well, he's up to 12th place, and I think is third of the genuine stoppers. So it's effectively, I think, Brichter that's leading from Saunders in second, and Scott Parkin in third of drivers that have made and completed their legitimate stops. And how much is there between them? There's 11 seconds between Brichter and Saunders, and another 15 seconds between Saunders and Parkin by the looks of things at the moment. As we have 54 minutes of this race left to go here at Silverstone. This Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. There's the Browers car that's been was in a trouble a little while ago. It seems to be back up to speed now. It's being pursued by the Henderson Mazda, which I was a bit concerned about a while ago. It did a slow lap time, but it seems to be back to respectable lap times as well, if not down to the ultimate pace of the 1:11.549 that it managed earlier. There you can see busy pit lane, including the Class B leading car that has been into the pits, is just about to come out of the pits, having completed its stop, and getting back out into the race. So that's the number 8 car, which Matthew Tidmarsh will have taken over in that car now. There's still quite a few cars in the pit lane. There's, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perhaps 7 cars that have still yet to make their stop out of the 38 that started here in this Tagiwa Club Enduro race. Just looking at Class C, yes, the Class C lead has been taken by Peerless and Stelling, but they are now in the pits. So once they have served their stop, I think they'll probably drop back behind the other car, which is of the other 2 cars, which are Moore and Dennis. Yes, I think they'll resume. No, actually they won't, I don't think. I think it's going to be Perry and Banks in the Ginetta that will emerge with the Class C lead, because I think Dennis and Moore, they had to serve, yes, a 30-second pit stop penalty, so that will have set them back somewhat.
John Piller's one of those drivers who's come through the club over the years, and a stock hatch for a while.
Yeah, did have a stock hatch, that's right.
Very competitive days they were too.
It's interesting, isn't it? You have drivers that start their racing with the 750 Motor Club, go away and sometimes come back, don't they?
Yeah, very much so. They find an environment that they're comfortable in, one where racing is as accessible, made to be as accessible and fair as it can be, and really, why look elsewhere if you're having a good time with your mates, and come back for more. Aspires maybe to a more advanced series, but this is a great one.
And that's the beauty of the 750 Motor Club. Runs more than 20 different series and championships now. There really is something for everyone. There is something to develop into. We saw, for example, a lot of drivers gravitate to F1000 after that joined the 750 Motor Club roster. He raced in a variety of different things beforehand, sports specials and sports 1000s and Formula V and so forth. And there's the leader into the pits now. So number 18, Simon Majors, into the pits, and so too, I think, is Ian Jones, number 117 from
I saw that BMW in
second place. Yeah, so that means it's now the number 721 car of Chris Murphy, the E36 M3, that moves into the lead of the race, and it's going to be the number 18 car is going to be taken over by Justin Middleton, or Dingo as he seems to go by, looking at the name on the side of the car. And he goes back out into the race.
Yeah, Chris Murphy, the local driver from Kidlington.
Yeah, down there in Oxfordshire. And there's the 117 car going back out. So that's going to be Martin Gadsby now at the wheel of that car for the remaining 50 minutes of the race.
Meaty looking device, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Big engine and...
yeah. 2.8 litre engine. Developed significantly from the standard compact Cup cars. That's the Ginetta, which I'm just looking to see where that's going to be in Class B. Currently third in Class B, Webster and Tidmarsh, but the car, 2 cars ahead of it, have yet to make their stops. Yeah. I think it'll come back out in the lead once everyone has made their stops. There's still another 34 minutes in which drivers can make their pit stops as well. So it might not be for a little while that we know the true running order within that class. We're going to go down to the pit lane again now, because Kieran McGinley has got another interview for us.
Down in the pit lane of the number 18, I'm here with Simon Majors. Simon, you brought that car in, you were leading the race. How was your first stint?
Yeah, it was good. It all went to plan. It wasn't easy. Obviously, we were having a good old battle there with first, I think it was Scott. And then there was a BMW seriously on my case. Obviously, we had a safety car, so that enabled Scott to pass me. I felt a bit of a vibration on the restart, so I thought I'd better play it safe. So I let Scott go. But then the vibration went, so it's probably just tyre pickup. But it's a long race, it's better to be safe. And then, to be honest, I was enjoying the battle with Scott there. It's mega and really good fun.
Yeah, I mean, it looks it as well. Hot out there, I'm guessing. That's a comment from other drivers as well.
Yeah, very hot. I mean, the last race at Snetterton, I suffered really badly with heat exhaustion. So I'm actually a little bit new to racing. So, you know, it was a learning experience, and that's the first time I've driven for that length of time. And I'm not getting any younger, obviously. So I suffered. I didn't take on enough fluids. So today, I made sure we got a drinks bottle in there, and I've been swigging that away all race. So I feel a lot better. It's still very hot though.
Still very hot. Justin's now in the car, Justin Middleton. What's the sort of aim now? Where do you go from here? Can you get the win?
I think a win's going to be difficult. You know, Dingo, to be fair, is a little bit new to racing, even newer than me. He's a rally boy like myself. And we're learning all the time, but you know, he hasn't had much time in the car, not as much as me. But if we could come away with a podium, I'd be really happy, as we did last time. But you never know what might happen. It's a long race. There's some quick boys out there. So I think we've had a couple of retirements already, so you never know what will happen. We just got to try to be there at the end, I guess.
Great stuff, Simon. Thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Simon. It's back to our commentary box.
Thank you very much. As we are into the last 50 minutes, well 47 minutes in fact, of this race now. The Tiki World Club Enduro Championship race here at Silverstone. It's round 4 of the championship, a 6-round competition this season. Drivers count their best 5 scores out of 6 races at the end of the year. Next race will be at Alton Park in September, and Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit complete the season in October. And at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be Ashmore and Sam Dennis, because they're still going strongly in Class C. They are back into the lead of Class C now. Sam Dennis now at the wheel of that car, looking to continue their 100% winning record for this season. I've won 3 out of 3 races so far at Croft, Brands Hatch and Snetterton, and looking to continue that with a 4th win here at Silverstone today in Class C.
The Mazda's back up to 2nd overall, and the car ahead of it, Ballesteros, that car has stopped, one of the last to make it stopped, but the Mazda hasn't made
That's right.
its definitive stop yet. It's
No.
made the non-scheduled one, which lost it time.
That's right. That's right.
There's a stud missing on the wheel of this car.
Yes,
a slight worry.
That's Larry Cosmin's Ford Fiesta that looks in great shape, that car, but for the left front wheel. So whether that's going to be race over for that car or not, I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly in the pits now. It's making its first stop, so this would be the mandatory stop if they can get that car safely back out into the race. So that's car number 3 that runs within Class B. 3 classes based on power to weight ratio within the TQR Club Enduro Championship. 3/4 of an hour left to go in this 2-hour race. So down to the scheduled length of yesterday's road sports race, although it was eventually split in 2 due to a stoppage. We ended up with just a 15-minute sprint. There's Scott Parkin going through shot. Just probably very shortly we'll have a much better idea of where things are in terms of the order, because as Marcus mentioned, Biasno is pretty much the last car to make its scheduled stop. The only one that still needs to do so is the number 88 Joe Williams Golf that is currently showing on the timing screens as leading Class B, also leading the Club MX5 Cup as well. But that still needs to make its mandatory pit stop, the Joe Williams Golf.
Car going very slowly past the pits now by the looks of things.
It sort of looks Mazda MX-5 shaped to me.
It is very much Mazda MX-5 shaped, and it's grinding to a halt by the looks of things.
Yeah, that is the Alan Henderson Mazda MX-5. There it is. Yeah, it's just pulling off onto the grass, getting out of the way. And I guess it will probably just try and pull into the sort of exit. Just get behind the barrier there. Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing.
That's curtains, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was still Henderson aboard that car. He'd not made the mandatory stop to hand over to Daniel Hughes. So that was the car that was leading, actually, because it hadn't made its mandatory stop.
Yes,
so
that made a stop, but not the real one.
Yeah, so the AK Automotive car is out of the race. Yellow flags at Abbey are covering that. Just a single waved yellow there, so thinks there'll be no marshals over at that part of the circuit to move that car, so hopefully it can just be hiked out of harm's way locally. So it makes things a little bit easier in some ways, because we can just ignore that now from the timing screen. So it's after the pit stops then, it is Major that is still leading then, but only by 4.8 seconds from Ryan Parker, sorry, Dylan Brichter now is in second. So it's Middleton from Brichter, I should say. Then it's Greg Saunders in third. Then it is Martin Gadsby in fourth. Scott Parkin will be fifth. So that will be the order of things.
There you go.
Now.
Brichter now only 2.6 seconds behind.
Yeah, behind Middleton as it now is. As there's the last car making its stop, really. That's Joe Williams in the number 88. Golf, the Williams race team. I'm sure I've heard that name before in the context of a racing team. But 2 jugs of fuel going in by the looks of it for this remaining 42 minutes of the race. But yeah, very close now between Major, between Middleton and Brichter. In fact, those were the 2 cars that we just saw going through.
Yeah, they're
shot
together
there.
They're not physically together, but they are adjacent on track, with a few lengths between them. So Dylan Brichter closing in on Middleton.
We might pick this up at Stowe in a moment if we can, because that's where they'll be heading now. Those 2 leaders, to see if that gap is coming down. They've already gone through, so we'll pick them up instead as they come down to Club Corner. There is Major, or Middleton I should say, and there is Brichter right behind him. Major in the white Seat, Brichter in the black Audi, the black and red Audi, the dark side developments car number 6. So this is the battle for the lead, and that's gone down by another second on the lap to 1.6 seconds, Marcus.
Yeah, so the chase is on, and as Simon Major is saying, a podium would be great out of this, but it's a young team as such. Going well.
Yeah, inexperienced team. Middleton, as someone was saying, also an ex-rally man, like Simon himself. The Audi TT there leaping out of the way with James Pickford aboard. So here they come then, and they're almost together now, aren't they, those 2 leaders, Middleton and Brichter, as they head down the straight towards Stowe. And then there's another sort of 17 or 18 seconds back to Greg Saunders in third place. Here they are then, the leaders, with other relatively quick cars ahead of them as well, including the 82 car of Ben Williams, another of the TCRs, but he's basically a lap down now, I think, in sixth position, or nearly a lap down in sixth position in this race, looking at the timing screen. I think we've just got the top 5 on the lead lap. That time the gap came down another half a second to 1.1 seconds, and it's a busy piece of circuit, this.
It's hugely busy. Every time you get round another corner into another slow section of the circuit, pick up another gaggle of traffic. Here's Middleton, who's just trying to pick his way through. Just taking care to keep the car on the island.
And if he's an experienced driver, he'll be struggling to find his way through traffic, and it looks like Brichter's going to take advantage of that. He is more experienced.
Came down the outside, didn't he?
He has. He's done quite a few Burkitt relay races as well. I seem to remember Dylan Brichter. And he has gone through to take the lead of the race then. So Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin sharing that car. It's now Brichter in the lead of the race. Major and Middleton down into second.
And that's done on the Hanger Straight on lap 60 of this 2-hour race. 39 minutes to go.
That's right. So down towards the Vale they come. Still to get past that Ben Williams car, which is lapping in sort of similar kind of lap times to the race leading car at the moment, making it a bit of a challenge to get past. And also the BMW just ahead of that as well, which is the Chris Murphy car, isn't it, which did lead briefly. So that's the car in 6th place. So it's 6th and 7th, those two, and it's off the road now, Chris Murphy in his BMW 3 Series. As that might be more than just an off. It could be a problem with the car.
It looks like that might have been deliberate.
Yeah, he's just stopped the car now. As we see then Dylan Brichter going through. He's now cleared that Ben Williams Cupra as well. There is the Chris Murphy car that's pulled off. The plain white WM3 E36 pulled off there at Farm. Probably just below our commentary box somewhere, not too far away from here. Not sure we can see it. It might just be round the corner from where we are. So Brichter it is now that leads, and in second place Middleton. Just looking at who's won the races outright so far during the course of this year. We've had 3 meetings, as we've said. Well, it was James Collins and Joel Oswick that won at Croft, and it was Scott Parkin that's won the following 2 races at Brands Hatch and at Snetterton. This combination of Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter, they were second, their best result of the season at Snetterton. Major and Middleton, they had a 3rd place at Snet. It was at Brands, sorry, that Parkin and Brichter had their 2nd place. But looking possibly on for a win here. Just try to see what Scott Parkin is doing. He's in 4th place. He's 24 seconds behind the leader. There are 37 minutes of the race to go, which is going to equate to probably 30 laps or so.
Top 4 cars in, all lapping in the 14s. So
yeah,
nothing much. There's nothing much in the differential between their lap times, but they're all negotiating traffic pretty much every corner.
Yeah, so it's hard to see that Scott Parkin is going to make up too much ground. I mean, interestingly, he's 23 seconds behind, and of course he had the 30-second pit stop penalty to serve, and if it wasn't for that, he'd have been leading this race. So goes to show that the pit stop penalty system does a good job of mixing up the likely race winners. There is Scott Parkin now. We're watching him go through Stowe Corner, car number 1.
His next target is Saunders, but at the moment Saunders is what, 5.7 seconds up the road.
Yeah, and the gap not coming down at a particularly quick rate. Saunders on the last did of 14.4, Parkin at 14.1, so it's going to take several laps to make up that kind of ground at this stage of the race, with that rate of progress being made. There's the 117 car, which is Gadsby, so he's running 5th now. He is about 4 seconds behind Scott Parkin, isn't he? And it's basically just those 5 that are on the leading lap here at this stage of the race.
That's where the podium's going to come from then, unless there's dramatic developments.
Just to look at the situation of the classes now that the pit stops have settled themselves down. Class B is being led by Matthew Tidmarsh, who's taken over from Chris Webb, so that's in the Gulf livery Ginetta, number 8. Second within that class is now Louis Woodward in the BMW M235i that is shown with Toby Partridge, that was out in Road Sports yesterday as well. And third within that class, Andrew Fletcher and Robert Andrade. Andrew Fletcher having taken over the Treble 7 car, the VW Golf that they're racing. So that's the top 3 in Class B. And in Class C, well, it's looking good for another win here for Ashmore and Sam Dennis. Sam Dennis now at the wheel of that car. Second within Class C, Johnny Hayes, who's now at the wheel of the BMW, having taken over from Paul Subiani. And third within Class C is Matthew Stedding, who's taken over from John Peerless in the Honda. So really, Classes A or Class C is going to form here. And Classes A and B, well, it's not quite as expected. So Parkin and Brichter coming into this weekend were well down within the class because they'd only really had one finish so far this season at Brands Hatch. So they'll be happy just to get to the end of the race, one would think, and especially getting a win. That would be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? So they're well down.
Scott Parkin has taken a second or so back. He's sort of 4 down now on Saunders. The battle for third place, 34 Saunders. 1 is Scott Parkin. There is Parkin on our screens.
Yeah, and even if Scott finishes 4th in this race, which he might well do, he might get 3rd here, but even if he finishes 4th, the 3 drivers ahead of him on the road are not, you know, in contention with him in the championship. So he'll continue to extend his lead within Class A. And Class B, as we've said, that at the moment is the Tidmarsh and Webster car. They are 3rd within the class, with Chris Nyland and Will Potgill retiring. I think it's a possibility that Tidmarsh and Webster will take the lead in the Class B Championship in the Flying Tangerine Racing Ginetta G40.
6 of the top 7 lapped in the 13s last time round. The exception being Saunders, who was in the 14s, and that may have been impeded.
Safety car is coming out by the looks of it. We've got the yellow flags and the safety car board's being shown beneath us. It's not triggered on the timing screen yet, but we can certainly see that now, and yellow flags all around the circuit. Yep, it's now appeared on the screen as well. So safety car is out. It is. I think everyone had made their mandatory stops, but even if you hadn't, you couldn't make it now behind the safety car. It does close the pack up. Now there'll be traffic and slower cars between the quicker cars, but it does open things up a little bit for the likes of Scott Parkin, doesn't it?
It does, and there's every possibility now with a little bit of aid to bring the pack back together out front. And we've got how many? We've got those 4 cars on the lead lap, 5 cars on the lead lap now that Jones and Gadsby have completed their 65th lap.
Trying to work out what this is for. I mean, I don't think there's anybody else that has gone missing since Chris Murphy's BMW, but that was a few minutes ago now.
And the Irving's been gone for a while.
Yeah, and that's again just outside our commentary box, the other side of the track from where we are at Abbey. But I can't see anyone else that's got the little exclamation mark, the little warning triangle by their name. There's a car on the second screen, but that's one that disappeared a long while ago.
You go and look out at the corner.
Okay, so we'll go and have a look, see if we can spot what's going on out of the window. While we're doing that, we're going to go down to Kieran McGinley in the pit lane.
So I'm down here now at the garage of our Class C. This is the number 195. I'm here with Ash Moore. Ash, it's going well for you so far, but you've had a bit of an eventful weekend, it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely. Sam had a race in Road Sports yesterday. Unfortunately, a car span in front of him, which he made contact with. But the boys at Motion Motorsport rebuilt the car overnight, stayed here, even missed their barbecue, so we're massively thankful for them. But yeah, got the car rebuilt, went out this morning, and yeah, we're doing okay at the moment. Just need to keep it going. Safety car out at the moment, so we'll have to see how that plays out for us. But yeah, hopefully we should be good.
Yeah, Sam's out there right now then. I suppose it's going to be a march to another victory, you'll hope.
Yeah, we can hope so. Obviously, the car definitely just needs a bit of mechanical sympathy to get it to the line, which we're to try and do as much as possible. So fingers crossed it lasts our next half hour-ish or however long's left. But I'm sure it will. Yeah.
And how was your stint anyway? Well, I didn't get to see you in the pit window.
Yeah, the stint was good. Yeah, really hot. Managed to pull out enough of a gap, which negated our 30-second success penalty from the last race. Yeah, so hand the car over to Sam. It's a little bit hot. Luckily, we managed to change the fronts, which was good because we really had no front end of the car. But yeah, so hopefully he's got a good car under him and he'll keep going.
Great stuff, Ash. Wish you all the best for the race. Good luck.
Cheers, guys. Nice one.
Thank you very much, Ash. And it's back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Kieran McGinley. Safety car then is heading the cars around. That's why we've got it. It's the recovery vehicle on the scene at Farm to pick up the BMW of Chris Murphy, which was briefly leading the race amid the pit stops. And was going well. It was on the lead lap, certainly after the pit stops as well, but all of a sudden it just ground to a halt, more or less coming over the start and finish line. So that's needing a lift to recover it, which is why we have had this interruption with 29 minutes of the race now left to go. This does close things up a little bit, I reckon, or it would do if the safety car had picked up the lead. Now, really, it's going to need to wave quite a lot of cars through because only the last two cars in this queue, as we're seeing news, that's interesting, of a refueling infringement, and therefore a two-lap penalty for the car that's third in Class C, John Peerless and Matthew Stirling. They're getting a two-lap deduction for a refueling infringement. But yes, right at the back of this queue of cars behind the safety car, that's where you find the leader, number 6, Dylan Brichter. So they're going to need to wave a lot of cars through and then let them catch up. Otherwise, it's very much a free pass, this, for Dylan Brichter to take the victory here, because he's basically got thick end of a lap and a half. Safety car, yeah, it is waving cars through now, so that is good to see, and it's realised that it needs to wave quite a lot of them through, or the driver has, and no doubt getting word from race control. Now they're stopping Scott parking. Now whether that's just because they're coming up towards the pit entrance, they don't want anyone overtaking there, but it's not Scott parking that they need to pick up, it's the number 6 car, Dylan Brichter, that they need to pick up, who's right at the back but one car in this group. So there's more cars that will need to be waved through yet before they find the race leader. They've got the wrong Audi TT from Dockside Developments at the moment. So those cars that have been waved through will head off at a slightly increased pace to try and catch back up with the rear of the queue. The flatbed truck has got the BMW of Chris Murphy now on the back of it, and that is being taken away. I'll find a gap in the Armco to take that through. There's the view from the link. There you can see the new Escapade buildings in the background there on the outside of Beckett's Corner. New facilities of accommodation that have been built at that part of the circuit. So is the safety car going to wave through the rest of these cars? 25 car of Alok Iyengar, that's really in 9th place now. It's a lap down on the race leader. But are the rest of the cars being waved through is the question we ask ourselves. Let's head down once again to the pit lane. Kieran McGinley's got another interview.
I'm down at the garages now of the number 8, our Class B leaders. I'm here with Chris Webster. Chris, it's going well for you so far in the Flying Tangerines. We're under the safety car, but what's the rest of the race plan?
Keep running. So we've had a number of issues this season with an ECU fault, which we've pretty much ironed out to know exactly what it is, but we haven't got the replacement part yet. So the old girl has a habit of cutting out, and then we have to control alt delete while driving. So that's been the story of the season so far. It happened yesterday in the race in Road Sports, and it happened yesterday in Quali. So far, oh, I'm jinxing it now, aren't I? So far in the race today, we're going well.
It's all right, I didn't say it, so it's okay.
Okay, cool.
So how was your stint out there anyway?
Oh, I loved it. Yes, really good. Yeah, quite busy. Well, it wasn't busy in terms of my class. I was sort of scrapping away with some of the slightly slower A-class cars, more powerful on the straights, a bit slower through the corners. So we have quite a duel out there. It can be quite fun, but all the while you've got your eye in the mirror to see if anyone's catching up with you while you're doing it. So yeah, it's quite busy in that respect, but quite quiet in terms of Class B today.
Absolutely. And do you reckon your teammate there in Matthew Tidmarsh can get it to the line?
Well, I do, yeah. I mean, Matt is a little bit stronger than me on this circuit, so I've every faith in him putting in lap after lap, and so long as the little Janetta plays her part, then it's going to be a good day, hopefully.
Hopefully so. Chris, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being to us. Thank you, Chris. And it's back to you in the commentary box.
Yep, with 24.5 minutes of the race left to go. They have now waved through the number 1 car of Scott Parker and the other cars that were behind it. So hopefully the safety car has now picked up Ryan Parker. And I think it has. I can see it out the window. We can see it now on the screen as well. So safety car is leading them over the line. This is possibly going to be the last safety car lap if the queue is reformed at the end of it, because I think the BMW of Chris Murphy has now been taken away. And that will mean that we should, if the queue reforms, can get underway at the end of this lap. Now, Scott Parkin had managed to get to the back of the queue. The others are still catching up. But Scott Parkin would have been particularly keen to get there, because amid that safety car, he's effectively gained 10 seconds, because he was about 23 seconds behind the leader. He's now just under 13 seconds behind the leader as we go into what's going to be about the last 21 minutes of the race. So they're going to get something like 17 laps or something like that out of the final, what we think is going to be the final stanza of this race, Marcus.
Yeah, I went to the end of the grandstand to have a look to see what I could find, and of course I could see them. They'd lifted Chris Murphy's BMW onto the flatbed and taken it away. I don't know that it was desperately vulnerable, but there's a potential for anything pretty much, isn't there, when a car's in even a vague sight line of the racetrack. Yeah,
and it clearly needed to be lifted. It wasn't something that could just be pushed away or towed away or whatever. So because it needed that outside assistance, I guess that's why they slightly belatedly called the safety car. The safety car has gone in now, I think. And so we're about to get underway. So it's going to be Dylan Brichter leading. The car in second is Simon Major, who is about 6th in the queue, I think. But the one that we'll probably watch, I think, is probably Scott Parkin, who is a bit further back in the queue.
6 places behind the Seat.
Yeah, so he's been about sort of 12th or 13th in the queue overall, and he was sort of 12 or 13 seconds behind the leader. As the green flag waves, the race gets back underway. Of course, Scott Parker was unable to overtake until he got to the timing line. He's already passed a couple of slower cars, I can see, and he was 7.6 seconds behind the leader at the start of this lap. So I think we could have a race on here, Marcus.
Looks like it, yeah. It looks a really tasty finish to this race. It's likely. Saunders is millions of miles behind Middleton, and then Parkin far adrift as well. And what it's done, of course, it's concertinaed the traffic into sort of one kind of one part of the circuit rather than spread it all round.
Interestingly, Dylan Brichter has lost track position to another car there, hasn't he? Which is the 444 car. That's Alan Blenko. So he is a lap down. He's in 6th place, but now is the leader on the road, if you like. But a lap down, and he will be quick. Experienced driver, has raced in British Touring Car Championship, of course.
Yep, the Yorkshire scaffolding contractor.
Yeah, so he's going to be rapid. At least a couple of ex-BTC drivers on the grid, because James Pickford did a season or two in touring cars as well, I think. And there he is, just going through now in the number 19 car. Speak of the devil, he's up to 19th position in that orange Audi TT that's in Class B, shared with Wayne Lawson. So at the end of that lap, in terms of time, Scott Parker had lost a little bit, down up to 9.5 seconds, but that's probably the impact of Ryan being able to get away quite nicely at the restart and Scott having to pick his way through traffic. And
big
that
spin there, one of the BMWs, or half spin, broadside across the track, but well caught and well ameliorated. He's back on his way.
Yeah, I think that was the Hayes and Subiani car that had that half spin. So there's Scott Parkin, number 1, the Dark Side Developments Audi TT, 2-litre TDI engine. And good battles here. That's Middleton. He's being sort of unlapped there by the number 92 car, which in the second part of this race is Phil Knibb in that car. And 25 is Alok Iyengar.
He's still managed to hold him off, as Middleton. Didn't get taken after all that.
Yeah, so that's also sort of the battle about 8th and 9th position overall as well. That's the 82 car of Ben Williams now coming through. He's just ahead of him, and this is sort of a battle for 7th, 8th, 9th position, something like that as well. Very interesting race situation that's developed here. Scott Parkin is at the rear of that group. There's the leader, his brother's car now driven by Dylan Brichter, and here comes Scott Parkin. He's going to try and make up some more ground down the straight, if he can get past Alok Iyengar's number 25 Cupra.
Yeah, it's a big change from a F1000 to a TCR type car for Alok Iyengar. He's still at the back of that group, Scott Parkin. Towards the front of the group is Middleton there.
Less than 19 minutes of the race to go as well. Pit window will close for what it's worth in a few minutes' time, but everyone's already made their pit stop, so that's somewhat academic.
It's 34, that's Greg Saunders in 3rd place.
Yeah, and that's the sort of battle for position that we're going to have to watch, isn't it? Because that's where we're going to see Saunders against Scott Parkin.
Yeah, Parkin's only 1.5 seconds adrift of Saunders, and Saunders is 1.4 behind Middleton. So there's 4.44 stop and go penalty. That's Blenko.
Yeah, it is, and I wonder what that's for. I wonder if it was an infringement in terms of the safety car or something like that, or if it was something in the pit lane.
Overtaking maybe before the timing line or something.
Could be.
Simple as that.
Not had any sort of notifications through to explain exactly what that is for. So there is Dylan Brichter, and then there is
coming up beside that Saunders now with Middleton.
Yeah, so this is for 2nd place, and they're not too far behind.
Is Parkin.
Scott Parkin. And Middleton here is under pressure now from Saunders, who was almost alongside. So you've got the 2 sets, you've got a 3rd Seat as well.
Parkin using the diesel torque, and here he comes up the.
He's got
right with them. They're all together. This is the battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, he's got past that number 92 car, which is a lap down. So 3 cars together for 2nd. Dylan Brichter is 9 seconds or so up the road in the lead of this race. These 3 cars right together now, turning their way through the village hairpin. Again, trying using the torque on the exit of the hairpin is Scott Parkin, but actually lost a little bit of ground there.
Yeah, that's through the line, I think. Woo.
Yeah. Now through, very wide for Scott Parkin there through the link and on to the hangar straight once again. So it's Justin Middleton in 2nd in that white Cooper. The black Cooper with the orange stripes is Greg Saunders, and then it is the black and red Audi TT of Scott Parkin. He is 4th. These are the 3 battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions. As just in the distance up the road on the stream you can see Dylan Brichter turning into the Vale 9 or 10 seconds ahead of them. Great battle going on here for 2nd place overall, with still 16 minutes of the race left to go. Well, they do seem pretty evenly matched, these 3. Over the line they go. And that time 1:14, 1:14. Yep, all 3 of them in the 1:14s. Brichter in the lead was in the 1:13s, though, 1:13.493. So he has now got the lead up over 10 seconds.
Yeah,
which is important.
It's only just over a second. Splitting 2nd to 4th now. Here they are. Justin Middleton, Greg Saunders and Scott Parkin.
Yep, out of the link they come. onto
Here comes Parkin, just trying to a little sniff up the inside there, coming down towards Stowe Corner, but wasn't close enough. Just, in fact, he may even have moved the car out of the airstream to try and just get out of the slipstream, get a bit more air through the radiator at this stage of the race.
Yeah, possibly. Down into the Vale they go again. More slower cars ahead of them to try to deal with as well. But with the cars ahead of them aren't that much slower, which really makes it quite a challenge to deal with them. They go past the car previously driven by Ivor Mayers, the 316 car with Cameron Reid now aboard, right from Ashford. Pit window closed, confirmation, although that's now academic because everyone had made their stops with plenty of time to spare. There's Scott Parkin, number 1. Reminder, he's within 11 seconds of the lead of the race. He had a 30-second longer pit stop than the race leader because of success in previous rounds. Scott Parkin had won the previous 2 rounds of the championship at Brands Hatch and Snetterton. Admittedly quite a while ago. Snetterton was middle of June, around about 8 weeks ago now. And this is a lapped car that's getting involved.
I ain't got back again.
No, that's the 82 car of the car that was started by Ben Williams and now has another driver on board who I'm trying to check. Yeah, Bruno Costa on board that car now.
It's car running 7th.
Yeah, it's a lap down, but running in similar lap times to the leader. And Phil Knibb, who's in 8th place in the number 92 car, Andrew has just done his best lap of the race, it's a 1:13.543. So that's the car that you can also see in shot there, just ahead of Iengo, which is the black and yellow, Dayglow yellow car. You can see that Colin Gillespie started. So really, there's a good battle here for second, third, and fourth together. And then you've got a good battle really for 7th, 8th and 9th effectively. So a couple of decent battles, a lap apart, but in quite close proximity on the circuit.
Has Blanco made that pit stop yet? It doesn't look like it because he's still showing a 6th.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
Middleton down the outside.
Yeah, Saunders there is the car that's challenging him, the black car number 34. I think that might be Blanco heading into the pit lane now. Well, yeah, we could just see that on the live stream. So I think
on the inside, and a change then for second place. And Saunders has got through at Vale.
Can Parkin follow? Scott Parkin in the number 1 Darkside Developments Audi TT. Middleton going to try and come back, I think, first. At Greg Saunders as they head into Abbey again with 12.5 minutes of the race left to go. Down to a sprint race distance. And it's like a sprint race conclusion.
Goes up the inside, and that's Parkin through. He's displaced Justin Middleton.
I mean, it's good, I mean, touch wood as I say this, that obviously both Brichter's Audi TT and Parkin's car are circulating because they've proved a little bit fragile on occasion, these Audi TTs.
Campbell.
As the cars make their way down to Stowe Corner once again. So now can Scott Parkin catch and pass the number 34 car, which is Greg Saunders, and get up to 2nd place. I don't think he's going to catch Dylan Brichter, who's in the lead by well over 10 seconds now. Even if he does, but it'd be a good result if he can salvage 2nd from this, having had to serve that extra time penalty at the pit stop. Just to get the class situation, it is in Class B, Webster and Tidmarsh that are leading in that class. How big is their gap? It is 16 seconds over Partridge and Woodward, and they need to be at least 5 seconds ahead because Webster and Tidmarsh got a 5-second track limit penalty. And 3rd in Class B is Andrew Aidan Fletcher. Class C, it's Moore and Dennis still leading in that class from in 2nd place, and I think a lap behind effectively Paul Subiani and Johnny Hayes and Peerless and Stenning. They've got a 2-lap deduction, so they will fall behind the Mazda MX-5 of Thomas Stedman and his teammate who's driving that car now, which is Michael Hooper. in the final classification. 2 laps deducted for a refueling infringement for the Honda. So there's Saunders in second place, there's Scott Parkin in third place, and they're making their way along the stretch towards the Vale, and then on towards Club Corner for the final. Oh, almost a touch there between the second and third place cars, Marcus.
Yeah, very, very tight through traffic. They've got the Mazda to overtake the later model MX5. That may have disadvantaged Saunders at a point of the circuit where we've a whack from the guy. He was trying to get out of the way, not trying to get out of the way. He overreacted to Saunders, and then sideswiped Parkin.
Yeah, Bruno Costa that was in the number 82 car. Hopefully it's not caused damage to Parkin's car.
Well, Parkin's car's now under attack again, but from Middleton, who's down alongside and is going past it. So I wonder if it's not the tracking maybe on the Audi.
It could well have done. Perhaps there could have been slightly more situational awareness there. But Parkin was trying to go on the outside of the car that was being lapped, which I guess there was some risk there. As he was keen to get up another position in the later stage of the race. And the problem is here, you've got that car, which is a lap down, again, there's contact, this time with Saunders.
That's the same car, isn't it?
It
it's
is.
82, two contacts with the leading car inside half a lap.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you've got cars that are lapping in a similar pace, but on different laps. Whether there's always the awareness of that you are battling with a car on different laps, they're probably not getting necessarily blue flags. Always to show that cars on another lap are coming through.
The other thing's difficult, of course, is that a lot of these TCR cars look very, very similar.
Yes.
From the front, where there's not a lot of livery on them.
No. Oh, and Parkin way, way wide there. You do wonder if there is some damage.
A tracking issue.
It's not.
Or a tyre going down or something like that. It might have cut a tyre.
Yeah, either way, the handling is deteriorating. There's 8 minutes left to go. So I think now the question becomes, can Scott Parkin hold on and keep that car going to the end of the race? He's got 26 seconds in hand over the Martin Gadsby number 117 BMW Compact. So that's now a consideration as well. But we're getting very hectic in these closing stages of the race. So it's Saunders in second, Middleton there in third, and Scott Parkin is still there in fourth position, but the gap's elongated from where they were a couple of laps ago.
Now looks like he's sort of a little nervous about trying to pass the 82.
I'm not surprised.
No, absolutely. He's had grandstand views of, and Middleton's just gone off the circuit here at Abbey. He's ran wide and he's hopped back on. Has he lost the place to Parkin as a result? He has. Middleton kind of went rallying.
No, it's not lost to Parkin. No, it's not lost to Parkin.
There's Parkin. I think Middleton's dropped back.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So, yes, I think you're right, actually.
Yes, he has. There he is.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right, Marcus. 62 into the pits. That's not for the first time today. That's the Peter Denley Sadler and Edward Gay at BMW.
So often these races have stings in their tails in the last 10 minutes, quarter of an hour.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, Dylan Britt's extended his lead to 11.2 seconds now over the rest. Here's the next group of cars coming through.
Lining up to ambush Middleton.
Yeah. So let's just have a look at how much time Middleton lost on that lap. He's coming over the line now. And for him, it was a 1:18 compared to 1:13 for Saunders, 1:14 for, I just say, 4 seconds roughly that he lost as a result of that. Dropped him back to fourth place. With that off about a lap ago. So there's Scott Parkin. I mean, for him, good news was it was a 1:14. So those handling issues he seems to be at least coping with, if indeed there are any handling issues with that car. Sam Dennis going through shot there in the 195 car, having taken over from Ashmore, and looking good for a 4th successive win out of 4 this season in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship in Class C, and that will put them in a great position going into the penultimate meeting at Alton Park, where a win there would certainly wrap up the championship. Saunders in second place. I think a relative newcomer to the Club Enduro. Just having a look to see if he's been out so far this season. But I don't think he has. We saw him in the road sports, didn't we, at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago, where he went pretty well. Got some good results there. I think he was out in the All-Comers race as well.
2 hours round here in traffic in this heat.
Yeah, on your own.
It's going to take its toll, isn't it?
It certainly will. Get that man a glass of water, I think, for when he comes into Parc Fermé. Yeah, it's certainly going to be very tiring for those drivers that have gone solo, which is only a handful. Saunders, Scott Parkin has done that. David Embury has done that in 22nd place. We've not seen much of him in the 168 car. And he's been out there in his BMW M235i. There's the Browse car that's had its dramas. Where is it actually running, the Browse car at the moment? 221.
Just outside the top 10. 12th or so from memory.
Yeah, just having a...
It's up to 11th.
Yeah, 11th, 222 I should say.
Yes, because Blanco's dropped back with his stop.
That's right. So what have we got? 3.5 minutes of the race left to go into the very final stages of the race. Brichter still putting in good laps in the 13, so he's maintaining a lead of more than 11 seconds over the rest, which is very important. Doesn't want any last lap dramas. Scott Parkin is 7 seconds behind Saunders, but Middleton is only 1.5 seconds behind Parkin, so I guess there's still the chance of a change for the final podium position. So we'll see if we can pick up on that. There's Saunders, who's now 7 seconds ahead of Parkin. So we'll pick up if we can on Parkin
Orange
number 1.
BMW scrangling over the curbs onto the grass at Club.
Yeah, there's Parkin and there's Middleton. They're less than 1.4 seconds apart now, aren't they, as they go down to Vale, and they've got a lot of cars, including that number 82 car of Bruno Costa ahead of them. And the Trouble 4 car of Alan Blanco is all over the gravel at Vale. That sends Scott Parkin very wide at Club Corner, not to get an advantage, but just to get out of the way. And yeah, what was 1.4 seconds is now 0.4 seconds.
Now Middleton's gone up the other side, and he's having to tuck back behind Blanco.
Again, that's going to be a car that's lapping in a similar pace, albeit on a different lap.
Yeah, Blanco's pushing quite hard through Abbey.
Yeah, and that Blanco in 12th position now, having had to serve that stop-go penalty in the car that he's shared with Claire Norman.
Lotus was off-piste.
Yeah, that may well have been the Daniel Jude car, the 197 car, which has, I think, Mike Rayner at the road out. Yes, it was. So just keep an eye on that. Well, there's now a car, the Blanco car between Parkin. Well, but for how long? Because Blanco's going to get ahead of Parkin here, I think. No, he's not quite going to do it at Stoke-on. I thought he was going to go around the outside. He's going to have another nibble on the way down to the Vale. But there's probably only going to be 2 laps to go, I would think. As yeah, he's just started the penultimate lap, I think, as Dylan Brichter. As the next group of cars just making their way into Club Corner for the final time. Saunders has gone through, and then Parkin and Middleton go over the line with 1.2 seconds between them now and 2 laps of the race to go. Just checking the classes to make sure there's no dramas there. Yep, still the same leaders in classes B and C of this race. So that's Webster and Titmarsh in Class B, and Moore and Dennis in Class C.
And there's the 82 again. Parkin looks quite wary of.
Yes, indeed. And you do wonder if all of these drivers know that which lap they are on and who they're actually battling with in this race. So down to Stowe they come. And
Blenco's had another go on the outside, and he's gone past Parkin, but Parkin tucks back. He's balked, he's stuck on the inside behind the 82 car as they go on to their last lap.
Yeah, as Brichter has already started his final lap there. Just getting past the number 119 Audi TT. That's the car with Bobby Trundley now aboard, having taken over from Sandro Ballesteros. Bobby Trundley, who was one of the early 116 trophy drivers when that first came out.
88 laps down then for the lead car driven by Dylan Brichter at this point. Ryan Parkin started it.
Yeah, and it'll be a good result. They had a second place, these two, at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit earlier in the season in I think it was a 75-minute race, a shorter race they had there. But this is going to be a victory, first victory of the season for them. They had a DNF at Croft. I think they started at Stepton for the last meeting. So it's Dylan Brichter coming through the Vale for the final time, just in behind that number 55 car. I think it's Stanson aboard that car now. But Brichter coming through with the clock having counted down to 0. You'll see the checkered flag to win the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship here at Silverstone by a convincing margin in the end. Second place will go the way we think of Greg Saunders. He should appear through the final corner any moment now. I think this is him flashing his headlights. There's our Class B leader. That is number 8. And they are, I think, a couple of laps down as over the line to complete the race. Scott Parkin just holds on to third by a quarter of a second from Justin Middleton towards the end. And our Class C leader also coming through as well. So our Class B and C leaders more or less together, which is nice. Class C leader Samuel Dennis. So this is going to be a 4th win out of 4. Hard to see whether they've got the fastest lap in the class as well, which they've done in every other race so far. So 4 wins out of 4 in Class C, and a Class B victory and delight for the Flying Tangerine Racing team, who've had some ill luck this season. They have won in Class B. But there's our overall winner, Dylan Brichter, who took over from Ryan Parkin, and a victor, well-deserved victor at the end of a very entertaining Club Enduro race, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a great team result for Darkside Developments. 1 and 3 overall, split by Greg Saunders. Super result for him in the 34 Seat, and Major and Middleton. What a super effort from them, as well as Jones and Gadsby to finish on the lead lap in their BMW. So it was Audi from Seat, from Seat, and then in 5th place the BMW.
Yeah, 5 cars on the lead lap, headed by number 6 Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin. 89 laps completed for them. 34 Greg Saunders was 2nd, 11.8 seconds behind, and 3rd was number 1 Scott Parkin. 4th number 18 Simon Major and Justin Middleton. 5th number 117 Ian Jones and Martin Gadsby. 6th number 82 Ben Williams and Bruno Costa. 7th number 69 Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. 8th number 25 Colin Gillespie and Dalek Iyengar. 9th number 78 Matthew Stockford and Alan James. 10th number 92 Andrew Rath and Phil Nibb. Then 13th overall, completing the Class B winner, was Chris Webster and Matthew Tidmarsh. 2nd in that class, number 87 Partridge, Toby Partridge and Louis Woodward. On the next screen we'll see who was in 3rd in Class B. Just waiting for that to scroll through. That should be the Andrade and Fletcher car. Yes, it was. Treble 7 in their Golf. Then in Class C, Ash Moore and Sam Dennis in 21st overall in the 195 Honda Civic Type R from Paul Subiani and Johnny Hayes in the BMW 318 Ti, and Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper in the Mazda MX5. They were 3rd with that 2-lap penalty applied to Peerless and standing for a refuelling infringement. And quite a few cars didn't make it to the end, unfortunately. We were several cars down at the end, but nevertheless I think we had well over 20 cars finishing a slightly attritional Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, and that championship continues at Alton Park in September, which again is another live streamed event courtesy of Alpha Live. Watch out too, by the way, for Brands Hatch next Saturday. We're live streaming that meeting as well. But for now, let's head down to the pit lane once again and Kieran McGinley.
So we've just got the drivers now heading in after that Club Enduro. We've got Dylan Brichter, our winner here. Dylan, come forward, otherwise you might see the wrong end of a car. Dylan, congratulations on the victory there. Talk us through it, because obviously that was a long, hard race.
That felt really long. Like, I thought after the safety car, I thought maybe if the safety car stays out, then I'll just sit there and win the race like that. But then safety car went in. I think there was some lapped cars in between me and second, which probably helped create a gap. But yeah, that felt really long at the end there. It was like 15 minutes still, and I was like trying to wish for the race to end or something. But yeah, no, the car was perfect. The guys have done such a lot of work in preparation for today. They really have like spent so many nights doing this. So hopefully Scotty got a good result as well. And then for the team, this is mega for us.
Absolutely pictured there, because your team jumping all over you, 4 or 5 team members jumping all over you as well.
Yeah, they've really worked so hard for this, so it's good for them. And then I got my sister and her team here supporting me, my parents, everyone's turned out. So it's a perfect weekend now.
And it's a good first stint from Ryan as well. How much of that did that play a part?
From Ryan, yeah, no, that was spot on. That's exactly what we wanted. We thought maybe an ultimate pace, we were just kind of half a second off first and second. But over a 2-hour race, it's your average pace that counts, and we managed to manage that pretty well.
Great stuff, Dylan. I'll let you get hydrated. Go celebrate with your team. You've earned that one.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Let's have a chat now to our Class B victor in Matthew Tidmarsh. He's just getting all the de-suited, de-kitted. He's still attached to the car, look. There you go. Matthew, congratulations. Class B victory. How does that feel?
Oh, it's been a long road to this place. All sorts of car issues, reliability, and we've just put it all together this weekend. We won yesterday, we polled yesterday, we won yesterday, we polled again today, we won again today. Just epic, yeah. It's just fantastic. I'm speechless.
Epic stuff to watch. I mean, that first in from Chris Webster as well, not too bad either.
Oh, very solid, yeah. He laid the foundations to it, made it easy for me. Yeah, I just had to bring it home.
Yeah, lots of reports from drivers that it was slippery during that race. Did you feel the same?
Bit off pace from quali. I think I got lap record and fastest lap, so it can't have been too bad.
Just a little on the slippery side then. Obviously, a great day for you, great day for the team as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Everyone's just done their job perfectly. You know, massive thanks out to the team. Couldn't do this without them. My mum, my dad, my wife, my kids, John, Tom, Sam, everybody. Just fantastic.
That's great, and a huge smile on your face as well. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Great stuff. I'll go let you get de-kit. You're still de-kitting there, dropping the headphones, but I'll let you get de-kitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. And let's have a chat to our Class C victor in Sam Dennis. Sam, we spoke earlier on about your tirades earlier in the weekend, but here you are standing as a victor.
I am indeed, yes. I have to thank the team for that. They worked really hard to get the car completely rebuilt. The front end was smashed, and it's now we've gone out and won it. So I have to thank them and thank obviously my teammate Ash Moore for just sticking with us and getting it through to the end.
Yeah, Ash was also talking about the overtime your team put in to get the car ready and prepared for the race. I mean, that was a mega job from them.
Yeah, well, a lot less than last time. So they've done a lot of work on it, but you know that's why we got someone else's bonnet on it.
It all makes a difference. That was the winning part, I reckon.
Yeah, there's a piece off Will's car, and unfortunately, obviously he fell out, but you know, it's racing.
Yeah, I mean, you're a man who can't stop smiling right now. Win means a lot to you then.
Yes, this is the 4th win in Club Enduro and our 7th win this year so far.
So keep on smiling. Those wins will keep coming then. Is that the formula?
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Great stuff. Congratulations on the victory there. And go and celebrate with Ash. You've earned it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. And before we get going with our next race, we'll have a little bit of an ad break before we get back with the action.
And it's going to be the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup up next, sponsored by Massimo tyres. The circuit just being cleared after the previous race, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, and then we'll be ready for our final 4 sprint races of the weekend. Back to just 15-minute sprints between now and the end of the day. We've got the 5 Club MX5 Cup coming up next. Then we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship to complete the day's action. A reminder that earlier on today, there was a win for Matthew Hallam, his first win in the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Dramatic end to the first 5 Club race of the day, which left Ben Short rather unhappy for whatever had gone on. I think he was a bit unhappy about how Jordan Johnson and Oak Richardson were racing with each other to gain an advantage. But through it all, Matthew Hallam came through to take his first win. Ben Short was second, his only second defeat of the season. Oak Richardson third, Scott Leach fourth, Tom Holland fifth, and Jordan Johnson sixth place. Grid marshals are ready, and we have a grid that is partially reversed. We have had the top 9 reversed on this occasion, and so we are going to get the cars out onto the circuit with them lining up in this order. Pole position is going to go the way of number 22 Adrian Johnson. Beside him is number 128 Samuel Gormer. Second row is 70 Michael Pearson, 1 Jordan Johnson. On the third row it's 230 Thomas Holland and 13 Scott Leach. On row 4 of the grid it's 17 Oak Richardson and 71 Ben Short. See what he can do from there, I'm sure he'll be fired up. Fifth row 44 Matt Hallam, the race 1 winner, and number 9 Ian Tomlinson. Row 6 of the grid 21 Matthew Pennefather and Neil and Martin Vernon, number 99. Row 7, 97 and 64, that's Jack Lawrence and Scott Lawrence. The 8th row is 72 Matthew Short and 46 Nico Favreau. Row 9 Amy Worthington 65, Martina Ward in 23, Mary Barnard in 29, Neil Burrows in 31 on the 10th row. On the 11th row is 130 Charles Vai and 41 Alex Quatch T. On the 12th row of the grid it's 191 Philip Barrett and 90 Andrew Robinson. 13th row 68 Stephen Robinson and 129 Paul Barnard. And then on row 14 it's 78 Charlie Brisket and 11 Richard Beale. Isabel Burrows in 26 and Peter Brown 28 on the 15th row. And on the 16th and final row it's going to be Stuart Dowson, who was, I'm afraid, disqualified from the earlier race for overtaking behind the safety car. So we've got the cars heading round onto the circuit. We had 31 finishes yesterday, we had 31 finishes this morning. James McCutcheon was the one that didn't make it to the end this morning in the number 77 car, so and I don't see him on the grid, so I think we're just going to have the 31 starters this time, because yes, McCutcheon confirmed as withdrawn from the race. But certainly the race we had this morning, Marcus, that conclusion to it was quite something, wasn't it?
It was absolutely mad, just jostling for position all the way to the end, and Matt Hallam did a wonderful job to fend off Ben Short. Ben afterwards not overly happy with 1 or 2 drivers around him, but you know, when you win as often as he does, when you kind of don't win, there's an inquest, and he's the best driver out there for sure, as his record suggests, with 4 championships or whatever over the years.
Yeah, 4 in 5 Club, 11 wins from 13 races this season now, and you just know he's there on the outside of row 4 of the grid. He's going to be fired up for a win here, and he's done it so often from reverse grid races. It's not a surprise when he does it. Yeah, well, let's see if he gets to the front, and if so, how quickly he can get to the front here. But it's not going to be easy. There's people like, in particular, last year's champion Jordan Johnson, who'll make it difficult for him. Oak Richardson, he starts on the same row as the grid as Oak.
Johnson, champion, is still awaiting a win this year, isn't he?
He is. We only had 3 winners, Ben Short, Oak Richardson and Matt Hallam now. Jordan Johnson has had quite a few second places, I think. Just looking down at my...
Yeah, he's been best of the rest quite often, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's had 3, 4, and I think, 5 yesterday. Second place finishes so far this season. Anyway, watching for the lights because the red lights is on and it goes out now. The race gets underway. Head off towards Abbey for the first time from pole position. Then it's Adrian Johnson in the number 22 car.
Ben Short on the inside in the white car.
It is, and he's already up to fifth place, isn't he? So 3 places made up before he turns into the first corner. And they all make their way through Abbey and Farm for the first time. I think he might be 4th now. Hard to tell because there's cars 3 or 4 abreast as they come into the village hairpin. Lock up from 1 or 2 as they make their way into this slow right-hander. Do they all make it out on the other side? I think they do. And Shorty's still sort of 5th, isn't he? It's looks like it's Thomas Sam Gormer, I think, leading in 1:28.
4th now, I think, on the exit.
Yeah, Sam Gormer it is that's leading. Jordan Johnson it is that's in
Michael Pearce is
second place
as well, in that bright green car that's currently missing,
yeah,
I think.
and here's Ben Short. He's diving down the inside of both of them. Can he get the lead into Stowe Corner? Nearly, but not quite yet. He's got Jordan Johnson still ahead of him. Michael Pearce is alongside, heading off up towards, or down towards the Vale, I should say. And
he's got his nose ahead, hasn't he? But
he has. Whoa. 3 wide into the left-hander.
Probably not going to work.
It's not. So Jordan Johnson's got the lead at the moment. It's not the last we're going to have seen of Ben Short, though, in this race. Samuel Gormer is trying to cling on to 3rd. Oak Richardson is coming through on the inside of Michael Pearce to take 4th place away. So it's Jordan Johnson that leads at the end of lap 1 then. Ben Short is in 2nd. Samuel Gormer, 1:28, is in 3rd. Richardson, number 17, is in 4th place. Michael Pearce, in number 70, is in 5th. And 2 have tangled at Vale going into Club. That's 28 and 129. 28 is Peter Brown and 129 is Paul Barnard. So we'll see if anything is needed to be done to recover those cars. Another spinner I could see. Oh, they've both got going, but there's another car spinning at Farm as all of that was happening.
It's one of the BS cars.
It is. Yeah, we'll pick up in a minute. Anyway, for the lead, it's Jordan Johnson with Ben Short going to be alongside him now on the run along the Hanger Straight. He'll have the inside line for Stowe Corner. It was 28. That was the car that was involved previously, wasn't it? That's now decided to pull off the circuit again. And Short has got the lead on the Hanger Straight there, Marcus.
Yep. So second time into Stowe, and 71 Ben Short, who leads. Of course, he's got Ben on that back number plate, just to let everyone know, show due deference to his speed.
Some form of debris there in the circuit.
Yeah.
At the Vale. It's not on the racing line.
No, I think it's a bumper or something like that, maybe.
Bumper
cover.
Yeah, maybe.
There is Samuel Gormer ahead of yes. That's where the blue car's parked, on the inside, literally on the inside of the exit of Club.
Yes, unusual place for a car to be stopped, which hopefully going to be okay there, though. Should be out of harm's way, you would think. So it's Ben Short leading, number 71, from Jordan Johnson in 2nd place, number 1. In 3rd place, I think it's Oak Richardson, not going to win a shot at the moment. Should see him in a moment. Here they come towards us, and yes, it is Oak Richardson 3rd. Samuel Gormer 4th, Pearce 5th, and Scott Leach is in 6th place now, the man from the meeting.
Hallam, isn't it? A couple behind him is Tomlinson. So Hallam is moving up.
So along the straight, Hanger Straight towards Stowe Corner they go. Ben Short, the man behind BS Motorsport it is that has the lead. Multiple champion, very experienced driver in MX5s. There's a few drivers in here. There's done a lot of MX5 races. We've got a safety car now being called. So I imagine that is because they want to recover that number 28 car of Peter Brown from where it has ended up. Well, although it has now got going under its own steam. So if that's what it was for, then it might be quite a short-lived safety car period. Is the safety car going to pick them up? It looks like it is ready and waiting to
Michael Pearce is going to
pick them up.
Hand up just to let people know that there was a drama.
So we're waiting for the cars to make their way through, and it is Still Ben Short leading by 0.3 of a second from Oak Richardson in second place. So Jordan Johnson in second place, Oak Richardson in third. Samuel Gormer is in fourth position. Michael Pearce is in fifth. Scott Leach is in sixth. Matt Hallam in seventh. Adrian Johnson in eighth. Ian Tomlinson ninth, and Tom Holland rounding out the top 10. As we have just 10 minutes of this race left to go. I think this could be quite a short-lived safety car period, because if it was, yeah, safety car lights are out indeed. I think it was just to recover that 28 car, which eventually then got going under its own steam. So 1 lap behind the safety car is all we're going to get, which is good news.
Got the straggler coming past the pits out of our window.
Yeah, it's a long way behind the safety car back. Who's that?
That's the one that was involved in the incident with 28, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's not managed to catch up with the back of the pack yet. But safety car's pulled in. It's going to be Ben Short that is leading them around. Of course, it's going to be down to him to choose when he goes. I think he's chosen to go now. Jordan Johnson trying to stay with him then as we go into the restart of the race. So through Club Corner they come with 8 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. About to complete lap number 4 of the race, which gets back underway.
We still have, what, 8.5 minutes to go. Ben Short leading the way then. Lots of squealing of tyres. Second still Jordan Johnson, defending champion. Third is the blue car, Oak Richardson, the local garden centre director. And then Samuel Gormer, Michael Pearce and Scott Leach in the blue car with the yellow nose. They are next through, making people top 6. Short, wouldn't say stretching away, but he's opened a little bit of daylight between himself and the number 1 car of Jordan Johnson. He's got his own mirrors absolutely full of Oak Richardson. And the gap back, Scott Leach on the outside. Got I want to go. Oh, that's Pearce got a little bit stabilised. There was a tangle, wasn't there? He got flicked and he went back one way, back the other way.
Yeah, it's with Samuel Gormer, I think, that caused all of that. So that has meant that there's now a bit of a bigger gap opening up. Ben Short gets the best lap of the race, and surprisingly at 1:23.371, did a 1:22.949 this morning, so a few tenths off that. I suspect the track temperature has increased since then, and the air temperature has increased since then, and overall it's all going to be a little bit slower than it was this morning.
With the 2-hour Enduro as well, there's probably things on the track now.
That's right. So it's Ben Short leading, Jordan Johnson second, Oak Richardson third, then a gap back now to 4th place, Samuel Gormer, who's got Scott Leach behind him up to 5th.
Moving up to the right, trying to go past Scott Leach on the hanger straight, early on the hanger straight, got a very good exit from the link road. And here's Oak Richardson coming down, saying to take 2nd place into Stowe behind our leader. And Richardson and Johnson still side by side. Richardson came down the inside, but Jordan Johnson may just have held him off. Scott Leach ahead of this next group.
Yeah, and he has a great train of cars behind him, doesn't he? He's got Gormer, he's got Ian Tomlinson, who's got ahead of Matt Hallam now, and Thomas Holland's there as well. Gormer just trying to overlap with Leach as they came through Club Corner that time. Adrian Johnson was on pole positions also in this group. So this is really 4th back to 9th position, I think. 6 of them involved in this battle as Ben Short continues to extend his lead up to 1.7 seconds now. Pulled out another 6 tenths over Jordan Johnson on the last lap.
This lap is now to 23.371 after 5 laps. She's done 6, no improvement that lap.
Hallam back ahead of Tomlinson and up to 6th position at the link. And the Hanger straight he goes, but Ben Short, of course, yesterday's race he won by nearly 10 seconds, was ahead by 13 seconds at one point in the race, and I think he's going to be back into that zone now, isn't he? And just ease away from the next two, which is now Richardson ahead, I notice.
Yeah, he's got back ahead of Jordan Johnson. And these cars all quite similar colours.
Yeah, you've got Hallam now behind the... Who's he behind? He's behind the Gorma car, isn't he? That's Tomlinson that's going very wide.
Yeah, Hallam's ahead of that group. Hallam's up ahead of 6. Tomlinson, Holland, and Martin Vernon in 9th. Adrian Johnson is in 10th place.
Yeah, streaming their way through. No improvements to note in the top 10 in terms of lap times that time through. But there were place changes with Richardson and Hallam both improving one position. Also, further back, Martin Vernon getting ahead of Adrian Johnson as well for 9th place. Well, it looks like Johnson has reversed that. Adrian Johnson is Jordan's father, by the way. Here's Scott Leach at the head of this gaggle.
There are various sort of dads and lads and dads and lasses in this kind of field.
Yeah, and it's great camaraderie, and it's built up this year. Bigger grids this season, it seems, under the auspices of Ben Hansey, who's himself a former double champion, coordinating the 5 Club Championship for the first time, having taken over from Alan Robson, who retired at the end of last season. And it's proving very popular. This is the biggest grid of Mazda MX-5s anywhere seen so far this year. There are various places you can race your Mazda MX-5, but this is the most popular one in 2024. Good little scrap going on here between cars 21 and 64. 21 is Matt Pennefather Neal, 64 is Scott Lawrence. This is outside the top 10, in fact it's in 11th position. Matt Neal's been on the podium in the past, certainly. Scott Lawrence we've not seen so much of at the sharp end of the field before.
And that was the car that was involved in this early on, just 129. Paul Barnard just staying way offline, just to let the sort of peloton come through behind Ben Short.
Yep, and he's one of the dads racing with his daughter Mary Barnard, who's in 18th position. Paul from Middlesbrough, who is 50 years of age, a mechanic. And racing against his daughter for the first time this season.
We got Oak Richardson with standing pressure from Jordan Johnson in the 1 car, Richardson in the 17. Where's the garden centre business? Really local.
Preston Bissett.
I saw the sign this morning. Preston Bissett and Barton Hartshorn, I think.
Okay.
Same sign.
We could have called in to the garden centre.
For a cup of tea.
Yeah.
7:30, yeah.
So there we go. There's Oak Richardson turning his way through with Jordan Johnson applying pressure. They're 2.5 seconds behind Ben Short now, but they've equally got a good gap of about 5 seconds back to Scott Leach in 3rd. So those two can just focus on each other. As,
one more lap after this one, Ian.
Yeah, that's it. It seems to have gone by very quickly. Of course, we had that short safety car interlude. So we're only going to get, I think, 11 laps out of it. 15-minute race. There's Gorma with Matt Hallam behind him, 5th and 6th. Matt Hallam, the winner of the race early on today. He struggled to make the progress that he'd have liked to from 9th on the grid.
Angry Worthington leading the Coupe Dam by not even a second from Martina Ward and Mary Barnard.
Look at Jordan Johnson right in the toe of Oak Richardson here. Unable to make it through there. Are they getting any closer to Ben Short? I kind of feel like they might be a little bit. 2.587 seconds was the gap. They both took a couple of tenths out of him on the previous lap.
Follows the pattern of yesterday, just backing off a little over the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
For Ben Short, just to make sure.
So 26 seconds to go, so one more lap to go for Ben Short here. Completes lap 10, about to go on to lap 11 of the race.
Yes, you're right, they are closer.
Yeah, 2 seconds rather than 2.5 now, the gap between 1st and 2nd.
The big battles behind Scott Leach, and that's Samuel Gormer, Tom Holland and Matt Hallam still scrapping away for 5th place. Ian Tomlinson in very close company.
So through they go towards the link for the final time in this race. Looks like it's going to be Ben Short to take his 12th victory out of 14 this season. A step closer to wrapping up the championship. There's still a few more rounds left to go, so it's not absolutely guaranteed yet. Side by side for second place here. Richardson on the inside, Jordan Johnson on the outside. Who's going to have the advantage through Stowe? Looks like it's going to be Richardson in the number 17 car. Just about fending off Jordan Johnson here, but it's still very much up for grabs. Johnson will have the outside line for the left-hand element, but then the right-hand line for Club Corner itself. No, he won't, because he goes to the outside here as Richardson covers that off. So it's going to be Ben Short that wins. It's going to be side by side for second over the line, though. Who's it going to be? They've disappeared off the screen altogether. It's Richardson second and Jordan Johnson third in the end. A quarter of a second between them. Scott Leach is 4th. Samuel Gormer 5th. Thomas Holland 6th. Matt Hallam 7th, so he lost a place in the last lap or so. Ian Tomlinson 8th. Adrian Johnson 9th. Martin Vernon completing the top 10. And the rest of the cars coming through. The Lawrences 11th and 12th. Scott and Jack Lawrence. Matthew Short 13th. Matt Pennefather Neil dropped to 14th in the end, ahead of Amy Worthington, who was the ex-stock catch racer, who again has come out on top of the female racers. A better day for her than yesterday when she was at the back of the field and had to fight her way back through. And the final few cars just come through to take the checker flag. But another Ben Short masterclass, that one, really.
Yes, absolutely. And having lost one today, he's back on top of the tree, and only as good as your last race, as they say. 26 has spun on the final lap.
That's Isabel Burrows, who's had a rotation, and she is going to be slightly delayed in reaching the checkered flag at the end of that 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup race. But she does make it to the end, and I think we've had 29 finishes. We did lose Michael Pearce in that one.
Yes, the bright green car.
As well as Brown.
He took a tag, didn't he?
Yeah.
At the vote between Vale and Club.
Let's have a look at the results from that race then. It was a win for number 71 Ben Short at the end of 11 laps of racing, from number 17 Oak Richardson in second. 3.04 seconds the gap between them. Third was number 1 Jordan Johnson, fourth number 13 Scott Leach, fifth was 1 to 8 Samuel Gormer, sixth 230 Thomas Holland, seventh number 44 Matt Hallam, eighth number 9 Ian Tomlinson, ninth number 22 Adrian Johnson, and rounding out the top 10 was number 99 Martin Vernon, ahead of Scott Lawrence, Jack Lawrence, Matthew Short, Matthew Pennefather Neil, and then Amy Worthington, Nico Favre, Mary Barlow, Martina Ward, Charles Vai, and Stephen Robinson completed the top 20. Just a couple more meetings to go for the Mazda MX-5s in the 5 Club Racing Cup this season. They go to Alton Park in September and Darlington Park in October to conclude their seasons. So cars heading into the pit lane, some of them will be stopped at Parc Fermé, some of them will also be stopped to have a chat with Kieran McGinley as well in a couple of minutes. 3 more races to come this afternoon. Historic 750 Formula up next, then Hot Hatches and the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship to round off a busy weekend of racing with the 750 Motors Club here at the Silverstone International Circuit. Blue skies over the wing. A little hazy, I have to say. I heard there was some smoke blown over from North American wildfires. That's what was causing the haze. So the BBC weather forecast told me this morning. But still a very warm day, so very warm in our commentary box. And warm work for the drivers as well in a lot of these races. Certainly the Club Enduro that we had a little bit earlier on. But let's now head down to the pit lane. And Kieran McGinley's with our top 3.
So the end of the second 5 Club MX5 Cup comes to an end, and we have Ben Short here, our race winner. Ben, I heard an almighty tyre squeal at the end there. Did you finish that race sideways by any chance?
Yeah, the tyres have gone off a little bit towards the end, which is why the lap time suffered a little bit. And I was watching these two going at it in the mirror. It looked like a really interesting race. I could see they sort of slowly reeling me in. But yeah, safety car in the middle again, which was means you got to do all the work twice. And yeah, Jordan and I had a good little ding dong at the start, so that was good as well.
Were you getting elements of deja vu when that safety car came out for the second time?
Yeah, very much so. You know, just started to get my head down and try and build a little bit of a gap and then the safety car out. But it just looked like a broken down car. So hopefully everyone's all right. And Marshall did a cracking job, got it off. I think safety car, it was only a lap, I think. So yeah, was able to get back racing really quickly again.
Absolutely, and obviously to end off the day with a win, that's a great feeling, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course it is. So you move on to the next event, sort of full of confidence and ready to go again.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Ben. Let's have a chat to our second place driver, in Oak Richardson. I think that's Oak there, is it? Who's giving me the eyes. Let's have a chat to him. Oak, congratulations. Third in the first race, second in this one. So that means you must win the next one. That's how patterns work, isn't it?
Maybe, I don't know. Something like that, yeah.
Well, you and Ben had a great battle. Sorry, you and Jordan, had a great battle on the line there, side by side out of the final couple of corners, bit of door to door.
Yeah, well, me and Jordan's were having a good old. Well, we were working together for most of that race. When we got through to the front, so these reverse grid races, you always end up with those first couple of laps where it was a bit of a scrap, and we got being the top three and made a gap before the safety car, which was more of a surprise because it hasn't happened on the previous two races. So we sort of were like, well, Ben had gapped us, so we're like, well, let's work together. And it's always the case, the last lap is a free-for-all, but up until that point, let's not do anything silly, let's go for it. And we were catching him, but that safety car just took away any time we could have to do so. And is what it is, but I wasn't going to let him pass.
No, 2 podiums for you this weekend, though. Three.
It was yesterday as well.
Yes. Forgot to count that one. 2 today, though.
2 today, yeah.
So happy weekend?
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad.
Good stuff. Well, I'll let you celebrate all your podiums then, and we'll hopefully see you in the next one, Oak.
Well, yeah, it should be.
Cheers, Oak. Thank you very much for the chat. And let's have a chat finally to our third place driver in Jordan Johnson, who missed out on second place by just a quarter of a second. Jordan, how was that race for you?
It was really fun, actually. We were picking away at Ben, trying to work together to catch him up, and the last lap board comes out, and it's gloves off from there, isn't it, really? So I've been out racing Vogue for a few seasons now, and I knew we'd have a good battle on the last lap, and we did.
Yeah, door to door in the final corner.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's not usually going to work around the outside there, is it? And Oak showed me where I was going, so that was it. But it was worth a try. I didn't think he'd think I'd go for that, so I thought I might catch him off guard.
Nice way to end the weekend, though, on the podium.
Yeah, it was a bit of a better drive than earlier, where it all went wrong in the last few corners. But yeah, good weekend overall. Got some good points for the championship, and looking forward to Walton now.
Great stuff, Jordan. Thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy your podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, then we'll hand back to the commentary box for our next race.
Yes, it's the second race of the weekend for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And we had a race earlier on today, which was won by Bill Cowley. This grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying this morning. There will be some gaps on it, including pole position, because 29 John Village had an incident in qualifying that meant that he, although he'd set a good lap time, was not able to take part in the races. 31 Greg Catano should be there on the outside of the front row. The second row, the race 1 winner, number 78 Bill Cowley, and number 7 Graham Wilson. The third row, number 18 Timothy Roebuck, and number 72 Trevor Slatter, probably not going to be there. He was involved in an incident in race 1. That might account for a few cars. Row number 4 should have on the inside number 23 Lyndon Fuston and number 65 Jörg Schneider. Row 5, 37 John Donnelly and 67 Paul Mason. Row 6, 16 Nikolai Komarov and 26 Mike Whitby. On row 7 of the grid, that's going to be 81 Samuel Bayliss and 41, which is Christopher Jones. The 8th row 5 Michael Harvey and 88 Richard Carter. The 9th row 99 David Lewis and 44 John McDonald. The 10th row 1 Gregan Fuston and 87 Luigi Bayliss. Row 11 13 Ben Bolton, 11 James Miles. Row 12 66 Nick Hayward Cook and 22 Charlie Plain Jones. Row 13 20 and 85 20 Nicholas Powell and 85 John Moss. row 14, 77 William Kirk and 8 Peter Marsh, and then at the back it's 17 Matt Thomas and number 9 Thomas Emden. So that is the way the grid is lining up right now for this second and final race of the weekend. A weekend where we've been marking the 75th anniversary. Oh dear, Greg Catton's got his hand in the air because there's some smoke or steam or something emitting from his car. I don't know if the marshals would have spotted that, but he's not got his hand up now. Maybe he's fixed the problem. But yes, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the inauguration of 750 Formula back in 1949. We had contemporary 750 Formula cars out yesterday, Marcus, and today we have the historic version of 750 Formula, and also cars that reflect other elements of the 750 Race Club's history, in particular the Austin 7s, which are here in 2 classes for both supercharged and non-supercharged variants.
This event always traditionally was one where there was a reunion of all the sort of alumni past.
Yeah.
Up when it was held on the national circuit, and it's just great to see this full spectrum of cars and drivers, and the modern ones are impressive, but equally to see this number of the historic cars out is great. I'm sorry we've lost 4 or 5 over the course of the day. Yes, there's more smoke coming from the Dyson of Greg Catton on pole.
Yeah, yeah, and you can see the gaps here as well, can't you? No John Village. That was a qualifying accident that accounted for him, wasn't it?
No Trevor Slatter and various others who were front runners.
Graham Wilson there, not there on the second row of the grid either. And then
did he run out of time?
Yes, in the time 3B. Yes, Lyndon Thruston is there, I think, as is Jörg Schneider on the 4th row of the grid, though. And I think there's a gap on row 5. I don't think John Donnelly is there, but it gets a bit hard to see beyond that as to who should be on which row. Last couple of cars are there at the back. 8 and 17. 17 is Matt Tompkins, and 8 is Peter Marsh.
We still have about 20.
Yeah, still a very good number of these cars, just sadly not quite the 30-odd that we were...
It's a very rakish monoposto special, isn't it? The Austin special of Peter Marsh there. Jörg Schneider is building one in Switzerland, but that won't be ready till next season. He's one of those indefatigable enthusiasts who comes over from Gerlafingen, and he often has competed with us. Mallory last year turned up at a race meeting with Hans Rudi Hovard as well, with his DNC. But I hear that Howie, as he's called, has a family illness issue at the moment to contend with, and so therefore desperate to come back, but unable to do so this season.
Peter Marsh, whose car we saw a moment ago at the back of the field. Peter's retired, he's from Tittenser. He started racing in 2009 in Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Also raced in the historic 750 Formula Series as well. Clearly done some autocross, get your words out, autocross, hill climb sprints, as well as circuit racing in the past. Has done some VSCC events.
And away they go. And not a very good start from this morning's winner, which is Bill Cowley. Therefore, the Warren dropped back a little bit. And look, it's the 7 that leads. That's Tim Roebuck, isn't it?
That's remarkable,
Tim Roebuck.
isn't it?
And the Dyson's got problems, clearly, probably due to that overheating. The Whippets there, I see. 1 or 2 hurrying through from the back. Oh, what an extraordinary thing.
Lyndon Thruston's going to have the lead of the race here down at Village, isn't he? The number 23 car. He was at the back of the field in race 1, came through to 4th position in the end, and he now leads.
And Dyson's pulling off.
I thought that might happen because he was not happy on the grid, was he? And eventually Greg Catton, is just going to find a place where he can get as far off the circuit as he can, and hopefully he'll be out of trouble there.
Yeah, it's smoking quite badly, so it's overheated.
Yes, it was quite a long wait on the grid for him as well, which won't have helped.
No. I think he switched it off and put it back on again. It started to puff smoke. So here we go.
And Roebuck has got the lead back from Thruston, but now Bill
fantastic.
Cowley
and here
is
comes Bill
coming
Cowley
through.
on the inside.
This is great thing. So this is the ex-John Miles Austin 7.
John Miles, as in Lotus Grand Prix driver John Miles.
Exactly, yes. And he was a vice president of the 750 Motor Club. Sadly passed away a few years ago. Tim Roebuck took on the car. He's leading a race overall here with Bill Cowley behind him and Lyndon Thruston. The 1973 championship winning car is going to get the lead here, I think, in the hands of the more recent 750 Formula champion Bill Cowley. The number 81 car is Samuel Bayliss. That's the Centaur Mark 14. That's coming to a halt at Stowe Corner by the looks of it. So here they come, Marcus, down towards Abbey.
That's amazing, isn't it? And it is Bill Cowley, whose grandfather built that wonderful Cowley Mark IV for the 750 Formula back in 1969. But we saw that car out yesterday, and we saw it win at Cadwell Park recently. But this is the Warren Reliant, designed by Jerry Evershed for Robin Smith, who won that 1973 championship you were talking about. A really innovative car. It's tiny, it's very, very low, small wheels. At one point it had a supercharged Reliant engine in it. And the 750 Formula went from the Austin 7 sort of chassis and engines to freer chassis, still with the Austin 7 engine, then the Reliant side valve engine, then the overhead valve Reliant, and then finally the Fiats that we see today, 1108cc Fiats. But there is Tim Roebuck.
Yeah, won his class in
really
the
well.
Yeah, he won his class in the earlier race, didn't he? And looking set to do the same. The second car within his class is Richard Carter, who's in 6th position overall. He's got Lyndon Thruston behind him, and now Jörg Schneider as well, who's racing that Race Kits Merlin this weekend. And the Race Kits Merlin effectively is a sort of recreation, isn't it, of a pre-74 750 Formula car.
Yeah, car made by Martin Kemp and marketed in very small numbers, I would think. It was shown at Race Retro one year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know how many Merlins there are.
Not more than a handful, I wouldn't have thought.
I think the single figures of the Falcon,
yeah,
the modern car, about 8 or 9, but 1 or 2 of them haven't raced. And look at that, there's Jörg Schneider coming through the middle. And Jörg Schneider, who normally drives the JSG Arthur, or the Arthur JSG, and has done very, very well in it. Here with the more modern.
He had got ahead of Lyndon Thruston, but he's now lost the place again, hasn't he, as they come back onto the hangar straight. There's Bill Cowley. He was 5.4 seconds to the good at the end of the previous lap, and I think he's managing to ease away now. A bit of a different race to him than the first race, where we had that great dice with Greg Catton. I think he said how much he enjoyed it, didn't he, afterwards?
Absolutely.
And I think Catton it felt likewise.
It is interesting, that car, because it has no cycle wings at the front, but it has sort of enclosed rear end, that very exposed driving position. It was owned for many years by Ron Welsh. Now I believe it's owned by Kevin Welsh, Ron's son, who gave it to Bill Cowley and said, do your best.
What lap time has he done? He's done 1:29.745. That time at 1:29.586 on the previous lap, which is the best lap of the day. Faster than he went in race 1. Lap record for historic 750 Formula cars is a 1:27.14 for Tim Sage. That was in a Mallock, 1 litre Mallock, isn't it?
That's quite a hot car, that.
Yeah.
Of course, John Village would have been well under that.
Yes.
With the V2, the recreation of his 70s car. Johnny went on to win the 1979 EFTA Euro Series Formula Ford Championship. Came back to this Formula 3 or 4 seasons ago with the car powered by a Coventry Climax engine. Here's Jörg Schneider popping out of the slipstream again of Lyndon Thruston.
Great dice these two are having. I remember Jörg Schneider benefited at Alton Park when Thruston and Village collected one another at Shallows Corner, and Schneider, who was also involved in the battle, was there to capitalise and take a win in the Arthur on that occasion. That was back in June. But here he's in the race it's been in. He has pulled a few lengths now on Thruston, it would seem. Just looking at the other classes, Class D, I think, no longer has any representation since the demise of Greg Catton. A class that's sometimes populated by 500cc Formula 3 cars as well.
Yes.
Class A, it is Charlie Plain-Jones who's wriggled his way to the front of that. He wasn't on pole for the class. Nick Hayward-Cook was ahead of him on the grid, but the car that's second within that class is Hayward-Cook. So yeah, but between the two of them is Peter Marsh in the Greased Weasel, as car number 8 is known. There's another Austin 7 monoposto just ahead of Paul Mason. And that's Richard Carter's car, isn't it? Number 88, which has lost a couple of positions on the last lap, actually, to Mike Whitby and Ben Bolt. And there's Ben Bolt now in the number 13 Centaur going through. There's Carter in that blue monoposto, number 88, and looks like he might lose another position imminently. There's Mike Whitby in car number 26 making his way through. He's been a long time competitor in the 750 Motor Club. Started in 2001, racing in the 750 Trophy, also Austin 7 Triple Challenge, historic 750 Formula. Although he says this is his last season racing with the 750 Motor Club. Man from Raunds in Northamptonshire, isn't it? Raunds, I think.
Yes, it is.
And decided to hang up his helmet at the end of this season. So best wishes to Mike. Bill Cowley's improved the fastest lap of the race to 1:29.527 now. So that's pretty good going. That's going to be an average speed of about 75 miles an hour around this this circuit, which for these historic cars is pretty good going.
Indicates not very much slowing down for the corners.
Indeed. Schneider's now bested his effort there with a 1:29.502, so 25 thousandths faster. He's 9 seconds behind Cowley, so he's not going to make it up, I shouldn't think, in the remaining 6 3/4 minutes.
Aim shot fastest lap.
Yes, the aimshot.com fastest lap of the race. Down towards the Vale go a few of the cars. We're picking up Lyndon Thruston there, 23 at the back of that pack. You've got Jörg Schneider ahead of him. There's at least 3 Austin 7s that they're going to be lapping in fairly short order. Austin 7 drivers looking over their shoulders to see what's coming up. Schneider, you can see, has got the camera attached to the roll hoop to review footage after the race. Down towards Vale he comes then for the 6th time in this race. Got the fastest lap on the previous lap. And then first trying to pick his way past the number 20 car, which is that of Nicholas Powell in the Austin 7 Special for the driver from Newbury, Berkshire. Over the line they'll go. 5.5 minutes of the race left to go.
So Schneider with that fastest lap.
It's a good dice, this, isn't it, between John Moss and Nicholas Powell in the number 20 car. They're having a good dice for 17th position and the final podium position in Class A. John Moss, who's 69 years of age, from Little Kimble in Buckinghamshire. Only started racing in 5 years ago. Has also raced with the VSCC. 1933 car for him, prepared by James Ricketts. It's had many different owners over the years, including Gordon Tasker, Simon Frost, and also Bill Boddy's daughter had the car as well. Yeah, it was bought, though, this car from Simon Gallen, and like all Austin 7s, it seems to have an imaginative name. This one's called Dog Bowl. So that's the 85 car, which is coming towards us now, being lapped by the supercharged version of Timothy Roebuck, who's in 4th place.
Peter Marsh's car is Pigsty Special. It's the Super Snort, because it's emerged from Pigsty Racing.
Yes. Very busy piece of circuit. Mostly Austin 7s there, but
congregated together.
There's one 750 Formula car involved as well, which is the David Lewis Jeffrey, number 99, Reliant engine machine.
Jeffrey made road cars as well, a bit like Lotus 7s. the Jeffrey J1, something like that. I remember seeing them advertised in the press back in the 1970s.
And Lewis there is running in fourth position, actually. So he's ahead of Roebuck now. So Roebuck has dropped a position. That happened on that last lap, actually. So it's Bill Cowley leading by 11 seconds from Jörg Schneider in second, Lyndon Thrusten third, David Lewis fourth. All of those from the same class, Class C. Then it's Tim Roebuck from Class B, who is fifth. And the Class A leader is still Charlie Plain-Jones, who is in 15th place overall. With the 3 minutes or so of this race to go now.
Yeah, Charlie Plain-Jones is his Austin's a Cowley special. First Cowley special, I suspect.
Through the link and onto the back straight, the hanger straight they come once more. Great to see so many of these Austin 7s out today. And also the historic 750 Formula cars. Just a shame so many of those got caught up in incidents either in qualifying or the first race. Great to see for more of them out on the grid, but still a healthy grid of more than 20 cars here.
Yeah, they're driven very spiritedly, aren't they? That's always a feature of sort of Motor Club Austin 7 racing.
Yeah, fantastic to see so many of them.
And Charles Bulmer is the first champion. And of those who raced really early, Doug Buchan was another one who was around for many, many years racing. He got the great Club Winners driver Sid Marler started.
So we've had 2 minutes of the race left to go now. Got 2 minutes of it left to go. Still Jörg Schneider with the best lap of the race, a 1:29.502. Cowley's pace has eased off a little bit, so the gap has come down to 9.3 seconds now from first to second. And they're watching Ben Bolt going through in the number 13 car in 7th place. He is he catching Christopher Jones in number 41? Not really. They're lapping in similar lap times, both of them in the 1:36s. But Christopher Jones, who won one of the handicap races earlier on this season, he is in 6th place. Bolt is in 7th, as you mentioned earlier on. Former speed event competitor Ben Bolt.
Big into cars with imp engines for a long time.
Well, the two of them are together now, 6th and 7th, as they come towards us. 41 Christopher Jones, 13 Ben Bolt.
It's pretty much a third of the field in that in the long shot up the hanger straight.
There was, and there's 67 car Paul Mason as well, who's going well. Various different cars over the years. Paul Mason in 750 Formula, historic 750 Formula. Well, that's a heck of a vibration, isn't it? On the car going through. So here's this battle for 6th place. And then just behind, Paul Mason has got himself ahead of Mike Whitby now, I notice as well. Whitby there in the number 26 car. Also raced in other categories within the 750 motorsport. I think he was in classic stock hatch for a little while. I seem to remember him in a Peugeot 205. Last lap board has gone out. Only 14 seconds left on the clock, so Cowley will be coming up to the line very shortly, actually. Not seen too much of him in the recent stages of the race. Here he is though, number 78, Bill Cowley is going to do the double in the race parts historic 750 Formula Series today. He's had a pretty successful weekend. Podiums yesterday in 750 Formula, 2 wins today in the race parts historic 750 Formula Series for Bill Cowley. About 9 seconds was the gap that he had. There is Jörg Schneider, who takes 2nd place, and Lyndon Thrusten, who takes 3rd. 8.9 seconds the gap in the end. Another 2.2 seconds between Schneider and Thrusten. He takes 3rd. And then it should be David Lewis that will come home in 4th position. There's Charlie Plain-Jones. He takes the flag to win Class A. There's David Lewis in 4th place, and right behind him, Timothy Roebuck in 5th. And Lyndon Thrusten is pulling off beneath our commentary position here at the end of the race. His car has just come to a halt beneath us, I'm afraid. conked out, to use a technical term. Thank you, Marcus. And so I got him to the checkered flag in third place, and that's all that matters. He'll avoid post-race scrutineering, I suppose, as a result of that. Final few cars coming through to take the checkered flag. We've already had Charlie Plain-Jones through to win Class A. Second within Class A, I think it's going to be Nick Haywood-Cook. Yes, he is. He's just across the line now. And third within that class is the number 20 car of Nicholas Powell. So a great celebration of Austin 7 and historic 750 Formula and 750 Formula racing that we've had this weekend. Bill Cowley it was that took the win after 10 laps in car number 78 in the 1/750 Formula car from number 65 Jörg Schneider in second place in the race kits Merlin. 8.9 seconds between them. Then it was 23 Lyndon Thuston, who only just made it to the checkered flag. 99 David Lewis. 18 Timothy Roebuck winning his class for the supercharged Austin 7s from 41 Christopher Jones and 67 Paul Mason. Mike Whitby in 26 and Ben Bolt in 13 were 8th and 9th. Richard Carter 88 in 10th was the second of the Austin 7s. Then it was Luigi Bayliss, John McDonald in the Marrow, Peter Marsh and James Miles. And further back in 15th place, Charlie Plain-Jones ran out winner in the normally aspirated Austin 7 class in the Cowley Special, ahead of 66 Nick Haywood-Cook and 20 Nicholas Powell. So that brings an end to the historic 750 Formula racing for this weekend. They do have another meeting to go, and that is at Mallory Park in October to round out their season. And there's 2 more races to go here today. We've got Hot Hatches and Sport Special still to come, but let's go down to Kieran.
And at the end of the second race of the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, I'm here with Bill Cowley. Got it right, at least on the street. Bill, how was that race for you this time?
Oh, it was a bit... I was just driving around, really, just bringing it home in one piece. It's a shame what happened to Greg. I was hoping for another cracking race like we had in the first race. But yeah, unfortunately, I seen on the when we come out the pits, they started chucking. I think it was water, so chucking that out on the circuit, and I think they kept us waiting a while on the grid, and everyone were getting very hot. So yeah, a bit gutted about that. But as I say, the cars ran faultless all weekend. I'd just like to say a big thank you to Kevin and Ron Welsh for letting me have a go in her again, and yeah. 2 nice wins for them, and I'm sure they're very happy with that.
Yeah, 2 nice wins. What's she like to drive?
Amazingly, the handling is fantastic. It's a very well balanced car. I'm still getting used to it, getting used to the tyres as well, so there'll be a lot to come from me. But there's still a lot to come out of the car. I mean, it's still down on a bit of power, but it's getting closer. So hopefully when Kevin jumps back in it, it's in some point in the future, he can be at the sharp end.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Well, Bill, congratulations on the 2 wins today. Very well done indeed.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Bill. And that's your Class C winner. Let's have a chat to our Class B winner now. I think I see Tim Roebuck just off in the distance there. Tim's just waiting over here, hoping I wouldn't find him, but I found him. Tim.
I was just standing in the shade trying to cool off a little bit.
Excuses. Tim, congratulations there. Another class victory for you, Class B. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Actually, I had a much more interesting race than last time. A few dices with a few people, tried to keep some Class C cars behind me, but ultimately I made a bit of a mistake at Village and let the last one through. But no, it was good. Good fun. I was chasing him down at the end, trying to catch him, but ran out of laps.
Catching the shade then, so did it get pretty warm out there in your cockpit?
Yeah, it did, yeah. Yes, that thing runs pretty hot. It's putting out a lot of power for a little thing. You can't really get much air in it. So.
Yeah, it's weird because all the airflow should look like it goes to you, but I guess it doesn't.
Well, I end up trying to duck down behind the screen on the straights just to get a few more miles an hour.
The karting way, I like it. Yeah. Well, 2 wins for you, class victories. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, good. No, it's been a good day. Yeah, very pleased.
Great stuff. Smiling face as well. That's always a good day.
Yep, definitely.
Brilliant stuff, Tim. Thank you very much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. And let's have a chat to our third place driver. Oh, no, not third place driver. Class A winner, I should say. Charlie Plain-Jones. Charlie, we meet again. How are you?
We do. A bit exhausted, really.
I was chasing a couple of the supercharged Class B cars, and then a couple of Class Cs got mixed up with us just coming down the bend here. And the trouble is, when you think you can do in an Austin 7 what a Class C car can do, I exceeded track limits, let's say, and found a new route through the kitty litter. But it's an Austin 7, so, you know, it can stand it. So still finished and, you know, finished well, so I'm pleased with that. But, yeah, that was... not planned.
Not planned, but 2 class victories for you. Yeah. You're happy with that?
Very, very happy, yes, of course. And the car's going really well, especially when you consider the family relationship, because Bill, who came first, his father built that car when he was a lad. So, you know, we got the family group here. So, yeah, Cowley's rule, as they say. Yeah.
Absolutely. So a lot of connections here, have a lot of good connections with the car, and it's taken 2 victories. So all in all, a good day.
A very good day. Yeah, we've enjoyed it immensely, and yeah, only one more meeting this season, sadly, but there we go.
We get to look forward to it, and you get to look forward to having a drink and something to eat, maybe.
Yes, yeah. I think there's a 0 alcohol beer out there with my name on it. You know, go drive home.
That sounds like a plan. I won't let you stop you. Charlie, thank you so much for the chat.
Pleasure. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Charlie. And that will do that. And it's back up to our commentary box for our next race.
Yes, it's tin top action now. The PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Second race of the day, third race of the weekend for these cars. And they'll be brought out onto the circuit very soon indeed. Earlier on today, we had a win for Tate Taverner. That was his second victory of the weekend. And again, it was the same podium as yesterday. Actually, Mo Ben Lada was second, and Martin Paget was third. In Class B, earlier on, it was a win for Gordon McMillan. He followed up his win yesterday. And likewise, Class C was won by Josh Hilton, just as it was yesterday. So everybody's done the double so far this week. And can we make it triples all round in this final race of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship? Coming into this weekend, it was Shay Kavanagh leading, but he's missed this weekend an important triple header, so he'll have conceded ground to Liam Pauling, who missed yesterday's race but was out this morning and finished in third place within Class B. But more to the point, he will have dropped behind Josh Hilton, who will have taken not only the Class C but the overall championship lead as well. Let's have a look at the grid then for this race, determined by the result of the race earlier on today. So on pole position, it's number 22, Tate Taverner, and besides him is number 105, Mo Ben Lada. On the second row, it's 120, Martin Paget, and 20, Gordon McMillan. Watch out for his starts in that rear-wheel drive BMW. Third row of the grid, 28, Lee Warren, and 161, Matthew Morgan. Fourth row of the grid, 26, Liam Pauling, and 226, Lee Rickard. Row 5 is 18, Matthew Duffel, and 52, Lewis Ellis. Row 6, 50, Joshua Hilton, and 97, Paul Warren. The seventh row of the grid, 17, Will Bartup, and 55, David Measday. On row 8 of the grid, it's 82, Jerry Frost, and 83, Paul Adams. Row 9, 197, Craig Turner, and 148, Wayne Shackelford. On to row 10 of the grid, that's 87 Kurt Webb and 1 Scott Parkin, 112 Warren Andrews and 2 Ryan Parkin on the 11th row of the grid, row 12 63 Edward Lynch and 19 Daniel Rowson, and row 13 will be 31 William Hornsey and 72 Archie Stiant. So that's the way they are going to line up for this one. The other subplot we need to think about as well is what's going on in the Suzuki Swift Sports for the Swift Sport Challenge. These two cars making their debut this weekend. Race 1 was won by Ryan Parkin. His twin Scott Parkin won the second race, so it's a winner-takes-all contest amongst the Swift Sport Challenge cars. Let's see how that is going to pan out. This, the precursor to hopefully what is going to be a full championship for these cars, either on a standalone basis or possibly in with another category in 2025, just depending on how much interest there is. Initial reports are that there is a lot of interest in what is going to be a very affordable way to go racing, with disincentives to go testing. You'll be incentivized to drive your car to the circuit. You'll be disincentivized from having expensive data logging equipment and so forth. It could make quite a good series for someone who already races with 750 metal if they've got a son or a daughter to go racing as well. It's not a junior championship. It'll be pitched for drivers of who hold an adult race licence, but you can hold that from 16 years of age these days. And so I think it's got a lot of potential, certainly. But we've got the quicker cars at the front, Class A, B, and indeed the C-Class cars, in which the Suzuki Swifts have slotted this weekend. And we've got all-important championship points to be gained, with 2 meetings left to go at Alton Park, and then back here at Silverstone, actually, at the end of October for the meeting the day after the Burkitt, which this year is being held on the national circuit rather than the Grand Prix circuit, which I think possibly will be work a little better, actually, at that time of year.
You get more laps for your money, don't you?
You certainly do.
But interesting watch for the white Renault Clio from the back, 63, Edward Lynch, who was running sort of around the back of the top 6, wasn't he, this morning?
Yes.
And didn't finish. So that has been rejuvenated.
Yeah, he was close to the front in Class B, wasn't he? He was just needing to reverse into his correct grid position, and then we'll be almost ready for the off. You can see the 2 SK Motorsport Hondas on the first 2 rows of the grid. The one closest to camera is Mo Benlard at 105, at 120 is Martin Paget. Normally we see Shay Kavanagh out in one of those as well, but he's not able to race this weekend. Anyway, green flag waves at the back. 5-second board has been shown. Red light is turned on for the penultimate time today. It goes out, and the hot hatch grid, the PBS Brakes hot hatch grid, bursts into life, and down towards us at Abbey they come for the first time. It's Mo Benlard on the inside line, Tate Taverner on the outside. Can he sweep ahead? Not quite, I don't think. It wasn't such a rocket-like start from Gordon McMillan this time either in that rear-wheel drive BMW. He was leading briefly this morning, but he's only there in 4th place in this one at the moment. But it's Tate Taverner that's got the lead over Benlard and Paget. The rest of them all filtering their way through. That white Clio is made up of several places. It's about 4 places further up so far. And amongst the parkings, it looks like it's right ahead of Scott at the moment.
Yeah, Taverner made a decent start, and then sort of as he came towards Village, arrowed across, had the space to do that in front of Benlard to take the lead. And there he is, Tate Taverner, gunning for 3 from 3 today, having a weekend of weekends, certainly. And 105 in behind is Benlard. His is the SK Motorsport car without the slot, in the air slot in the roof. That's Paget. Paget leaves us braking really late, locks up, and loses a bit of ground in 3rd place. But it's Taverner from Benlard. In 3rd place is Paget. 4th is the BMW of McMillan, and the BMW compacts are locked together already down the order. Liam Pauling doing well. He's 3rd in his class behind Matthew Morgan. Paul Warren and Josh Hilton absolutely together.
Yeah, and it's Warren ahead of Hilton this time, so that's the opposite way round to what it has been in the 2 races so far during the course of this weekend. So they're still really closely matched in the championship. I think they were level on points going into this morning's race. Josh Hilton would have taken the advantage now, but that could change around. This is the battle for Class B then, and I think it is for 4th place in Class B.
Huge spin through Abbey, and that is number 55.
55 being the car of David Measday in the blue Vauxhall Corsa. But the leaders continue, so it's 22 Tate Taverner, who before this weekend has had a best finish of 2nd, a couple of 4ths and a couple of 5ths, so it's gone really, really well for him.
He's got the taste
this
for winning
weekend.
now, hasn't
He has.
See if he can take it to Shay Kavanagh when he returns. I guess he's returning later in the season.
I would think so, and it'll be very interesting to see how the Class A Championship looks after that.
Another lock-up, and that looked quite perilous as Benlard locks up. But out wide, over the curb, just getting the back kicked out is Tate Taverner, our leader.
And there is Matthew Morgan, who's 2nd in Class B behind Gordon McMillan, and Liam Pauling in 3rd. So this time he's sort of with Morgan rather than battling with those other Clios as he was, and also the Type R trophy cars of Rickard and Duffel.
Paget in 3rd place.
1:17.097. We've had a 1:16.699 from Benlard in this morning's race, and Paget was also in the 16s.
4/10 adrift.
There's the Swifts, and it's Ryan Parkin ahead at the moment. Of course, Parkin also had braking rights in the Club Enduro race earlier on as well, didn't he? With victory in the car he shared with Dylan Bricktip, whereas Scott Parkin was a bit further back. There's the course of David Measday in the background as well, recovering from his spin. But yep, these two looking to decide ultimately who is the best of the two twins. Is it going to be Ryan or Scott Parkin? They've both had a win apiece in the Swifts during the course of this weekend so far in their own little private battle. And they've had great fun. I think Ryan was very complimentary about how the car drove. Obviously quite different to much more powerful Audi TTs, the 2-litre turbo diesels that they both drive in Club Enduro.
Yeah, it's all about conserving momentum in these little cars, isn't it? And here they come down the hanger straight.
You see they've had the number plates taken off the front of the car, but not the rear. The idea is that they will be driven back to 750 Motor Club HQ, I think, later on to Donington Park. This car's developed by the 750 Motor Club in partnership with teams to prepare them for racing. 750 Motor Club constantly looking to develop and innovate in club racing and try something new. And this a very good example of that. Producing a racing car which I think is going to be very popular indeed. Very accessible price point, similar to lots of other categories out there, but a few unique selling points and probably better performing car than some of the others that you might think of in a similar bracket. Leaders are right together.
A number of them available, I would think.
Yeah, I would think there's plenty of them around which you could pick up. But Tate Taverner here, still only leading by about a car length from the two SK Motorsport cars of Ben Larder and Paget. They turn their way
quite
through.
racy, isn't he? That's his second successive fastest lap of the race last time round, but that's gone now to Taverner. Taverner's kind of woken up a little, I think. I better shake him off.
Yeah, but there wasn't much to choose between any of the three of them, really. So the aim shot fastest lap now goes to Tate Taverner at 1:16.980. With 9.5 minutes of this race left to go here at Silverstone. So you've got the three Honda Civic Type Rs battling out front, different appendages and so forth. But just looking at Class B, I see Liam Pauling has dropped back. He's behind now Lee Rickard. He had a long last lap of 1:27. So whether he's got a problem with the car, he had a spin maybe. Not sure, but he has dropped back to 4th place within that class, and that's important because he was the Class B Championship leader coming into this weekend.
1.2 between Hilton in 50 and 97 Warren in their class.
That's where
that's Pauling. He's off track, off piste.
Pauling is poorly by the looks of it. That car looks to be out of the race.
The Suzuki's been overtaken by David Measday, recovering from his spin.
They have, as the leaders come through to complete lap number 5 now. And I think Ben Larder and Paget both briefly took turns at having the fastest lap of the race, but it's now with Paget at 1:16.792, which is a 10th outside the fastest lap of the day so far. There is confirmation that it is still Ryan Parkin ahead of Scott in the Swifts, and Measday is ahead of them, but not getting away particularly quickly. I mean, they're putting in respectable lap times, these Swifts. 1:28 is the best so far in this race from either of them. Just thinking what the best of over the course of the weekend. Scott got down to a 1:26 in the race this morning. So they are capable of lapping in very respectable lap times around this Silverstone International circuit.
Yes, they're not far adrift of some cars that have been developed by their drivers and teams over recent seasons.
They're not far away from being lapped, though, in the context of this overall race. Obviously, it's hard for them to keep pace with the Class A cars, which are coming down into Vale now. And they're still in the same order. Taverner, Ben Larder, and then Paget.
Ben Larder hopped the curb going through Vale and did quite well out of it.
Ben Larder was 6th in the championship coming into this weekend. It had 2 seconds, 2 thirds and 2 fourths, but it's added a couple more seconds so far this weekend. Can he go one better here? He's going to need to find a way past Tate Taverner, though, if he's going to do that. To get his first win of the season.
28.8, 28.6 to the Parkin brothers. Scott in the toe this time. Probably in the toe.
Leaders turning their way through Village, then the left-hand kink that brings them onto the link onto the back straight, and then, yeah, it's within, probably by the end of the hanger straight, they're going to lap the Swifts, aren't they? I think they'll be a lot quicker in a straight line, these Type Rs. Looking at one of the Class B Clios there, that's the 52 car, that's Lewis Ellis, who's in 4th place within that class. He's just ahead of Matthew Duffel, and there's the Class C leader, so it is Joshua Hilton back into the lead of Class C in his BMW Compact for car number 50, and he'll be leaving Silverstone in the lead of the championship if things stay this way.
10th overall currently. 50 Josh Hilton.
Yeah, he's 21 years of age, is Josh, from East Grinstead, estate agent sign management he's involved in. His first season of racing is based on the short ovals, though. Been competing in some form of racing since the age of 6. And he and his dad prepare the car together. There's Paul Warren, who's chasing after him in 2nd place within that class.
Through Abbey here, we've had Paget with a wheel on the... Someone's smoking here. Paget with a wheel on the grass, kicking at the dust. He tried to unseat Ben Lada.
Yeah, here's Hilton again, and here with the Swift, the side-by-side, are they? No, it's a bit deceptive, the angle there. It is still Ryan, number 2. He's off the road, though. Can Scott capitalise in the number 1 car? Can they squeeze through? Doesn't look like he can make it. They both go fairly wide through the link section and onto the hangar straight once again. Gordon McMillan, the Class B leader, will come up to lap them soon, and look at them here. They're side by side along the hangar straight. It's number 1 on the inside line, which is Scott Parkin, and he gets through. He's got his nose in front. Can Ryan outbrake him, though, into Stowe and sweep around the outside? He's going to give it a go. They're side by side all the way through the corner here. Out of the corner they come, down towards Vale they go. The key not to put a scratch on these cars, because I say they need to be driven away from the circuit again. And they've got Gordon McMillan coming through as well in his BMW. That's not stopping them having a battle, though, is it? They're still side by side, and it is still, for the moment, Ryan Parkin that manages to hang on. And they've got the Ford car of Lee Warren coming up to pass them as well, the Class A car. So great racing. Meanwhile, it's great racing at the front as well, because Tate Taverner and Mo Ben Lada and Martin Paget are still covered by 0.8 of a second.
Taverner has looked pretty comfortable. It doesn't look like he's going to be unseated, or hasn't so far in this race.
That's right. I mean, although the gap's not been significant,
they're herring after him, though, this time.
They are. Can't they capitalise on the traffic? They're coming up to lap the Polo here.
Yes, whereas Taverner had to jink round the Polo, the chasing yellow Hondas were able to just dive straight past. And they're towing each other around, Ben Lada and Paget.
Down to Vale again with 3.5 minutes to go. Probably going to be 3 more laps at the end of this one.
Pressure is ratcheting up here now. They're really turning the temperature up on Tate Taverner. And they come through to complete their next lap. That's lap 9. The fastest lap to Martin Paget overall, and that's a 1:16.792. 1:16.792.
Yeah, here they go. Going to get changed for the lead here. It's Ben Lada up the inside of Taverner into Village. Couldn't quite make that work, but he's going to stick with him, I think. Needs to avoid leaving the door open for his teammate as well. Down to the link they come for...
Ahead, I think.
Yeah, I think he has. They're going to be side by side, certainly, down the straight. So which of these has got more power? That's the question. It's going to be Ben Lada on the inside line, Taverner on the outside line. Their mirrors are just about level. They're almost touching as they come down the hangar straight into Stowe. Is Patrick going to go around the outside of both of them as well? No, he's not. But Ben Lada, I think, has got the lead. And I think Taverner there was just trying to cover off an attack from Paget as well. But he's going to come back. Is he up the inside into Vale? He's going to try and leave his braking later. There's almost paintwork exchange. Paget might go around both of them here. He does. Paget's around sort of both of them at Club Corner. I think he's taken a bit of a brush on the way through. But now back on the power goes Taverner. And over the line, I think it's going to be Paget ahead, is it? No, it's Taverner that's shown ahead over the line by... I'm surprised it's as much as 0.2 of a second, which is what the timekeepers say. They're still side by side. It's Paget now from Taverner and Ben Lada, and Taverner's going to have the inside line for their head. This is remarkable racing.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and they all held on really well. And little lock up there for Ben Lada at the back. Just, you can see the back of the car just twitch, but Paget's got his nose ahead. Surely there must have been a brush there.
Yeah, he's got some trim hanging off.
The side strake is hanging off. The side trim's hanging off Paget's car.
3 wide down the hanger straight. It's Ben Lada on the inside, Paget on the outside, Taverner in the middle, who is going to be latest on the brakes for Stowe. It's fascinating racing this. Up on the inside goes Ben Lada, and he gets his nose back in front. Well, we've had 3 different leaders.
And Paget's gone through the hole, or tried to go through the hole, but he doesn't have territory coming into Vale.
And he's not able to do what he did a lap ago. In fact, he's up on the curb as they apex the Vale.
Wasn't the neatest turn in through there for Ben Lada, and that's opened him to more pressure.
They're about to start the last lap as well, so if it's like this for the last 1.85 miles, we've got quite a race to come here to decide things. It is still Gordon McMillan leading Class B and Josh Hilton leading Class C, but you'll forgive us for staying with this great Class A battle.
Yeah, it's amazing there, and it is still just Ben Lada who leads. Taverner's not close enough to come up the inside. A big lock up from Paget in 3rd place. Paget is still with the fastest lap of the race. And Ben Lada's off the road on the outside. He's snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, I fear.
It's not over yet, Marcus, or it might be, because he's all the way off the circuit now. He's got a bigger problem. It is over, I think, for Ben Lada now. He does get back on the circuit, hopefully from his point of view to take 3rd place. Meanwhile, the leaders are chasing after the back marker, Wayne Shackelford, I think that is, in his Citroen Saxo. They're going to get him at Stowe Corner. And also the slowing car that was in 4th place, the Ford car of Lee Warren as well. So he's hit problems as well in the late stage of this race. So it's Taverner leading, and it's Paget 2nd, down towards the Vale for the final time. And it's looking like it's going to be Taverner that's going to make it 3 from 3. Can Paget get a better exit through Club Corner and get him onto the run to the line? No, I don't think it's going to work out for him, because the finish line is so close to the exit of the corner there. And it's Taverner that makes it 3 wins from 3 in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch race at Silverstone. Paget is 2nd and Ben Lada is 3rd, but my word, did Taverner have to work for that.
That was brilliant. What a great race. Really, really good. A little bit of scrape on the side of Paget's car. I think there might be 1 or 2 witness marks elsewhere, but I'm sure there'll be little smiles after that, because it was terrific.
Yeah, Paget getting the better of Ben Lada for 2nd and 3rd. Gordon McMillan's come over the line to win Class B. Matthew Morgan 2nd within that class. Here is 3rd place within that class. That's going to be the 226 car of Lee Rickard, so he completes the Class B wins. And then we've got the Class C cars. They should be coming through soon. Joshua Hilton and Paul Warren. There is Paul Warren. I think Hilton, yeah, is just ahead. He's already coming out of Club Corner. Hilton takes the checker flag. Paul Warren takes 2nd place. And which of the Parkins came home first? It was Scott Parkin in the end, who got the advantage over Riley, beat him by 7 seconds in the end. So Ryan dropped back towards the end. Scott did another lap in the 1:27, so Scott gets bragging rights, at least as far as the Swifts are concerned, even if Ryan beat him in Club Enduro this weekend. But wonderful racing from Hot Hatch. 3 great races we've had from them this weekend, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And it's a mixed field of cars, which is nice, multi-mark, and that's part of the joy of Hot Hatch racing. Well done, Tate Taverner, who looked unbeatable yesterday and this morning, but this afternoon really had to fight for all 3 of the top drivers. And in fact, Martin Paget is pulling off on the hanger straight. With that deranged side stroke. I wonder if the tyre's gone down or something like that. But there you go, Tate Taverner from Martin Paget, Mohamed Ben Lada. That was the top 3. And then in class, Gordon McMillan, Matthew Morgan, Lee Rickard, the top 3. Next class, Josh Hilton, Paul Warren, and William Bartup, top 3 in theirs.
Yeah, no, really good racing. I think Josh Hilton's going to leave the circuit, leave Silverstone this weekend in the lead of the championship, with a couple more meetings to go this season in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. There you can see the finish order a bit further back. Yeah, Lee Warren also had problems towards the end of the race. He drops off the lead lap. He had been in 4th position in Class 5th overall as well. So a few cars to tidy up after that PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship before we go into the final race of the weekend, which is the Freaky Parts Sport Special Championship. And don't forget, by the way, next weekend, next Saturday, we're at Brands Hatch. We've got more racing for you from the 750 Most Club on Alpha Live, so do tune in for that. We've got races from Bike Sports, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Classic Stock Hatch, Formula V, low cost, and Mazda 7s as well. Promises to be a great meeting on the Indy circuit. But let's now head down to Kieran in the pit lane.
So that's the penultimate race, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, and my goodness, what a battle we had for the final few laps. The winner of Class A in that Class A battle, Tate Taverner. Tate, we meet again, but wow, what a battle that was.
Yeah, it was not as easy as the last race, I'll say that. Yeah, a lot of fun though, definitely.
I mean, a lot of door-to-door, bit of contact as well, but how was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive, but I think we were all trying as hard as each other. We all got a bit desperate for the win at the end, but well, it is what it is, I don't know.
Is what it is. Well, it's 2 wins out of 2 for you today. How do you feel about that? You had to work for the last one.
Oh, I really did, yeah. It was a lot of fun. I kind of wish they were more close like that. Makes it a lot more interesting, but yeah, and for the next one, hopefully, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the 2 Class A victories today. Yes. Go home and celebrate.
I will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there, Tate Taverner. Let's have a chat to Gordon McMillan then, as he's meeting me again, Gordon McMillan. I mean, this BMW, you had a really good battle with the Ford car behind you. I mean, keeping that Class A behind.
Yeah. He's got a really good car, and unfortunately, I think he had a problem. I think he was looking under his car before the race. So I think he'd have probably got past me in the end, but luckily he had a mechanical problem, so I beat him.
Still managed to keep him behind though for all that time.
Yeah, that's good. I was hoping to take the lead again at the first corner, but I fluffed up the start, got wheel spin, but good enough. Very happy, first in class. I'll take that.
I'm disappointed at the start, Gordon. Unbelievable.
Next time. I'll do it next time, just for you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Well, go and enjoy your Class B victories today. You've earned them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordon. And let's have a chat to our Class C winner again. We're getting a bit of deja vu here. It's not Stuart Much, it's Joshua Hilton. I'm looking at my notes from Josh. Great performance from you today. You had a bit of battling to do at the beginning, but it seemed to break away at the end.
Yeah, Paul got me on the start, which, as I say, the start is all that matters, makes the most. So I had to get past him again.
But you did it, and you managed to break away towards the end then. Was it just finding that rhythm towards the end of the race?
Yeah, finding the rhythm and then slowly setting the pace afterwards.
And 2 class victories, that's a great way to round off the weekend.
All 3. One yesterday.
All 3.
One yesterday too, so all 3.
Well, 2 today as well. Well, go home a happy man, I'm sure.
Yes, can't wait to crack a cold one open.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the 3 class victories today, Josh. Wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh. And let's hand back to our commentary team one final time for the final race of the weekend.
Yes, it's the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship race. Up next, the final race of the weekend here at Silverstone. Another 15-lap encounter. The second race, as I say, the first race was won by Andy Hiley from Anton Landon and Martin Gambling. In Class C, Stuart Much took the victory from Mickey Scott and Gerard O'Donoghue amongst the Mevs. And then Class B, Neil Turner, very pleased to hold on by a narrow margin from Gary Goodyear in the Caterhams. And the MK&D of Stuart Thompson was third. Coming into this weekend, Andrew Hayward was leading the championship on 73 points. I think his lead will have been a little bit reduced because he finished only 4th within his class, whereas Stuart Much and Andy Hiley both won within their respective classes, but neither of them will have been able to pick up the maximum 15 points for the win because there weren't enough cars within their class. But it should be reasonably tight going into this race, and then the final meeting of the season at Mallory Park in October to conclude the season for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, which runs in 3 different classes. Class A for cars of a power to weight ratio of around about 340 brake horsepower per tonne and 270 brake horsepower per tonne for cars in Class B. It's only for 2-wheel drive cars and only for normally aspirated cars as well. And of course there's Class C, which is just for the MEV Exocet R kit cars, which have the Mazda MX5 running gear as well. So we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit shortly. In terms of victories so far this season, well, Andy Hiley's done an awful lot of the winning. Obviously, he won earlier on today, which was his 7th win of the year from the 9 races. The only time he's not won was when he didn't enter the races at Snetterton in June. Paul Collingwood took both of the victories there. Other podium finishes this season have been Collingwood, Clive Hudson, Anton Landon, and Marcus Crook had a couple of podiums as well at Snetterton. Class B victories, well, Andrew Hayward had 3, but Neil Turner, Marcus Crook and Gary Goodyear all now had 2 each. And Class C, Stuart Much has won more often than not within that class, but Mickey Scott, Lewis Warden, Mike Whiteman Hayward, who's also racing Cup 200 this year, they've all had solo wins as well. So cars heading out onto the circuit now, I can see, and the grid is going to be made up by the second fastest times from qualifying this morning. So Andy Hiley was on pole position for the earlier race. He's going to be on pole position for this race as well in car number 53. Second best time was a 109.766 in the Kronos, and besides him on the front row of the grid should be number 11, Paul Collingwood, but Collingwood was a non-finisher in the earlier race, so we'll see if he's there or not. Second row of the grid is going to be 64, which is Anton Landon, and besides him will be number 50, Gary Goodyear, first of the Class B cars. In third place, number 24, Marcus Crook, next to him number 7, Stuart Much. Just looking, Paul Collingwood looks like he is there, I think, yes, as they come round onto the grid. Fourth row is going to be 1, Neil Turner, and 30, Stuart Thompson. Yes, there we go, the grid graphic has sprung into life. So there are the first 3 rows of the grid. Yes, we're just working on to row 5 now. 44, Marcus Roskill, and 27, Andrew Hayward. 78, Warren Vesey, and 58, Mickey Scott on the 6th row. Excuse me, row 7. It's going to be 69, Gerard O'Donoghue, and 38, Jamie Brasher. Row 8, 18, Colin Benham, and 79, Sylvia Much. Row 9, 49, Simon Dodd, and 26, Alan Robinson. And row 10 of the grid was number 99, which was Martin Gambling. So that's the way of it. Cars forming up on the grid now, and Martin Gambling again at the back of the grid.
Yes,
Marcus.
he is there, and I just checked. He had an overheating issue in the first race. Misfire in practice, which forced him to stop, change plugs. Seemed to sort that, but if you remember in the first race, Ian, Martin Gambling pointed his car about 30 degrees to the right and was halfway up the grid by the time he got to Village, which is impressive. He was through a few reaching us here at Abbey, but let's have a look how he did it this time.
Yeah, he's obviously right at the back again because he didn't get 2 good lap times in qualifying. It's good to see Paul Collingwood there on the front of the grid, though, because he didn't finish the first race in his Eclipse with the sort of shark teeth on the front of it. Right, there's Gambling. He's sorting into position now, and look, he's pointing in the vague direction of the pit wall again. Not quite at such an angle, though, I don't think, as he did in race 1, but he knows what he's doing.
He's got to get past the Ginetta replica. That's the initial plot.
Indeed. Green flag waves at the back, so red light about to go on for the final time. There they are. 5 red lights go on, they go out, and Gambling makes the best of the starts, it seems to me.
Best of
from
anyone's
the back
start,
of the grid. He's already made up 4 or 5 places, I think, as they head towards us. But it's Collingwood that is chasing Hiley through the first corner. Hiley's got a great start, hasn't he? He's pulled out several lengths over Collingwood there. Landon is there in 3rd. Gary Goodyear is in 4th in the Caterham. Neil Turner up on the inside of him. Stuart Much is there as well.
About 3 more for Gambling going into Village.
So let's see what he can do, where we can get up to in the order. He did get to 2nd, didn't he, in the earlier race, but then dropped back behind Anton Landon again.
8th onto the hanger straight.
Great start then from him. It looks like the car at the back is the Simon Dodd Formula 27, which I don't think made it out for the first race. So good that the Northamptonshire man has got that car out for race number 2.
Stopping Andy Hiley, who's made a break expecting someone to challenge from behind.
Yep, it's Hiley leading then. Landon in 2nd, Collingwood 3rd. And here's Gambling. He's going to go for 4th place at Village there in the red Eclipse. He was alongside the red Caterham of Gary Goodyear, and he's gone through to 4th place at the end of the first lap.
So I get the impression he might have cut some more, another hole in the front of the radiator
I'll have to
slot
have a
in
closer
the nose
look.
on Gambling. It looks like it's a little bit different from before. There is a kind of intake there.
Yeah. Yes,
stopped him early on.
Mindful of those overheating problems, certainly.
It's not as warm now. They're just down in the box, and it's much cooler now than it was earlier on, which might benefit some lap times.
Yeah, absolutely right. So they turn their way through onto the Hangar Straight. There's the MEV of Stuart Mutch. He's behind Gary Goodyear, but I think he might be ahead of Neil Turner now. There's Hiley, Yorkshireman, long-time racer in kit cars and then sports specials. He also had that road sports win, didn't he, with Johnny Weston Taylor at Cadwell last time out as well.
The Lotus, yeah.
So versatile racer. There's Stuart Mutch all the way off the road there at Stowe Corner. Rejoins the circuit, still in front of us. Oh, and Paul Collingwood's out.
Yep, into the pit lane goes Collingwood with the Honda-powered Eclipse. Eclipse Evo.
Yeah, so he's coasting into the pit lane out of the race. So that's a great shame for him.
Disappointing day, which leaves Martin Gambling to try to close down Anton Landon. Of course, they battled earlier on, changing positions a couple of times, but before Gambling's car started to wilt.
Stuart Mutch back ahead of Neil Turner. Turner was ahead, fractioning over the line. So great scrap going on there. And Stuart Thompson, also a former champion, right in there as well. In fact, he's getting past Turner this time in the MK Indy. That's the former championship winning car, and it was in the hands of Matthew Booth when it was in the top class spec as well.
Turner hopped over the curb on the inside to try and get that place back, and it looked like he was going to do it until he had the jump. Something didn't go forward anymore.
Yeah.
Puts him a bit sideways.
Turner raced that Caterham with the 750 Motor Club in the dedicated Sevens Championship that the 750 Motor Club ran in the 90s and early 2000s. He was a class winner in the past. Raced it up until 2001, then had a 22-year layoff before returning in 2023 with the same 1995 Caterham as he raced then. Meanwhile, Gambling has caught Landon and is now battling with him for 2nd place.
It's a great looking car, isn't it, the Eclipse? It's so organic, that shape.
Yes.
It's beautiful. And with a transverse Ford engine in the back of it.
That's right. So chasing after that Sienna, driven for a while now by Anton Landon.
Many years.
Yeah.
And he's been overtaken. Here goes Gambling.
Yeah, well, he's 7.5 seconds behind Andy Hiley already. Hiley's in the 1 minute 9s. Not quite as quick as he went in the first race as yet, when he did a 109.4. Gambling's best lap still a 112, but he's now at least got 3, hopefully, of
fresh air.
Anton Landon and fresh air. Let's see what he can do. Down the Hangar Straight he goes.
Landon's coming back at him. There's a bit of a toe down there.
That's right, it does seem to, but they're a long way clear of anyone else. These are the only 3 survivors in Class A, of course, which is the 340 brake horsepower class. Then you've got the 270 brake horsepower Class B, which unsurprisingly is a bit further back down the road. Gary Goodyear still heading that. Here comes Gambling up to the line once more. What's he going to do? Is he going to improve on a 112.013? Let's have a look. He had done a 110, I beg your pardon, 110.660. His previous lap was a 112. So, yeah, that was a 111 that time through. So he's not far off on ultimate pace, Andy Hiley, actually. Here's a battle amongst the MEVs. This is Mickey Scott and Gerard O'Donoghue. O'Donoghue ahead by the looks of it. And then you've got the 44 car of Marcus Roskill just in behind. Marcus, who's been racing in the category for quite some time now. And from Newbury, company director.
And in the back is Jamie Bradshaw with the ex-Tony Southgate car.
Yeah, I think this car of Roskill's is one that has had a little while. Challenging Mickey Scott there. There's Andrew Hayward pushing on in the number 27 Silver Clubman. He was the Class B leader coming into this weekend, looking to maintain that advantage. And Stuart Thompson there in number 30, he goes through.
The between our leader Andy Hiley in 53 and Martin Gambling in 99 is about the length of the Hamilton Straight.
Yeah, 8 seconds, that's the equivalent to. Last lap, Gambling was a little bit quicker, if anything. There's Stuart Thompson, the 62-year-old from Felixstowe, cabinet maker, an owner of T&R Pine and Oak Furniture. He's a big supporter of the Ipswich Witches Speedway team as well as racing. He started in 2010, originally in Creighton Graduates, did about 4 years with them and raced with Sports Specials for about 5 seasons now, winning in 2022. Started out racing in Speedway, did 3 years when he was younger, racing for both Peterborough and Kings Lynn.
Hoskill's just managed to edge past Mickey Scott in the third of the MEVs. Still very much still in the fourth one. It's Stuart's wife.
So there's Thompson, there's Haywood. They are second and third because, yeah, Neil Turner has dropped down the order, hasn't he? A lap or two ago, and I didn't necessarily see why that was.
No, we couldn't see, but I know he hopped over one of the curbs, and that delayed him a fraction, but not as much as that. It's dropped back numerous places.
Yeah, his last lap was actually his personal best lap of 1:15.792, but he's way down in 7th place within the class.
Probably because he was annoyed about the previous one being slow.
So over the line they come with 7 minutes of the race left to go here at Silverstone, this race on the international circuit. Not the last time 750 Motor Club were at Silverstone this year, back here for the Burkitt at the end of October, racing on the Grand Prix circuit, and then the following day on the national circuit for the final round of several championships. I'm sure some titles will still be to be decided in across those championships that we have here that day.
Always a great event to look forward to, the Burkitt.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll be streaming it live on Alpha Live both days of that event, I think. So there's Bracher going through in that 38 car, who's spent a lot of time working on various historic racing cars as well, although it's his first season of racing.
Sports cars and all sorts of things.
Yeah. That's right. This is the ex-Tony Southgate car. Southgate raced it in Sports Specials, or pretty kit cars as it was then, for quite a few seasons. There's Simon Dodd, number 49 in the Formula 27 car. He's going through.
Tussling with Alan Robinson in the self-built Ginetta G12. He nearly toppled over itself in the corner. Got a big wobble on. Debuted that, I think, was it last year or the end of the year before?
Yeah, it may have been. But Simon, who we saw there, 40-year-old from Daventry, a systems engineer working in cyber security. Done some sim racing before, his first year in circuit racing. Hoping to be the best rookie of the season. It's a 2-litre Duratec Formula 27 from 1987 that he's had for 3 years. He used to have a Pinto engine, now swapped to Duratec, which will certainly be an upgrade. So cars heading over the line once again. There's London going through.
Gambling still 8.8 seconds behind the leader. Slowing appears to be 27, which is Haywood, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's Haywood, the championship leader. So that's dramatic. Looks like he has got a problem. And this could be to the advantage of both Andy Hiley and Stuart Much, who are not able to pick up full points because of the number of starters in their classes. But if Haywood is not going to score in this race at all, or just pick up the point for starting the race, then they may well catch and pass him going into the Mallory Park finale. So it's still very much up for grabs in the Sports Specials Championship this year. Be interesting to see what kind of entry we get for Mallory, the final race of the season there.
Yeah, Haywood's slumped now to 6th in class. In fact, he's disappeared from the screen.
Yeah, he's headed
there
into
he
the
is.
pits. Yeah.
Into the pits, that's what's happened. As has Mickey Scott.
That's right. So a couple in the pits, as well as Paul Collingwood, who wasn't there much earlier. 4 minutes of the race left to go, just under. There's Stuart Much, who continues to lead Class C. And where is he in relation to anybody else? He's a couple of seconds behind Gary Goodyear, isn't he? Who is our Class B leader. And a few seconds ahead of Stuart Thompson, who is second in Class B at the moment. So out of Club Corner goes Stuart Thompson, chasing after that Ginetta replica. Down the Hamilton Straight, he'll pass that that closed-top car as he heads into the right-hander at Abbey. Highly leading by 9.2 seconds then, as he's just been through to complete another lap. And Gambling, yeah, just appearing out of Club Corner now, so the gap between them is 8.6. It's coming down by a few tenths, but not quickly enough for Martin Gambling.
Tenths a lap, isn't it?
There'll be 3 laps to go now as well, so it's going to be a 13-lap race. They, yeah, got 13 out of it in the earlier race as well. So Stuart Much is untouchable, it would seem, in Class C this weekend. Looks like he's going to have another victory here. Actually, in the first race, it was Neil Turner that won in Class B, but it looks like it's going to be Gary Goodyear that's going to do that this time. Turner's got back up to 8th place overall, though. So he's working his way back through the field, but he's now got about... well, he's got 3 tenths to make up on Marcus Roscoe to get back to 3rd in class, which I think he'll be capable of doing.
He's done it.
Yeah, he
He's
has.
ahead already.
Yep, so that's done. There we go, confirmation on the timing screen now. Turner is ahead.
Yeah, he's got about 7 seconds to make up.
Which is probably a tall order. That's too much to ask in the remaining couple of laps. Yeah, to try and catch Stuart Thompson. Hiley now has gone on to his 12th lap, so this is his penultimate lap of the race. So actually, depending on whether he gets lapped or not, Neil Turner might have 2 or 3 laps to go effectively. There's Gambling. Gap more or less the same as it was, about 8 or 9 seconds between first and second. He's just lapped Jamie Bracher in that number 38 car. And Anton Landon, you can see in the background, is still in third of the Class A cars. Bracher with the black cross and the yellow background indicating he's a newcomer to racing. Not yet got sufficient signature from the clerk.
Was that Goodyear slowing on the left-hand side?
It's hard. Couldn't quite see whether it was or not. Let's see if we can see. Yes, it is Goodyear slowing. You're absolutely right, Marcus. He's been lapped by Andy Hiley now, and Goodyear, our Class B leader, is
coasting to the pits.
Coasting to the pits, yes. So he'll be caught, possibly. And he has been passed now by Stuart Thompson, because Stuart Thompson has gone through, and Neil Turner has gone through to second as well. And they've got 2 laps to go, and Andy Hiley is starting his last lap now.
So dramas for Gary Goodyear.
Yeah, very strange to see that Caterham retire. I think a bit just fell off that MEV, didn't it, as it went through Abbey? Possibly so. There's Gambling in the 99 car. Second place then is just coming up to lap Simon Dodd and also Alan Robinson here in their respective classes.
They're locked in combat, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Jostling juggernauts.
So Gambling is through, but he's too far behind Hiley, who will already be turning into Stoke Corner, I would think. Exactly on cue. Here he is. Number 53 car, Andy Hiley, then continuing his domination. Every race he's taken part in the Sport Specials this season, he has won. This is round 10 of the championship. It's going to be his 8th victory of the season. Sadly, we didn't really see any fight from Paul Collingwood in this race because he was a very early retirement. Martin Gambling, of course, if he'd started at the front, might well have taken the fight to him, but it's Andy Hiley that wins for the second time of the day in the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship. Martin Gambling comes home in second, a bit healthier and happier, I think, this time than in the earlier race. And third place going the way of Anton Landon. And who is going to be fourth? That should be Stuart Much. We'll see him come through in the MEV in a few moments, I would think. And then it'll be who's going to be winning Class B. And it was Thompson 3.2 seconds ahead of Turner at the start of the final lap, so it'll be a hell of a final lap if Neil Turner can have overturned that. We're waiting for Stuart Much, I think, to come through Club Corner next. Let's see if he can win in Class C, which he is about to. Here he is, in fact. Stuart Much turning his way through Club Corner to head home and win in Class C. And then Class B, are we going to see who that is? Is it going to be Stuart Thompson or is it going to be Neil Turner? They still need to come up to the line. And it's very close between them. It's just Stuart Thompson that holds on, but 3.2 seconds became 0.2 seconds on the final lap. And Neil Turner narrowly denied a Class B victory. Well, that brings to an end a great weekend of racing, Marcus.
That was absolutely superb. We've seen some superb racing across the board all weekend. I thought the Enduro today was exceptional. That hot hatch race we saw was some wonderful individual performances over the weekend. I loved the breadth of the field and historic 750 Formula on the 75th anniversary of that, and yeah, really enjoyed club racing at its very best.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for your commentary this weekend. It's been great to have you in the box with us. Look forward to seeing you again. I think probably for the Birkett is the next time we will meet. Confirmation of the result of that Sports Specials race then. The winner was number 53, Andy Hiley, in the Kronos. 13 laps completed by him. He was 7.5 seconds clear of number 99, Martin Gambling, in second. Third was number 64, Anton Landon, completing the Class A podium. Class C winner was Stuart Much, number 7, in fourth place, ahead of Stuart Thompson, our Class B winner, number 30, in fifth. Neil Turner denied by just a couple of tenths of a second, number 1 in sixth place overall, second in Class B. Marcus Roscoe, number 44, third in that class in number 44, seventh place for him. Eighth, number 78, Warren Vesey. Ninth to 69, Gerard O'Donoghue. 10th, number 38, Jamie Brayshaw. Then it was Sylvie Much, Colin Benham, Gary Goodyear, classified 13th. We'll see if that's how it looks in the results when they're published. Adam Robinson, 14th, and Simon Dodd. But we said goodbye during the course of that race to Mickey Scott, Andrew Hayward, and Paul Collingwood. Well, as I say, that is it from this weekend's racing here at Silverstone. We'll head down to Kieran McGinley in just a moment. A quick thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work as ever here at Silverstone during the course of this weekend. Many thanks to all of their efforts with the races on 2 circuits this weekend. It's been a busy weekend for everyone. We'll look forward to talking to you again from Brands Hatch next Saturday, where I'll be joined by Matt Suckling and Josh Barrett. I'll talk to you then. But from Marcus and myself, it's goodbye, and we'll leave you in the hands of Kieran McGinley.
And that's the end then of our Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, our second race at the end of our final race of the day. And I'm standing here now with our Class A victor in Andy Hiley. Andy, you ran away with it at the very start, and I'm guessing you were just saving the tyres towards the end.
Yeah, I was saving the tyres and the engine, everything else, but the start, I got the best start off the grid I think I've ever had. It was just launched. It wasn't me, I just fluke.
I think at the end of the first lap, I think it was about 3.6 second lead you'd built up just on the first lap alone.
Wow. I assume Paul had a problem then. I can't believe any other way than that. He must have had something not quite right with his car, I think.
Well, still, you come away with 2 class victories today. I mean, pretty good weekend for you all accounts.
Absolutely, yes. Yep, so that's, every outing's a win this year so far. So 2 more and we'll see, we might have a full count.
Go invincible. Can you do that then?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see, don't we? You never know, do you?
We'll have to find out next time then, won't we?
Certainly will, yeah.
Good cliffhanger. Andy, thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of your evening and congratulations on the 2 class victories.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy.
Bye.
Thank you. And let's have a chat now to, they'll do them in order because we've now got Stuart Much here, who's Class C victor, although Stuart's up there, that's why. That's why I couldn't find him. Let's have a look then and see if we can chat to someone. Let's have a chat to Stuart here then. Stuart, congratulations, another Class C victory. How was that out there for you?
It was good. It was a bit quiet towards the end, just banging in the lap times, getting it settled and not making any silly mistakes. But the start of the race was so much fun with Neil, with Stu, with Gary as well. We were just all four of us having a really good battle. So yeah, really enjoyable race.
Absolutely. How was your car out there?
Understeery, but that's a circuit. Everyone suffers from that here. So it's just setting the car up to try and get away from that. But yeah, engine, BS Motorsport engine, BS Motorsport gearbox, both perform flawlessly. So credit to them. They've done a good job with that build.
Absolutely, and 2 class victories for you today. It's a good day by all accounts, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I needed them for the points for the championship as well, and I think Andrew's dropped a few with the quicker guys in front of him, which is fantastic for the overall results. I think, hopefully.
Hopefully so. I mean, you got I think it's 1 round to go now, or at least 2 races to go. How are you feeling going into them?
Mallory, it's a bit of a nemesis track. We either do really well or spectacularly fail. So hopefully it's a good one this time.
Well, we'll see what happens then. Thank you very much for the chat, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much there, and that's Stuart Much then. Let's have a chat to Stuart Thompson then. I just did see him. I think, yeah, there he is. Stuart Thompson, I think, is here. Stuart, congratulations. That's a Class B victory for you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, great. First one of the season. Had a few podiums, but that's the first one. Got a bit lucky, to be fair, though, with the red Caterham pulling off and Neil spinning out, but got to be there, haven't you?
Yeah, it was number 50. Gary pulled off in the pit lane. We saw that happen, so it was unfortunate. But, I mean, you take all the spoils there.
Yeah, no, that was great. First win of the season, so we're happy with that. Been a long day, so we'll load up and go home and have a few beers now.
That sounds like a plan. I mean, you've been waiting for this all season. Finally got the class victory.
Yeah, no, I've had, say, second, third, but first one of the year, that's good. So, yeah, more hopefully at Mallory.
And how are you feeling towards Mallory then?
I quite like Mallory. I've only been there a couple of times, but it's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a nice track, so we'll see how we go.
Let's hope it's the nice interesting, not the nasty interesting, eh?
Yeah, there's been 1 or 2 nasty ones at Mallory over the times, hasn't there? But it'll be fine.
I'm sure it will be. Stuart, thank you so much for the chat. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And, well, that is it from us this weekend. Hopefully you've enjoyed the stream. Make sure as well you tune in next week for the 750 Motor Club, because we'll be heading to the Brands Indy circuit for more racing action. You can catch it all with Alpha Live. Until then, though, I've been Kieran McGinley. Thank you very much for watching. Have a very good evening and good night.